one, and we are very excited for the evening ahead. We are going to be breaking down the card, talking last minute rumors as we always do, and have more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew joining me to do so throughout the night. But before we do that, let's throw it over to our intro.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Once again, guys, welcome back to the channel, and it is a big day. It's a big weekend, of course, in pro wrestling. It's the most exciting time of the year. Well, it caps off here. I say it starts with Royal Rumble. Of course, everybody loves the Royal Rumble. And as I mentioned on our weekend kickoff show, the other big PLEs are fun as well. But WrestleMania, baby, that's where it's at. And of course, these days, it's a two-night affair. And that means we are going to be bringing you extra content as well surrounding it. What we do here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel on the night of a PLE is have a build-up show where we get you guys and us hyped up and ready for the show itself. We talk last-minute rumors, and trust me, when it comes to WrestleMania, there are usually a lot of them, and I've seen quite a few flying around about it already this year. So we'll be diving into those and any kind of breaking news stories that kind of start flying around before the show goes live itself. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We take you all the way up until when the show starts, which at this moment in time is about 5 hours away. Here in the UK, it's 6 p.m. The show starts for us at 11 p.m. A little bit earlier than usual, so that'd be nice, but I'm sure it'll be a late night for us either way. Then we'll be joining you with a live instant reaction review to everything we saw from night one. We'll be reacting to the big stories coming out of night one. Of course, we're going to do it all over again for night two. But hey, like I say, you are here for the build-up show for night one of WrestleMania, and welcome in. Let me know what you guys are looking forward to on night one. Look, no doubt there will be some talk about night two on this stream as well, but we're going to try our best to talk about night one when it comes to the card and the predictions. But yeah, the overall package, I'm sure there'll be a fair few good topics and conversations that come out of that as well. Let's get to some of the comments. Sludge is in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Says, how's it going? It is going good, mate. I'm looking forward to WrestleMania. I know this build is one that many have been a bit concerned about, but I'm in that camp of, you know, let's be optimistic about what the show itself could be. There have been things I've enjoyed about this WrestleMania build, but yeah, let's forget about the rubbish stuff. I'm sure we won't, though. I'm sure a lot of that will be debated heavily on this channel tonight, not just between myself and you guys in the comments, but again, more members of the crew joining me on later on. I know Lucas and Rob are planning to join us later as well. Sludge says, this is my 4th WrestleMania being here on this channel. Wow! That's cool. Thanks for sticking with us, Sludge. Of course, it's always great to see the familiar names in the chat, the new names as well. We appreciate you as well. But yeah, Sludge, man, 4 WrestleManias. So that's what, 42, 41, 40, 39 was your first with us. We've been covering pro wrestling on this channel, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, since just, I think, 38 might have been the first one we did on this channel. And then on the Rebellious Noise main channel, we were covering wrestling for an extra year, in depth at least for that. So just about 5 or 6 years. And then before that, as Rebellious Noise as a whole, you know, the Talking Means podcast and a website used to cover wrestling quite a bit in the past as well. But man, thanks for sticking with us on the journey. 4 years in, Sludge. Good to have you with us, and hopefully we'll get some new subscribers tonight that stick with us for another 4 years as well. But again, appreciate all the support as always, mate. Hope you are excited and in the mood for WrestleMania. I know, again, it's been a bit of an interesting build to say the least. But look, we're on a day now, so let's kind of get in the mood for it. Again, that's what this show's all about. But don't get me wrong, I'm not going to kind of paper over the cracks. We will, as I say, dive into the kind of big topics that have been flying around WWE over the past few weeks as well, because there are some controversial takes, and I'm sure there'll be some controversial pushback from some of our panel tonight as well. We're not all going to agree, and that's the beauty of these kind of shows, right? It's all about kind of talking our way through it, and a little bit of wrestling therapy, if you will, before the big show itself. And again, the idea of these streams in particular is to get us all hyped up and in the mood. So we'll be talking last minute rumors, but I also want to know what you're going to have for your snacks when it comes to WrestleMania. You know, I want to know what you're watching from around the world, all that fun stuff as well. And as I say, we're going to be here taking you right up until the show itself, which is just under 5 hours away. In order to do that, I'm going to have my colleagues from the Rebellious Noise crew join me throughout the night, and we are also going to throw it over to some of our original previews that we've done earlier this week, or last night actually, so you can hear our original predictions there as well. And then again, we'll have more live portions throughout the night. Sludge says, even though this build has been mediocre, it is always hype for Mania. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, mate. I don't want to be coming out of this show at the end of it thinking, man, I gave it more hype than it needed. But as you say, like, it's WrestleMania. Like, it's always got potential to do, you know, something special. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Sludge says, for Mania, I'm gonna be having some white sauce Alfredo pasta. Nice, mate. Look, for me, it's gonna be my classic. Few pizzas. I say few, like I'm having a I'm not having a few myself. Gonna have a pizza, some chicken, some curly fries. I think gonna be doing tonight as well. But yeah, looking forward to that as much as I'm looking forward to the show, I think. And then we've got 2 nights, mate. Gonna be doing it all over again, not just breaking down the card tomorrow night and watching the wrestling show. I'll be having my my midnight feast tomorrow as well, so it's gonna be quite the busy weekend for me. But yeah, keep the comments coming, guys. I want to know your WrestleMania routines, what you're looking forward to on this show as well. Let's get into the card itself for Saturday night. As I say, we'll talk about Sunday in a bit more detail tomorrow, but for now, let's break down the card itself for Saturday. We've got Seth Rollins versus Gunther, a match that I don't think many people saw coming, including the WWE and these two guys. But hey, now that we're here, I'm pretty pleased because I think it will be a decent match, even if the story is kind of 2 weeks old, you know. So, but I'm looking forward to seeing what story they tell in the ring, considering we've got Austin Theory and Logan Paul representing the division with iShow Speed going up against the Usos and LA Knight. A bit of a thrown together match here as well, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. There are a few twists and turns we could see here. We could see something happening with iShow Speed where he goes full heel. He could accidentally win. The Usos could turn on LA Knight. Jey Uso could turn on everyone. You know, it's got a few kind of potential twists and turns here, and even if it doesn't go that way, it still could be quite an entertaining match as well. Also tonight we've got Liv Morgan and Stephanie McMahon for the Women's World Championship. Talking about entertaining, I think this has been one of the feuds that's carried the show over the past few weeks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the ring and what the payoff's going to be for this one. Yeah, one of the highlights of the last few months, I would say. Also, tonight, we've got, sticking with the women now, we've got a fatal 4-way for the Women's Tag Team Championships. At the moment, it is still advertised as this match. There are lots of rumours going around, and you'll see, we'll dive into those throughout the night. But at the moment, let's just talk about what this match is scheduled to be. It's the Bellas, will it be? But the Bellas versus Lyra Valkyria and Bayley versus Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss versus Nia Jax and Lash Legend. Of course, the champions there putting up the gold. Then as well, tonight, we've got Jacob Fatu going up against Drew McIntyre in a kind of, what are they calling it again? I keep forgetting. No disqualification, no holds barred, no contact. I don't know what they're calling it. But, you know, one of those where there's loads of weapons and anything goes. That's tonight. So that'll be a nice little bit of a different flavour, essentially, on tonight's card. So I'm looking forward to that one. Then we've got AJ Lee defending her Intercontinental Championship against Becky Lynch, the former champion, looking to regain that gold. I got a sneaky feeling she might do it. But looking forward to seeing AJ Lee get a WrestleMania moment tonight. And then we've got what is surely going to be the main event, Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton and Pat McAfee in his corner, I think they're kind of promoting it as. But we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the night. But that's the card we've got. And again, all in all, I'm pretty much looking forward to it. Unsanctioned, says Sludge. That's the word. That's the match title. It's always funny, isn't it? When Extreme Rules, hardcore, no DQ, no holds barred, unsanctioned. Yeah, I mean, come on. There's minor differences sometimes. Unsanctioned technically is what they're trying to say is that WWE didn't sign off on this match. If something crazy happens, they're not held accountable, so that they can sell out like crazy the match is going to be. So yeah, let's hope we get something special in that. As I said though, we will throughout tonight have live portions, but we'll also be throwing it over to some replays of content that we filmed yesterday. So if you didn't join us for the kickoff, weekend kickoff that we did, then now is going to be your opportunity to see my original predictions for Saturday's events. This was recorded before SmackDown, but if I'm honest, I don't think it would have changed on any of this because nothing on SmackDown really fed into my predictions. So yeah, let me know what you think of them. I'm going to be in the background, guys, lurking, and I'll be replying to comments and things like that. So let me know what you're looking forward to. But yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back live in a little bit. Before I do, let's get into some of these comments, and then I'll throw it over to the replay from yesterday. Christopher Leclerc's in the house. Always good to see you, buddy. Says AJ Lee retains. It's one I think I'm least confident about that retention than any. But at the same time, like, maybe you're right. It's hard to tell with these kind of former talents that are, you know, coming back, how much they're going to work. So do you put gold on them? Or you keep gold on them, you know? What else do we have? Sludge says, no holds barred is kind of like using chairs and kendo sticks and basic weapons. Extreme rules is kind of like you can literally use any weapon. More unorthodox weapons come into play. Yeah, I mean, in the rules, that's not how it is, but I get what you mean. That's your interpretation of, like, what those matches usually end up being. So yeah, they do have slight differences like that. They kind of booked a bit different. I get what you're saying. Unsanctioned is like what you said. It's not an official match, and anything that happens, WWE is not responsible. Christopher Leclerc says, just want to see AJ Lee retain because I want to see Roxanne Perez versus AJ Lee for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. That's a good idea, actually. So maybe she'll retain for that kind of fantasy booking for you, mate. Right, like I say, let's throw it over to the replay from last night's stream. Again, I'll be lurking in the background, and we'll go through some of the best comments live when we come back on air later on as well. But for now, let me throw it over to me from last night. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the weekend kickoff, a show breaking down all the big news flying around WrestleMania. Of course, it's going to be a huge weekend in pro wrestling, and we're going to be breaking that down right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, welcome back to the channel, guys. It is time for the weekend kickoff show. Now, WWE themselves are going to be doing their own kickoff show in a few hours' time, and I will be doing a watch-along stream for that as well. But for now, it's all about breaking down all the latest news and rumors on this Friday night as we enter into WrestleMania weekend. Then, of course, on Saturday, we'll have our build-up show, an instant reaction, and the same for Sunday as well. But before we kick off those two shows, it's kind of time to just think about where we are in this build towards WrestleMania, right? At time of recording, we are a few hours away from SmackDown, but a go home for Raw is in the books, and there's loads of rumors flying around about availability for certain wrestlers on this card as well. Rumors about injuries, rumors about new signings that might be taking people's places on this card, and a few shenanigans that might be going down as well. So we'll talk about that throughout this stream. But I want to know what you're most looking forward to at WrestleMania 42. What day are you most looking forward to? Is it Saturday or Sunday? We'll start off by talking about WrestleMania Saturday, and then of course we'll touch on day 2 as well. If you are watching this as part of the replay on the build-up show, you'll be able to stay tuned for a live portion of that show as well. If you're joining me in my timeline, then here we are. It's time to kick off the weekend. It's, again, the most exciting time of the year, right, for a wrestling fan. Royal Rumble to WrestleMania, that's what it's all about. SummerSlam's great, Survivor Series is too, and don't get me wrong, some of those B and C PLEs in between are fun as well, but WrestleMania is where it's at. But we got to be honest, let's hit you with it straight away. A lot of people aren't too pleased with the build, which sometimes, I know we get in this kind of weird way of looking at things as wrestling fans, but sometimes it means the show's really good because you don't expect it to be, right? So yeah, we'll see. I was looking back on my reaction to the last 4 or 5 WrestleManias on this very channel to see what my mood was when I came out of each night, and it was generally really good except for night 2 last year because of the main event. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case this year. I think both days have potential to make me feel like that, but both days also have potential to make me feel really happy about what I've seen on my screen as well. So I'm hoping it's the latter. But let's get into night one of WrestleMania. Again, lots of rumors going around at the moment. We'll touch on those when it comes to the actual matches that they involve as well. But again, I want to know what you think is going to happen at WrestleMania 42 and what you're most looking forward to as well. As I mentioned though, later on, we'll also be hitting you with a kickoff show watch along for the WWE's kickoff. But this is your Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's weekend kickoff stream first of all. Right, let's move into the card for WrestleMania Saturday. And we're starting with a big one, guys. Seth freaking Rollins versus Gunther. Now, of course, this isn't the order that things are going to go in for sure. Well, it might be starting with this, I don't know. But we're just going to kind of go through a few of them in a random order here. It's not necessarily what I think is going to happen. We'll talk a bit more about that on the build-up show, where there will, I'm sure, be leaks about, you know, what order matches are going to be in, and that does kind of play into predictions and stuff like that as well. But before we do that, let's just go with how we see it at the moment. We at least know what day things are on. They did it a little bit earlier this year, right? Sometimes it's been quite like late, like the day before, but they did it. Maybe it was a week before. People knew which night was which I think is probably the best way to do it, if I'm honest. Certainly helps us make content. But let's get into it. Seth Rollins versus Gunther. I've got to be honest, guys. This is a match that I'm slowly starting to get involved in as far as my emotions, but I wasn't at first. I mean, to be fair, like I say that, but I still have the same thoughts that I had when it first got announced of like, why? Now, I know they've turned it into this kind of like, well, I'm the best. No, I'm the best. And they're two guys that kind of pride themselves on kind of being that, as you should as a pro wrestler anyway. But, you know, it's kind of part of their characters, but in different ways. They both are, you know, always talking about how they carry the company, or that, you know, in Seth Rollins' case, or they're just the best wrestler in the world in kind of Gunther's kind of case as far as his personality goes. So I guess it's for that, you could say. There's no title on the lines. But what's really weird is that both these guys had stories going, that I felt would be going into WrestleMania. You had Division, and yes, that's kind of fallen apart because of injury. Might play into this match though. And then you got Gunther, who was on a retirement run, not his, but retiring other people, and he just took a little bit of a detour. So it seems a little bit odd for that reason. But hey, at least they've kind of found the story for it. But I just can't see this ever have being a plan beyond, you know, when they pulled the trigger on it starting. I don't think this is what they wanted to do 2 months ago, for example. I don't know how long ago this feud started. It wasn't that long, was it? But for example, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever you kind of look back on, it didn't look like these two paths were going to cross, and suddenly they are. And I hope they have a good match because of it. I think they actually will, you know, have a point to prove, and maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulders themselves. You know, again, Seth's is down to not only his injury, but the vision. You'd imagine he would have done something with them. But even the way they brought him back, it was all about the vision. Again, well, they just did it to get over and done with. And then you got Gunther, as I say, like, it definitely doesn't seem like he would have been facing Seth. So it just seems really bizarre that they're throwing them together. But that's not to say, again, the match itself won't be fun. When we talk about who's going to win, though, I hit you my predictions here as well. I think it should be Gunther, because I don't think Seth Rollins needs to win. He's coming back off of a injury stint, and they could play into that. They can say he was, you know, not up to scratch just yet. And I think Gunther does, because you could argue, well, he doesn't, because he's done all these big things, but that also is what needs protecting, in my opinion. You know, the fact he retired Goldberg, John Cena, and AJ Styles, which is so crazy now that I'm saying it out loud, that he's been on that run. He can't then just lose the regular match to Seth Rollins, in my opinion. So I think he needs to beat Seth, and then go on to, you know, the rumor of a Brock Lesnar match. But we'll touch on that later on, because, you know, the Obafemi stuff kind of plays into that as well, in my opinion. But when it comes to this match here, again, I think Gunther should win. I'm going to trust WWE here and assume they will give it to Gunther, because they seem to want him win every other time. So why not here? But they could be just seeing, oh, feel-good moments, Seth Rollins is back. And again, it's one of those where it's like, where is it on the card? That kind of plays into it sometimes. But for the time being, I'm going to say Gunther is winning between him and the returning Seth Rollins. Talking of Vision, though, we do have some Vision representation on this card. It's a 6-man tag, and this just shows you how far things have fallen with Division. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way about like speed or the match that they're in or anything like that, but clearly it's nothing to do with their original plans. Like, this is not the Vision, unless the Vision was all over the card. You know, Bron was doing one thing and Bronson was doing another. Maybe Seth doesn't get injured, he's still in the group or whatever else. And maybe these two guys, Austin and Logan, are in a tag match, you know, or in this match. But the speed thing is just so away, surely so away from their original plans for the Vision at WrestleMania. I don't mind it. I think he's performed quite well. I think the LA Knight stuff's been quite funny with him. The Usos, strange, right? You know, Jay had that confrontation on that podcast, which definitely, surely it was a work. He's been acting heelish for a long time. I mean, still, to turn him, I think, would be crazy, just because of the merch and the entrance. But, you know, they've done stuff like that before, but they've also tried their best not to. Look at Rey Mysterio, look at John Cena, how they've tried to stay away from turning them heel for so long. But yeah, let's bring it back to the match itself. I think this will be a fun one. You know, credit where it's due. Logan Paul is entertaining. I think his speed's quite entertaining. Everything he's done in WWE so far has been pretty good. Austin Theory is an unsung hero in many ways. And look, they're going up against one of the greatest tag teams of all time and someone as charismatic and entertaining as LA Knight. So there's a lot of, you know, potential to be entertained in this match. It's just a bit thrown together in some ways. But if they're just making the best out of a bad situation, then so be it. I understand linking up Logan Paul and Speed in this. It's going to be a lot of talk over this weekend about celebrity involvement, I'm sure. So I won't dive into it too much now, but I'm not against this, to be honest. I don't mind. I think Speed could comically play into... I think him turning straight up like heel would be a bit weird. Like if he joined the Vision or something like that, maybe that's too much. If he cost the Vision by accident or... you know, tries to just at least defend himself because, you know, LA Knight's a good guy, but he acts like a bit of a bagger. He's a bit of a tweener in some ways, if you will, you know, attitude-wise. And they're kind of walking that tightrope between him and Speed, because Speed is kind of portraying himself as a nice guy who's just caught up in this mess. So, yeah, that could kind of go either way, really. But I do wonder if the Usos is, you know, the important part of this here. Do we see Jay Uso turn? Does he turn on his brother? Does he turn on LA Knight and his brother kind of, you know, is part of that? I don't know. But I do think that's probably the most interesting part to this story. Other than it just seeming like a celebrity involvement match, though, and squeezing and shoehorning people in where they can. I mean, again, to put the Vision in this position as the only representation of the Vision on the card, I know it's all they can do, but they look like they were going to be involved in the biggest story going into WrestleMania, one of the biggest stories, and they're definitely not. Again, we could see Bron Breakker come back. We could see him, if he's healthy, I don't know, maybe he could return and screw Seth or something like that, and this is just the Seth and Gunther thing just kind of gets him to that next point, which it probably is anyway. You know, they probably will go back to the Vision stuff anyway, but maybe they know like Bronson or Bron. I can't remember the state of either of them, to be fair, but like maybe one of them could get involved at WrestleMania to a kind of a light physical level, but they can't quite have a match, and this is the kind of the way to do it. But yeah, we'll have to see. And again, it'd be interesting when we look at the order, whether or not this match goes on before the one with Seth Rollins, and again, whether or not it'll factor into it. But let's commit. Let's go in with a prediction. I'm gonna say the winners. Well, I do think Jey Uso could be turning heel. I think I'm going to just go with the babyfaces winning this one. You know what? At the same time, I could see Speed accidentally winning one of those kind of things. But, like, someone has to look like a mug to do that. And it's either the Usos or LA Knight. And I just don't see it. Like, if he was a good guy, and he's kind of being a good guy, but he was facing against... He was on the babyface team. And he was like, oh my gosh, I've accidentally done it. I could see that a bit more. But yeah, not too sure on this. So I'm just going to go safe with it. I'm going to say the babyfaces are going to win. And there'll be some sort of shenanigans with the Vision / Speed. Stephanie Vacquer versus Liv Morgan. This match here is one that's probably got some of the most story behind it. Of course, you've got just the way that Liv went about things in the first place. You know, whether or not she was going to go after Jade Cargill or Stephanie McCare. It's been quite an intense feud, like really kind of a blood feud, if you will. You know, it was a nasty bump, quite literally, on the head of Liv Morgan the other day. She's been great in her performance. Stephanie as well has done really well. The Judgment Day kind of factors into this storyline a little bit, but maybe not as much as previous Judgment Day feuds, because the Judgment Day are kind of got other things going on, of course, with Finn Balor and Dom as well. So I'm not sure if the idea here is for Liv to eventually break away from the Judgment Day. It looked like that when she come back. Of course, they teased it with the John Cena thing, but I did still feel like she had a plan. There was something going on in Liv's mind when she came back and was all rosy with Roxanne being in the group and stuff like that. So, I mean, of course, that scene where she bumped her head into Roxanne was her telling her, you know, Roxanne, you know, about the I guess the dynamics now of the Judgment Day now that Finn was out of it, because Finn brought her in. So it does feel like that could go somewhere, but she's such a bad guy at the moment. Especially in this feud against Stephanie McCare, she's such a bad guy. Like, this can't be the moment where she turns babyface. It doesn't really make sense. So she'd have to like either lose and then just kind of start changing her character and sowing those seeds again, or win the title and do that as a champion. And the only way that kind of works is if like they are jealous and try and take it off of her, and you know, they're listening. She's listening in on them, like Bayley was with Damage Control a few years ago. That kind of thing. Maybe they could do something like that, but yeah, not entirely sure. In the chat here, we've got Real Madrista 95 says, breaking news, Paige returns to WWE. So yeah, I alluded to it at the top of the show. There's a lot of rumors going on at the moment. Thanks for your comments, buddy. Appreciate that. A lot of rumors going on at the moment that Paige has re-signed with WWE. Now this is going to factor into one of our predictions in a bit, so hold fire for now. But there's even rumors about her wrestling at WrestleMania. Can you believe it? This story is developing very, very fast. But I stress the word rumors. We never know with these things. I do wonder if she was signed, but the idea was for her to come back at Raw after Mania, be a surprise there, and maybe they're going to shoehorn her into WrestleMania. We'll have to see. Again, we'll talk about where that could be happening on this card due to injury as well. But thanks for your comment, buddy. Appreciate it. Let me know what you're looking forward to at WrestleMania on both the Saturday and the Sunday. Right, let's get back to Saturday previews, though. Liv Morgan versus Stephanie McCare for the Women's World Championship. I actually think Liv Morgan's going to win this one. I think it's going to be a big moment for her. She's had a lot of big moments lately. Of course, Royal Rumble was one of them. When she was champion before, she won the Crown Jewel Championship. So she's ticking them off. And I think, yeah, while she doesn't need it, I think she deserves it as a character. I think there's... you know, it's been a mountain to climb back up for Liv, and I think she's performed really well. It's a shame it's at the expense of Stephanie McCare, because I think she's been a great champion, and I think she's got so much potential. But I do have a slight feeling that lately they're not getting cold feet about her, but they're just she doesn't seem as much of the flavor of the month as she was maybe 6 months ago. Little things like, I mean, I don't know. I don't, and I'm not trying to put blame on anyone, but I don't know how that would have gone down backstage. The accident where I guess she must have pushed Liv too hard into Roxanne Perez. There's been a few other things like that. I just can't think of the top of my head, but I know there's been a few where I've been thinking, I wonder how WWE have reacted to that backstage. I mean, they've changed their theme song. I know there's rumors going around about it being kind of because some sort of copyright. I'm not quite sure if that's the case, but either way, hate the fact they've changed it. The old one was fantastic. Presentation was amazing. But yeah, I don't know if it isn't that, they just, because it was such a big song and dance, no pun intended, about her keeping her song when she came up from NXT. It just feels like a weird decision to go back on that if it isn't for copyright reasons or whatever it is. So it kind of makes me think that they're not as kind of, if that's the case, if it's not anything like that, then that they wouldn't take her faults into account, which means that they're maybe not as kind of, I don't know, smitten with Stephanie McCare at the moment. If they're just like, we're changing your song, rather than like Stephanie being able to fight it. I don't know. Could be wrong there again, because no idea when the music would change, but it's just these few things that make me think maybe Stephanie Vecchia's time is up at the moment with that title. But yeah, I think it'll freshen things up as well if Liv Morgan is the champion. Maybe Stephanie going into the sympathetic babyface chasing will be a better spot for her. I mean, she's kind of been that way already because she was injured, of course, a while back, and she was getting attacked while she was injured by Liv Morgan. So they've kind of already played into that in some sense, but it's hard to do that when you're the champion. So her not having the title gives them another opportunity to do that as well. So I'm going to go Liv Morgan with this one. WrestleMania Saturday also features a fatal 4-way for the Women's Tag Team Championships. You've got the irresistible forces of Lash Legend and Nia Jax defending against Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Lyra Valkyria, Bayley, and the Bella Twins. But I mentioned earlier on that there are loads of rumors flying around at the moment about potential injuries. Now, Nikki Bella is said to be injured, and this was something that had been reported at least over a week ago now. And I just assumed that it meant that they would downplay her involvement in the match, and they were just going to kind of get on with it. There are rumors flying around at the moment. Again, at time of recording, this is 20 minutes past 7 here in the UK. We're a few hours away from the kickoff show that WWE are going to do, and we're a few hours away from SmackDown still as well. We may even see some announcements there. But at time of recording, they've not really said anything about Nikki Bella officially that I've seen anyway, unless it's happened since I went live. And the rumor is that they will swap out Nikki Bella for Paige. Now, I think it'd be a fun surprise. Yeah, Paige coming back. I'm looking forward to that anyway. I've been, someone that's wanted that for a while. Raw after Mania last year, we talked about it. Royal Rumble, I should say, we talk about it there as well. I would have preferred it to have been Raw after WrestleMania. But if they need a replacement, then I guess I can see why they'd get kind of itchy to do that. But at the same time, it doesn't fit for me. Like, the point of this match is the Bella Twins. We don't need Brie Bella and someone else, and that someone else being someone that just doesn't fit that story, because they're from the same generation, the same era, but doesn't match up for me. I just don't. And like, you got to return as a babyface, right? For the pop at least. So coming out to save the bad guy, Brie Bella, just seems a bit weird to me. They'd have to basically commit to it in story and should have to hang out with the Bellas for a long time. So for me, I don't want them to do it here. But that might be what they do. A lot of people do seem to think that's what's going to happen. At the moment, though, again, at time of recording, it is the Bella Twins. So maybe this is all the swerve. Maybe Nikki Bella will be involved, but to a minimal level. Or maybe they just take the team out of it. We'll have to see. But I'm going to go with the winners being... I think a retention probably makes the most sense, if I'm honest. I mean, Charlotte and Alexa's been really fun, but it's got to end eventually. Not saying it's going to be here, but like, they don't need the titles. Bayley and Lyra, cool team. Maybe giving them titles gives that kind of, them and the titles a different direction. You could argue that. The Bellas, I think, would be great to win it if the Bellas are in it, because it should be on their CV and it should be on the titles history book entry as well. It should say the Bella Twins there. In my opinion, I think that'd be pretty good for both the titles and for the Bellas and their legacy. But yeah, other than that, I would say keep it on the champs. I mean, not every prediction has got to be a new champ, right? And even if it's not necessarily down to like, oh, I just don't think the title will change. But sometimes I don't want the title to change. And I don't think there's anyone here that go, oh, man, I really want them to do it. Maybe in the match I'll feel different. They play into the emotion. I like the team of Charlotte and Alexa. I like Bayley and Lyra. I like their Bellas, but don't know if they're going to be in it. But so maybe in the match I'll feel different. But at this moment in time, if I look at the graphic, I'm like, you don't need to change the champs. It doesn't really matter to me. So I'm fine if Lash and Nia keep it, because I think they're doing a good job anyway. So those are my thoughts on the women's tag team titles. Moving on to the next match, though, you've got Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu. Now, this is talk about blood feud. This is probably the most intense feud as far as the way they're trying to depict it anyway. They just hate each other, right? Drew McIntyre said some nasty things about Jacob, and in Drew's mind, Jacob has cost him the ultimate prize. And I will say it's a shame, because I feel like this could have been, along with what looked like Cody, maybe Sammy, maybe Randy Orton, a completely different title picture come WrestleMania. The Drew title reign, I think, was a good one. It served its purpose. It was a bit obvious that Randy was going to face Cody in the end. Soon as Randy, I think, got that, it just seemed so much more likely when he announced that Cody was going to fight Randy for the Drew for the title on that SmackDown, that it was going to go in one direction. And I get that in storyline purpose, they can pull Drew away from that. Like, he served his purpose there, and they can put him away from it and give some kind of massive kind of emotion and heat behind this story. But for me, I don't know. I'm just not sure it really has the same kind of I guess I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like the same kind of importance, I guess. Yeah, maybe I just go with importance, because there's no title on the line. Like, okay, like, yeah, it's unsanctioned. Don't get me wrong. I think that'd be really fun. I think they'll use some cool elements. I think it'll be entertaining. But, like, again, it's just another example of a match where I don't care who wins. And that's not me saying I don't care about either guy, or I don't think they're, that they've not told a good story. But I just don't. If Drew wins, all right, good for Drew. If Jacob wins, yeah, good for Jacob. I tell you who needs it more probably is Jacob, which is weird, because, I feel like usually I'm saying that about Drew, but to be fair, Drew's just been the champion and he's had a big spotlight for quite some time. You could argue he should have been in it at WrestleMania, as I kind of touched on earlier on, but I think it's worse for Jacob. Like, Jacob went away as a massive kind of star, and he's come back as, I don't know, someone a bit lost, in my opinion. I don't think the way they brought him back helped, where couldn't tell if he was a good guy or a bad guy. But yeah, I am looking forward to the match itself, and I do think the way they've built the story has been quite good. But I just think it could have been more if they weren't so obsessed with doing other things on this card. But yeah, let's say unsanctioned match: Drew McIntyre, Jacob Fatu. I'm gonna say Jacob will win. And as much as I said I don't really care who wins, I think I would lean more into Jacob, because I think Jacob probably does need it more. Because if he doesn't win, then what? Then what? What does he do next? And is he that much of a threat? Do people care? Do you know what I mean? So, which is crazy, because before he went away, it was like one of the most exciting things. And again, I don't think it's down to him. I just think he's kind of got lost in the shuffle. So I'm hoping this is going to serve as a reminder for Jacob Fatu and who he actually is and what he could be for the WWE. So let's go with a Jacob Fatu victory. AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch, the Intercontinental Championship on the line in this one. I don't see AJ holding the title for long, but at the same time, I'm not too sure if WrestleMania is the place they're going to take it off of her. Maybe she keeps it and goes to Backlash and loses it there, but you could argue this feud's been going on for quite some time already. Of course, it goes all the way back to WrestlePalooza, which, what was that, October or something like that? September, October. So it's kind of been going on a while already. Do you really want to stretch it out another PLE? But do we really need to be giving Becky Lynch the title back to hold on to it for a while? Or it could be one of those where she wins it, she loses on Raw, something like that. I could kind of see something like that happening, to be fair. So which would have been good if, like, AJ, either way, really, if Paige did return on Raw after Mania and challenged either AJ Lee, which would be completely a rehash of what they did on Paige's debut with the Divas title, or Becky Lynch, you know, takes the IC title off of Becky Lynch. I think it'd be a cool way to do it. And AJ Lee is kind of this time on the sides or something like that, because AJ and Paige had a bit more of a kind of similar, you know, style, if you want, than Paige and the Bellas. But yeah, so maybe that's what you do. Maybe that's what they were originally going to do until this kind of rumor about the Bella Twins and Nikki's availability. But again, we'll have to see. It could just all be nothing. So we'll have to see. But hey, it might factor into this match, as I say, because it could lead into something. I could see this leading into something in Monday Night Raw. You know, like you think last year Becky Lynch was the surprise, but on Monday Night Raw she turned heel, so it would kind of tie in there as well. We could see something similar. So I'm gonna go. Oh man, I really like that idea, but because I'm not sure if Paige is gonna be a surprise at WrestleMania, I just feel like I can't pick that. But AJ Lee keeping the title and then going on to Backlash, I could see it in matches here and there, but like she doesn't need to be a champion for that. She can't. It doesn't seem like she's going to be around all the time. So I'm going to say Becky Lynch, and I don't know where we take the title off her, but I do think it could happen on Monday Night Raw. So let's go with Becky Lynch winning that one. Then we come to the main event. I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, I don't care. Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, the match that we've been building towards for years, and it doesn't matter. Man, look, I could have come on as soon as the Pat McAfee thing happened and done a few hours on that alone. And I'm sure over this weekend, there'll be a bit of that with myself and the rest of the team from Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and hopefully some of our friends from the wrestling media world on the build-up shows as well. But I'll try not to go into it too much here. But long story short, I'm not a fan. I'll give credit where it's due. I think it's making people want Cody to be the winner, which means babyface. That kind of works, right? It's distracting people from the fact that they started to really, really cheer Randy Orton, because people, there's this whole online thing of like, '09 Randy Orton was a menace, like this nostalgia thing for people in that period. So people wanted it, just like when Cena was the bad guy. But what people want is that was Cena. At least with Cena, it was like their heart was still with Cena as a good guy, even though he's playing a bad guy. People literally want Randy Orton as a bad guy, and like it does. It's not the same as '09 because they like it. So, and the idea in '09, especially if you're a young kid, is that you didn't like Randy Orton, but a lot of those people have grown up and appreciate him as the bad guy. Like me, I really appreciate Triple H's heel work from the early 2000s, when at the time I was supposed to hate him because I like The Rock. But I like heel Triple H from an older perspective, you know? So I think it's the same sort of thing. Like, it's nostalgia. At the time, I was like, I can't believe he's doing this to The Rock. And a lot of people would have been like that about Randy Orton against, you know, Batista and John Cena, or against Edge. But it's not the case anymore. So people were really, really cheering for Randy Orton, and they were not really getting behind Cody Rhodes. And at that stage, my biggest fear was that they were going to shove Cody down everybody's throats and he was going to win again. And I just wanted Randy to do it. But now that they've flipped the script on it, I'm like, I still want Randy to do it because I want him to be 15-time champion. But like, I don't want the Pat McAfee storyline attached to it. Like, he could have been put anywhere on this WrestleMania card. Pat being a heel, I think is pretty good. Some of the stuff he's saying is interesting. Like, but they're basically doing the John Cena storyline again of like, I'm going to come and ruin wrestling. Like, what? And then it's kind of acting like there's this thing higher. Like, is The Rock going to get involved? Or, you know, is Ari Emanuel coming down and spearing someone? You know, like, there's a way they can make this entertaining, but like, it's not the way they should have put this, in my opinion. Like, they seem to completely shoot themselves in the foot with revealing it as Pat McAfee. Maybe it was supposed to be someone else. It really didn't feel like Pat McAfee. Maybe that was the whole design of it, though. It was meant to be a swerve. But it didn't feel like Pat McAfee. But like Pat, to me, Pat's not the problem. I think people get a bit lost in the celebrity hating and stuff like that. To me, it's Pat being in this match that's the problem. There was a big story to tell between these two guys, but to be fair, I think they were struggling because of the dynamic between the two and where they are in their respective careers. You know, Randy Orton is towards the end and seen as an icon, legend, that it's going to be tough to boo, even though he typically was a heel. And then you got Cody Rhodes, who maybe is wearing a little thin now as far as being a babyface and being a champion and being in the main event at WrestleMania so many years in a row. So they were at risk, don't get me wrong. So I kind of have to give them credit in that sense. I just don't know if that's just a happy accident or if it's what they've intended to do. But again, this could go so many ways. I actually do think they might involve The Rock. And if they do, then it kind of saves it a little bit because, again, it's kind of a rehash for what they maybe were going to do around the John Cena thing. It feels like they're doing that storyline again, but from a different angle. And if they are, then I'm kind of here for it, even though I'm still annoyed about so much about what went down in the John Cena heel turn and how that kind of flopped. Don't get me wrong, the moment itself, incredible. But as myself and Lucas said on this channel, it probably needs its own deep dive someday. But yeah, I think this is an opportunity, maybe. If that's why they've done it, then I can kind of understand it. I still wouldn't have done it in the Cody Rhodes Randy Orton match because I think it takes away from the great history that they've got. I assume on the day there'll be a promo package of them, you know, and it'll show like legacy and stuff like that and them over the years. But like all along, even the way that this kind of got announced, like, I know like they tried to be like, oh, he's listening to the voices again and all that, but he should have just turned heel. Like, it should have just turned on Cody Rhodes like ages ago, in my opinion. So yeah, I didn't like the whole him winning the chamber and then suddenly going, I think I should be a bit of a naughty man if I want to get this title. Nah, not for me. And now they've had to go down this route. But look, let's see. On the night, it could be fun. And I hope that'll be the case. But who do we think is going to win? I mean, I just look at that graphic and see Pat there and think, what the heck are you doing? Like, oh yeah, and there's that whole if Randy loses, Pat's leaving WWE forever or some kind of rubbish. I don't see that happening, right? So that either means Randy's winning or it means they'll backtrack. WWE don't tend to backtrack. I don't know, do they? I guess they kind of do. And he's a bad guy. It'll just come back. But he's such a terrible pay. Like, don't say those things if you're not going to live up to it. Like, so is that... It feels like they've just done it to make people think, oh, I think Randy's going to win. So that when Cody wins, it's more of a surprise. Because they're thinking, oh, they can't not do it with Pat, you know, keep Pat around. But Pat, this all came from, apparently, a Pat interview or whatever, when he said, yeah, I think the business passed by. I don't think I'll be doing much with them, or, you know, something along those lines. So, you know, maybe there is some truth in that, and they're playing into that, and he is going to go away, but it's not going to be forever, is it? You know, he's going to do something with WWE again. So, I don't know, man. It's a real sticky situation they've got themselves in here, because I think no matter what they do, whoever wins, there's going to be, and wherever this storyline goes after WrestleMania, there's going to be a disappointment somewhere. And I don't mean that, oh, you can't please everyone. I mean more in the sense of, like, there will be in my opinion, I think there will be a big flaw that everybody goes, yeah, but why that? You know, or that doesn't make sense, or that kind of takes the mick out of the fans, you know. So, but I think it could be entertaining on the night. So, while I don't like the build and I don't like where it could be going afterwards, I do think on the night it could be fun. So, hey, isn't that what it's all about at the end? So let's commit. Who are we saying? Who are we saying is going to win the match for the WWE Undisputed Championship? Now, something I should say as well, there's a lot of rumours going around again today, Friday at time of recording, hours before SmackDown, that Randy Orton is, they're not saying the word injured, but like banged up, basically. It doesn't sound like the kind of person you want to put a title on, right? I guess this is the risk with them saying about Pat going, because if they can't put the title on Randy because he's injured, but they've already committed to, yeah, but Pat's got to leave if he loses. And Randy's like really injured. He can't even win a match. Or I mean, I guess that makes that void. But let's say they can't put the title on him, so they make him lose. Then Pat's got to go. Unless they replace him with Pat. And then they might as well replace Cody with Jelly Roll, right? I'm surprised Jelly Roll's not on the graphic. I think they were surely itching themselves to do that. And then I think they probably got a lot of backlash and went, we can't make it look like it's Jelly Roll versus Pat McAfee. Again, a lot of people would just assume Backlash is going to be a tag team match. I think it could be if Randy's not that banged up. So, or just a one-on-one between Jelly Roll and Pat McAfee, which is, yeah. But credit where it's due as well. Both of them, decent performers for their experience levels and stuff like that. And if that's going to happen, then Randy has to win, right? So I think they've done all this to make Randy more of a heel. And I think that might be a point that a lot of people are missing. Again, I want to give credit where it's due, if that's the case. And if they do that, that's because they want cheers when Cody wins, which makes me think Cody's going to win. So if it's done for that reason, then I think Cody will be winning, and it will be seen as this kind of backlash for, see, no one liked the Pat McAfee Randy Orton thing, and Cody saved the day, and people conveniently forget that they were booing Cody a few months back. So maybe that's where it goes. I don't want it to, though. I do want Randy Orton to win because I want him to be champion again. I don't care as much as I thought I would, but if there's, what freshens up SmackDown? Is it Cody going in as champion again? Or is it Randy Orton with a title over your shoulder with or without Pat McAfee and The Rock and Ari Emanuel or whatever else they're doing? That, take them away from it. It's fresh because Randy's champ. Put them all involved. It's fresh because it's different. So I think no matter what, I think I'll probably prefer Randy to win. But I think this might have been booked for Cody to win so that people just get over their hang-ups on Cody and instead go, actually, you know what else? I don't like Cody, but you know what I really don't like? Is Pat McAfee stuff. So it kind of makes Cody the kind of backup. City Clothes & Co. says, good evening all. Hope you're well, doing well. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you're doing well and are looking forward to WrestleMania. We've been diving through the WrestleMania Saturday card. We'll be touching on WrestleMania Sunday very soon as well. But yeah, those are my predictions for night one. I want to know, are you excited for WrestleMania Saturday? Do you think the predictions I've come up with there are likely to happen, or do you think I've got it completely wrong? We'll have to see. Let's quickly run through the card again for night one before we do fire straight into WrestleMania Sunday predictions. Again, you are watching the Weekend Kickoff show from Rebellious Noise. We appreciate you. We do this for all the big PLEs where we can on a Friday night before it to get you hyped up in the mood. We hit you with a Weekend Kickoff show where we break down the card. We're also going to be doing a watch along of WWE's Kickoff show, which is happening in my timeline, at least in a few hours time. If you're watching this on a replay on the build-up show, then stay tuned because this will be part of that as well. But yeah, this is going to be happening Friday night before SmackDown. We'll be breaking down all the big stories to come out of that one. I've mentioned the build-up show a little bit there as well. You might be asking, what's that all about? Well, if you're new here, welcome along. What we do on the night of a PLE is we basically take you all the way up to the show starting itself. We talk about last-minute rumors, and especially for WrestleMania, it's so fun. There are so many last-minute things flying around about WrestleMania already. On Friday night, there's loads of crazy rumors that weren't there 24 hours ago. So you can imagine what it's like on the night of a PLE, right? We break down all last-minute rumors. We try and get our friends from the rest of the media world to join us as well. More members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew. It's just it's a big stream and a real laugh, basically, as we head into the PLE. And of course, there are 2 shows to break down this year. get hyped about, because of course we will have a build-up show for night 2 of WrestleMania as well. So if you haven't already, please subscribe and check out more of our content. But as I say, you are watching the weekend kickoff show. The idea is to break down the card. We've been breaking down WrestleMania Saturday so far, but it's not just preview shows that we have on this channel. We've also had the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars, such as Liv Morgan, a time when she was a champion. So who knows, will she be having gold around her shoulder, just like she is in this photograph with me a few years back. We've also had the great opportunity to chat to the likes of Bianca Belair. Could we see a return for her at WrestleMania this year? And also Finn Balor, of course, who we'll be touching on when we get into WrestleMania Sunday predictions. Also had great conversations with LA Knight, and that is just to name a few. So if you like what you see, please subscribe and check out more of our content, including those exclusive interviews with some of your favorite WWE talent. City's Close and Co says, I'm not hyped for WrestleMania 42, but I'm going to watch it and see what and stick it out. I think the booking is a bit poor lately in WWE, but I'm still going to watch WrestleMania 42. Yeah, look, I said as we started the show that a lot of people have had an issue with the build for this event, and look, quite often we like to convince ourselves, right, that if it's been a lackluster build, that the show itself might have a chance to over deliver and maybe blast through expectations, and I'm hoping that's the case. There have been some things I've enjoyed about this build, but I think every single match, most matches I should say, has had me go, I prefer it if they didn't do that, or I prefer it if they did this instead. And look, you're always going to have an opinion, but there's just been a lot that I'm shocked they're doing that. Just when I get into a certain feud or invested in something, they just kind of take a weird turn, and I go, why are they doing that? That kind of makes no sense. But yeah, let's run down the WrestleMania Saturday card once more before we do move into predictions for night 2. So WrestleMania Saturday again, Gunther versus Seth freaking Rollins. This one here, again, I think it's going to be a really fun match. I think it's more likely, just to recap, that Gunther's going to win this one. We also talked about Seth's former, I was going to say former running buddies, but none of those guys represented here in the Vision were part of Seth's Vision. But the Vision, Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and not quite a member, but Speed up against the Usos and LA Knight. I've gone for the babyfaces winning this one, but again, I'm not massively tied to that one. I do feel like there's a potential turn for Jey Uso in this one, as it does feel like that's been coming for quite some time, or maybe Speed accidentally picks up the win or something like that as well. Also, WrestleMania Saturday, we've got Liv Morgan against Stephanie Vaquer. Again, in my opinion, one of the most impressive, if you want to say, builds for this WrestleMania. The one that has kind of some of the more impressive performances and commitment to the story itself. I think this has been quite a decent build actually. This match here, I kind of see going in the direction of the bad guy. I think Liv Morgan is going to be picking up the title here, and I think Stephanie Vaquer will probably be chasing for a little bit, and then maybe Liv turns babyface because something happens relating to jealousy and that title and the Judgment Day. But at the moment, I mean, they're gonna have to do a lot to turn her because she's a bad girl. Let's move into the women's tag team match again. Just a recap: there are rumors flying around at the moment that Nikki Bella will be unable to compete and therefore may be replaced. There's also rumors going around that Paige has re-signed with WWE, so a lot of people are putting 2 and 2 together and maybe coming up with 5. But we're not sure. Could we see Paige return in this match? In my opinion, it doesn't really change who wins it. I mean, if it really shouldn't. If Paige is in this match with Brie Bella, I do not want them winning the tag titles. Either way, I think the tag titles should be staying around the arms of the Irresistible Forces. So my pick was for those 2 ladies, and I think that might be what they go with as well. Again, I could be swayed on the night. Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu. Again, a big blood feud here. Could have been more, but I still will appreciate the work they've put in to get us to this point. I think Jacob Fatu probably needs it more than Drew does at this very moment in time, so I see him picking up the victory. I mean, they were really, really kind of involved and excited about Jacob right before he went away, but it just hasn't really picked up the same amount of steam. But if they're as into him as they were before, then I think Jacob Fatu could be picking up the victory here and moving on to kind of new things. Maybe gets back involved with the top of the card, the title picture, and things like that. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure Drew will have a few things to say about that. All right, and the last one, of course, is Cody Rhodes versus Pat McAfee. No, I'm joking. Versus Randy Orton. Look, I really can't wait to dive into that with the rest of the crew as more members of the Rebellious Noise team join us throughout tonight's stream. But thank you for tuning in. You are now watching the live portion of this build-up show. So thank you for those that stuck with us. If you didn't watch the weekend kickoff show last night, that's what you got to experience just there. So we appreciate you for joining us for that as well. But right now it is time to keep you guys getting excited and hyped up for the big event. It is night one of WrestleMania, Saturday. It's going to be 7 matches tonight on the card. Again, you saw my original predictions there. I hope you enjoyed that. But again, as I say, just before I kind of run the clip, I wasn't really swayed by much from SmackDown. I thought it was a decent enough show, but that's coming from someone that only watched the replay, the kind of clips and stuff like that. I didn't watch the whole show. I know a lot of people complaining that I think there was a ridiculous stat of like something like half an hour's worth of wrestling on like the 2 go home shows. I don't know if it was really that little, but yeah, that's not great. That's anywhere near the case. But from the clips I saw, I thought it was all right. I like Jacob Fatu's promo. I thought that was pretty decent. But yeah, again, that's not something that would really change my prediction here. Myself and Rob also did a watch along for last night's WWE Kickoff. So we did our weekend kickoff there, as you would have seen, and we'll roll a clip in a little bit for WWE's WWE's own kickoff show as well. And you see our reactions to some of the things that went down on that show. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do tonight. Again, I'm looking forward to chatting about it more in depth with some members of the Rebellious Noise crew and also with you guys as well. Let me know what you think is going to happen and what you thought of SmackDown. Sludge is in the house saying, honestly, last night's SmackDown, Andre the Giant Battle Royal, I came up with a match that could happen on the pre-show or something. Let me know, Sludge. What do you think that could be? Look, WWE will do their countdown show tonight, but there will be no matches on it. And it's something that myself, Lucas, and other members of the crew here have been kind of annoyed about over the past few years, that they don't have matches on the pre-show. We'll kind of act as your watch along for the pre-show tonight, for the countdown as they call it these days. That will be live in about 2 hours time, I think. And also WrestleMania itself goes live now in just under 4 hours. So stick with us. We'll kind of keep you entertained, I hope, until the show itself begins. We'll take you right up until the show itself. And then, of course, on tomorrow, WrestleMania Sunday, we'll also have a live build-up show for that. But what we do on these shows is talk last-minute rumors and fantasy book and talk about the build for the PLE. We'll be talking about just kind of WrestleMania hype in general. Let me get some of these comments that were coming in as we were playing the replay there. Again, thank you to those that were sending those in. Let me get to some of my favorites. Christopher Leclerc thinks that AJ Lee is going to retain. Also was talking about how there are rumors that Paige is going to be returning tonight. Again, the rumor at the moment seems to be that she's going to take Nikki Bella's place. But as was mentioned in the comments, she is apparently saying that she's able to compete. Lynette's in the house, as Nikki Bella says last night, that she's cleared and is going to be competing tonight. Lynette also says for that match that they're going for Valkyria and Bayley to pick up the win as well. And of course, rumours as well that Bianca Belair might be showing up tonight. We talked a little bit about that when we were previewing Ripley and Jade Cargill. But yeah, will Bianca Belair be showing up as well? Sludge says, I actually don't think anything happens in a women's tag team match. I think something happens during another match in reference to a possible return for Paige. And again, that's kind of what I'm hoping will happen too. As you would have seen in my prediction from last night, I don't think it's a good spot for Paige. I think it's wasted. I would imagine she was maybe going to be a surprise on Raw after Mania. We speculated that last year, and that maybe they've signed her and they're kind of itching and thinking maybe we'll just do it at WrestleMania if there is an injury to Nikki Bella and she isn't going to compete. But for me, it just doesn't work. Like, again, other than being from the same generation, Like, character-wise, they're different. They're heels. I mean, yeah, Paige probably end up being a heel quite quickly, but she was she'll be coming back as a babyface. That'd be the idea, at first, to pop at least. So to come out and like save Brie Bella from having to forfeit the match, it just doesn't really add up for me. So I hope it's not what they do. But at the same time, glad to see Paige coming back. I do want to see it. As Sludge says, if she joins Brie, it would seem random. I do think Nikki and Brie will compete. So again, as Lynette also said last night, Nikki Bella said that she would be able to compete. So we'll see there as well. Matthew Garcia is in the house. Good to see you, Matthew. Thanks for the comments. Says Jay should be opening WrestleMania and say, "Welcome to Vegas again. Sorry, New Orleans. Let's run it back." And as I mentioned in the comments too, Matthew, it's a great point. It's supposed to be in New Orleans this year, and I think that's really factored into a lot of people's fatigue. For it, as Rob said on last night's weekend stream as well, weekend kickoff, we're not even there, and we're fatigued by the fact it's in New Orleans, Las Vegas, 2 years in a row. I think that was ultimately a bad decision. But yeah, I'm looking forward to when the other guys join me on the stream tonight, because I think it'd be a pretty cool topic to dive into, so I appreciate that. What else do we have? Asia Tick Jackson says, how can I stream WrestleMania for free? I don't have ESPN. I don't know, buddy. I'm assuming you're from the States. I think the only legal way to be doing it is via ESPN. I'd imagine that all PLEs are on there now. So if you got Netflix and you got a VPN, you might be able to work around it, because it's on Netflix here in the UK, for example. So your idea, Sludge, was during the Battle Royal, Aleister Black eliminated Alex Shelley, Gargano, and we saw Motor City Machine Guns and Gargano kind of teaming up. So Sludge says, I would have put this match on the pre-show, an 8-person mixed tag team match with Gargano and the Machine Guns and Candice LeRae versus Aleister Black, Zelina Vega and Fraxium. Interesting. Would have been a good way to get them on the show. Fraxium are baby faces though, right? Are they still baby faces? So that seems a little... And yeah, but Black and Zelina aren't. So I get where you're coming at. Machine Guns, Gargano, Candice. I like it, but Aleister and Zelina, are they not still heels? But look, for getting them on the show and getting them on... Like, why not do the pre-show? I mean, I've seen... They're doing matches at WWE World. They got rid of NXT because I think it was too clogged up this WrestleMania week or weekend. Myself and Rob did a video on this channel a few years ago about how WrestleMania week or weekend is just oversaturated and really difficult. And the thing that suffers the most would be NXT, which they've now moved, and the Hall of Fame, which again, I think for the third or fourth year in a row, I just haven't even got around to watching because there's too much going on. And even if I was to squeeze it in, I don't like the vibe. I don't like everybody being tired after the SmackDown. It doesn't work for me. I'll probably watch some clips or something like that. But there's room on the pre-show. Like, they could do stuff there. Not the Hall of Fame. Don't get me wrong. What I'm getting at is I just think WrestleMania week needs a overhaul still. I think they've changed some things for the better, but I think there's still more they could and should be doing. We are, as I say, just under 4 hours away from the show itself. We're going to be taking you right up until the show begins. Again, I'll have more members of the Rebellious Noise crew to join me in a little bit. And we'll have some more replays coming up soon as well. You'll see mine and Rob's reactions to what happened on WWE's Kickoff show. So if you haven't watched WWE's Kickoff show and you want to carry on watching us, then, hey, you don't have to watch that, but you'll see our reactions to it. And we have a few discussions you'll see as well beyond that. And talk a little bit more about predictions and the way WWE's been booked lately. But then on top of that, if you do actually want to see the kickoff, you thought I haven't had a chance to do that, but I want to carry on watching the Rebellious Noise crew, then this is your opportunity to do both. Get your YouTube ready in another tab or another device, and you'll get to see us watching and reacting to it as well. In real time. Sludge also says Io Sky versus Asuka, Tiffany versus Julia. Could have even put the street fight in the pre-show. I mean, the thing is, the problem is when you start looking at like, is it better to just not be in a pre-show because the pre-show is a certain kind of stigma? It makes the match look like things getting bumped to the pre-show, right? But at the same time, if these people aren't on the show, particularly the two matches you mentioned there with the women, like, they could be here. I know Lucas has got some points he wants to dive into around Io versus Asuka, and I got a feeling he might be kind of in the same camp as you, Sludge. Sludge also says they should bring back the Battle Royal to the Mania pre-show so everyone gets a spot on Mania. 100% agree. I hate it being on SmackDown. I think it's so ridiculous. If anything should go on the pre-show, it's the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Like, it was designed for that originally. Why have they moved it off? It really, really bugs me. So yeah, I mean, two birds, one stone. Just do that, right? Put it back where it was. But yeah, anyway, quite frustrating. Anyway, let's quickly run through again the WrestleMania Saturday card. As I mentioned, we'll talk about WrestleMania Sunday on Sunday. I'm sure there'll be a few topics that pop up today when we talk about the build for WrestleMania as a kind of overall package. But let's talk a little bit more about tonight's card in detail tonight, and we'll save Sunday stuff for tomorrow. So again, Seth Rollins is facing Gunther tonight. We also have the Vision represented by Logan Paul and Austin Theory, joined by ISO Speed to face the Usos and LA Knight. Then we got Stephanie Vaquer defending her Women's World Championship against Liv Morgan happening tonight. We have the Bellas going up against Charlotte and Alexa, Lyra, Valkyria, and Bayley to try and also capture gold by taking it off of the Irresistible Forces of Lash Legend and Nia Jax. Then we've also got Jacob Fatu facing Drew McIntyre in an unsanctioned match. And, of course, we have the Intercontinental Championship on the line in the women's division as AJ Lee defends her gold against former champion Becky Lynch in a feud that's lasted quite some time now. Then, after that, you got to imagine the main event. Pat McAfee is in the corner of Randy Orton going up against champion Cody Rhodes, who I imagine Jelly Roll is going to kind of feature here somewhat, but they've decided to hold back on the hype of promoting it for all the backlash they've had around celebrities. But that, it appears, would be your main event. Get to another comment here as well. They should bring back the Battle Royal to the Mania pre-show. Actually, no, we went through that. I thought there was another one. Sorry. But yeah, good point. I'll mention it twice. Yeah, 100% agree with you, Sludge, once again. As I mentioned, though, we are now going to throw it over to our replay from a stream from last night. So stay tuned, guys. I'm still going to be here in the background lurking, replying to your comments, and my favourites will be brought back up into the live section of the show later on as well. But here are mine and Rob's thoughts on last night's kickoff show right after this. Welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott and we are here for the watch-along experience for WWE's kickoff to WrestleMania 42. We've had our weekend preview in the books and it's now time to join the WWE for theirs. We'll be breaking down all the big stories to come out of this show in just a bit.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, welcome back, guys, to the channel. We are mere minutes away from WWE's kickoff show and therefore the official kickoff, if you will, to WrestleMania weekend. Again, we've done our preview already and we'll be doing our build-up shows on the night of the PLE, don't you worry. But it's now time to see what WWE have in store for us when it comes to their introduction to the biggest weekend of the year. We're going to have Rob join us in just a moment to react to the show itself. So basically, get your streams ready, get them organized. WWE will be streaming this on their YouTube channel, so have us in a little separate device or a separate tab, and we'll kind of react to it together. We'll enjoy the show together, hopefully. I really enjoy these events because I just find them so strangely kind of crammed into the weekends of PLEs. They're not really canon, and some weird stuff happens. You know, people kind of seem to go off script a little bit, but it does also sometimes gives a little indication as to what they see as the biggest matches and what kind of last minute storyline swerves we could be getting as well. So I always like analysing these. And again, as I said, I'm going to be doing it with my buddy Rob on tonight's stream as well. Rob, how you doing, mate? R1's in the books, but are you ready for WWE's kickoff show?
Do you know? Sometimes I feel like the kickoffs they've really helped kind of sell get you ready for the show, really get you, kind of settled in, and plus SmackDown follows, right? So
Yeah.
we get the kickoff, then we get SmackDown, and then we kind of get settled again, and then bang, we go back into it for the night one. So I'm actually enjoying it. Sometimes the kickoff can be a little bit hit and miss.
Yeah,
So
sometimes you come out of it and like, well, most times, if I'm honest, there's not a lot of news, right? But they're still fun. And sometimes you come out of it and you're like I said, there were little things you go, oh, hold on a minute. They gave that person promo time and they got on top of, like, kind of like when you watch a go home Raw or SmackDown, you go, oh, well, the babyface kind of looks stronger there, so I think the heel might win. It's
yeah,
that extra element to it, right? I mean, as you say, they go into SmackDowns as well, but you do have that kind of, oh, like, they said this really interesting thing, or like, is that going to play into it? What annoys me is they never really use it as. I like that it's not canon in some ways because it seems kind of wild sometimes, but then also I'm frustrated by it because sometimes you get good stuff. Like they could have a pull apart brawl that they show on SmackDown, for example, replayed or in the build up for the promo package or something like that. So I'd like them to be using these shows more, but either way the WrestleMania ones are always a little bit different because they are the biggest one of the year. So yeah, I'm with you, looking forward to it.
yeah, they are. As I said, they are a make or break sometimes for. They kind of set like the tone of, is this how Mania is going to be? Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it does feel like that. But I do like sometimes we get the random surprise, as you said, something that happens here that might not happen on the main show. So you have to kind of flick back to it. It kind of reminds me of. Do you remember we used to have the pre-show and stuff happened? Um,
Yeah, which itself was the kickoff show once upon a time.
yeah.
Then they changed that to the countdown. They moved this kickoff because they're kicking off the festivities, which I like. And again, we do our own weekend kickoff. Which, by the way, guys, if you haven't already seen, if you get some chance, then please go back and watch our original weekend kickoff preview that we did on this channel for WrestleMania weekend. We predicted each and every one of the matches, but you're now joining us live on the watch along experience for WWE's Kickoff itself. You may also be watching this as a replay section on our build-up show of night one of WrestleMania. So we'll be live on Saturday and on Sunday, talking last-minute rumors and kind of seeing if SmackDown has kind of maybe swayed our opinions and some of those predictions we've made on Friday night as well. But yeah, really looking forward to this. We are just over 7 minutes away from WWE going live. So again, get your drinks and your snacks ready and line up your stream, and hopefully you'll keep us as your watch along experience, your companion for this as well. But yeah, looking forward to it. Rob, let's have a quick rundown of the WrestleMania card. Again, we're about 7 minutes away, so make sure you like the stream, make sure you subscribe to get more of our content, but let's dive into what we're going to see this weekend, and it'll be interesting to see which of these matches are represented and by who on this stage in Las Vegas tonight as well. So let's quickly go through what we're going to see on Saturday night. We've got Seth Rollins going up against Gunther. Of course, a match that has only recently started to get a build, really. There's, two completely different characters going in completely different directions up until recently. So a very surprising match, but one that I think might deliver on the night. Look forward to that. Will we see some involvement for either of them tonight on the kickoff show? We'll have to see. We've got the Vision, represented by Logan Paul and Austin Theory, teaming up with Isho Speed to go against the Usos and LA Knight. Then also on Saturday, we have Liv Morgan challenging Stephanie Becker for the Women's World Championship. We've also got, speaking of women, we've got Lyra Valkyria and Bayley, Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, and maybe the team of the Bellas. Again, we'll touch on that as we get throughout the weekend, I'm sure. Going up against the champions in the team of Lash Legend and Nia Jax. Again, I touched on a maybe there because there are rumors going around about the health of Nikki Bella and potential replacements. We'll see. Maybe that will factor into this preview here as well. But that is, as things stand, that is the official card for that match. We've also got Jacob Fatu going up against Drew McIntyre in a no disqualifications or whatever they've called it, essentially weapons and no holds barred. That's going on Saturday as well. Then we've got Intercontinental Champion AJ Lee defending her gold against Becky Lynch, of course, the former champion. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with that one. And to cap off night one, you've got to imagine it's going to end with Cody Rhodes defending his title against Randy Orton and Pat McAfee and Jelly Roll and all the shenanigans going on around it as well. So that's Saturday. Then we move into Sunday, the card for that. It looks like it will probably finish with CM Punk and Roman Reigns. It looks like that will be the main event for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Again, myself and Rob have predicted this one in depth. We went back and forth quite a bit on this one. So if you haven't already, check out our thoughts on that one. A match that could definitely main event in any arena, as the old phrase goes. We've got Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi, a really, really exciting matchup that I know many people are looking forward to. No title for this one, but could it be the crowning moment still for Mr. Oba Femi? The Demon Finn Balor goes up against Dominic Mysterio with a grudge match here. No title again, but certainly a feud that's been bubbling for quite some time. Of course, former Judgment Day running buddies, no going up against each other. These two have never really seen eye to eye, but it doesn't mean we're going to have a match that doesn't have a story behind it, because they both simply want to be the best, right? In the women's division, you've got Rhea Ripley, who has certainly been one of the greatest of this era, going up against Jade Cargill, who's certainly positioning herself to be one for not just the future, but the current day as well. She's got her friends in BFAB and Michin. Will they play a part in the WWE Women's Championship match on night 2 of WrestleMania? Another title match for you here as well, the 6-pack challenge for the Intercontinental title. We've got Rusev, Mysterio, Evans, Penta, Dragon Lee and JD McDonough. This, I think I can comfortably say, is the match that people are very, very much looking forward to. When you look at the card overall, we've got 7 matches as things stand on Saturday, 6 on Sunday. I certainly think this is one of the ones that people are most drawn to. It doesn't have the biggest storyline behind it, but my goodness, does it have potential for some great OMG moments, as Joey Styles would say. Then we've also got Sami Zayn defending more gold. This time it's a US strap in the men's division as he defends against Trick Willie himself and his lemon pepper steppers. Hopefully this will be again, maybe a crowning moment for Trick Williams. But again, myself and Rob have gone back and forth on this one, because there are a lot of things that can happen when it comes to this match here. But that's your rundown of the card. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the kickoff show beginning, and again, this is your watch along experience for WWE's kickoff itself. So make sure, if you haven't already, that you do subscribe and check out more of our content. So,
yeah,
who are we, Rob? We are the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and we, just for the first time viewers, we do these streams where we do watch alongs, but we also get you hyped up and in the mood. Again, we've got a build-up show on Saturday and Sunday. We've also got interviews on this channel with WWE superstars, past and present. So if you haven't already, again, make sure you subscribe, and you'll see interviews with the likes of Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, of course, people appearing at this year's WrestleMania, Finn Balor. We've also had great conversations with Gunther, Santos Escobar, and Drew McIntyre, just to name a few. But we are now just under 2 minutes away from WWE kicking off their WrestleMania festivities. I'm looking forward to seeing the stage. I've seen some videos and pictures of it online, Rob, but that's one of my favourite things about WrestleMania, is when they... Oh, I've got the live stream coming up, graphic come up.
Yes.
Is when they reveal the stage as well. So I imagine they're going to do a bit of that on this show tonight. I think they did the same last year.
I was about to ask, is that what they done last year? I
think they did it on Pat McAfee's show. Stephanie McMahon came out and all that, but I think they might have replayed it on it, or maybe showed it off at least.
Because I know they done normally they do a big thing a couple of years back. They done the old, they done a big countdown, didn't they? And the countdown was delayed because the fireworks weren't ready or something like that, wasn't it?
I don't know. Is that the same one where they had the skateboarders? I think when they jumped, like something happened. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same one, but yeah, hopefully we'll see the stage. From what have you seen it so far? Like what it looks like?
To be honest, I've tried to keep off social media. So because one of the big things is 2 things happen around social media. One, you get a lot of spoilers, a lot of tease of this is going to happen, that's happened, this has happened, and then obviously the Mania stage itself gets spoiled, and I hate seeing it spoiled, because as much as I want to see what it looks like, I want to see it, for example, like on a stream, so it's an instant reaction.
Yeah, I get you.
But then, yeah, at the same time, social media can be a pain, just in general. So I do try. So I mean, to be fair, I only ever use Twitter, and that's it. So yeah. And I avidly tried to. I've been out all day, so I've been like, okay, I don't need to see anything. And the only stuff that I've seen spoiler wise was Lucas said potentially Paige has re-signed.
Yeah. So we touched on that on the weekend kickoff as well. So yeah, there's a lot of rumors around Paige and Nikki Bella not being able to perform as well. The Then Now Forever intro has just started, so the WrestleMania kickoff is well and truly underway, guys. Again, if you are watching it, we'd appreciate if you kept us side by side and let us be your companion piece for the kickoff. We'll let you know our reactions to everything that's going down on the show, and again, hopefully some fun promos. But this is it, Rob. We're about to get into WrestleMania weekend officially.
Yeah, it's exciting.
So we're now seeing Las Vegas, the Strip. Allegiant Stadium, same place it was last year. So the first hour is going to be on ESPN2 tomorrow, and on Sunday, the first hour on ESPN as well. Something we haven't really touched on, Rob, but I guess we'll talk a little bit more about maybe on a build-up show. But yeah, definitely a new approach that WWE are doing this year. Doesn't make a difference to us outside the US. But yeah, it will be first hour for free. Gunther, as you say, backstage. So it looks like we're going to get Gunther appearing on stage here at the WrestleMania kickoff show. I wonder if we'll get Seth going at him. Stephanie Vaquer's there as well.
Looking good as well, man. She
it's a nice outfit, isn't it?
I was going to say,
waving the arms.
I was going to say, like, sometimes they have like a tie, and you think, okay, they're dressed for this, like the Hall of Fame, and other than that, you normally see them just in like backstage attire, like with a Dom and Liv have got now. But when they're dressed up a bit, you think, oh, actually, they look quite snazzy.
Stephanie's gone out, yeah. She's gone all out. She made this a big event.
We say that, and then you flip to Becky, and she's in a pair of joggers.
CM Punk's in the suit though, looking nice himself, and then AJ Lee said, "Look, we got stars in this show tonight, Rob."
I say it's weird seeing Punk in a suit as well. Normally, I'm used to seeing him in a pair of jeans and like just a casual polo, like t-shirt or something like that.
So we got a promo video here. I know they've also released a cold open for Saturday, so I don't know if that's what we're seeing here. But yeah, at the moment, just looking at historical clips of WrestleMania. For over 4 decades, WrestleMania has given us countless moments, it says.
So while this is going on, have you got a, from what they're highlighting, a favourite moment of Mania?
Oh, I like the way you're working. A favourite moment? That's what they're asking them. I'm trying to see if any of these clips make me feel like favorite moment. I'd say, you know what I actually really liked in Dallas when Foley, Austin, and Shawn Michaels came out together.
I watched that the other day.
Yeah, I really like that. From a Mania that doesn't get as many of the kind of highlights when you look back on, I really like that. That one that they're showing on screen at the moment, the end of an era. Hogan Rock, yeah.
Of course. One of my favourite WrestleMania matches of all time, you know?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I've said it, I'm one of the many people that consider 17 to be the best. But even with that, I mean, you don't have the greatest ending to that show. I mean, Becky 2 belts, I was there for that. That was a great moment. Another one I was there for, is WrestleMania 25. I mean, but that's a match. If we're talking best WrestleMania match, that's a different story. But I think I'm seeing moment as like, the 3 count is hit and everybody goes, what? Kofi Mania was a great one. But yeah, things within matches, right? Where people look at each other, like Hogan Rock.
Mm-hmm. I've got the Hardy return.
Oh, that was great.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I know exactly where I was with that as well. That's one of their moments of where was you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would say that. I'm trying to think. Seth, with the with the cash in,
the cash in. Yeah,
unbelievable. Do you know? Weirdly, obviously, I don't think he gets a lot of love now. Maybe more because he was the indie god as he called himself for a while. Zack Ryder winning the IC title, one of
oh,
my
I
favorites.
really like that. Yeah, I really like that. We're seeing there Cody winning, finishing the story, and while I think it dragged on and whatever, like it was a massive moment. Like he finally did it, and it was really good. And while I do still wish Austin came out instead of Undertaker, as much as I love Undertaker, don't get me wrong, I just think it would have suited the story better. And all rumors about behind the scenes thing, why it didn't work, and it sounds like WWE would have liked it as well. But yeah, it was a great match. It was a great moment. We just saw there Shawn Michaels. I'm sorry, I love you. I mean, that's a moment,
Oh my
bro.
gosh, yeah, it was. Do you know that match? It's such a great match. You know
Yeah.
the way they've done the build for it, and again the I'm sorry I love you. They're finally putting an end to Flair.
I mean, watching this, like, as much as we've been saying, oh, I don't know about the build, and last year it was like, oh, I don't know about the card. Like, yeah, they can still crap the bed, but like when I watch a promo thing like this, I'm like, man, WrestleMania is wicked. Like, I love WrestleMania. Like, this is enough to get me hyped. Like, I'm getting, as the Rock was, goosebumps. Like,
Get that mana in you.
yeah, man, I'm sold. all the moaning's gone. I'm in the mood. I want it. Like, there's potential as there is with every WrestleMania. So, I love WrestleMania, man.
Yeah, it is going to be good.
Right, so yeah, the promo package is done. We now see the stage is set up outside. Again, thank you for joining us, guys. This is your watch-along experience for the WWE WrestleMania 42 kickoff show. Michael Cole's making his way onto the stage. And again, we've got a star-studded kind of crew of people here. We've seen backstage Gunther, Liv and Dom, Stephanie Vaquer, CM Punk and AJ Lee, Becky Lynch. So some big names going to be appearing on the stage. In the comments, you ain't seen me right says, I'm finding it hard to get hyped for this year's WrestleMania. Buddy, you are not alone. Don't get me wrong. I just went wild with the goosebumps. But that's not to say I haven't this, past few weeks been thinking, ugh. Myself and Rob dove into it a little bit deeper on our weekend kickoff stream. If you didn't get a chance to watch that, it's on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's archive now, so check it out. But yeah, it's been a bit of a rocky road this road to WrestleMania. But as I say, we're here now, guys. We've got to jump in. We got to at least let WrestleMania hype itself. The fact it is WrestleMania, hopefully get us in the mood. I think it does have promise. There are some good matches that have potential here, as far as potential to steal the show and be great performances, but also just twists and turns in story. As much as some of it hasn't been amazing leading into it, I'm hopeful that coming out of it we're going to be feeling a bit different. So hopefully you'll be the same, buddy. But thanks for sending in your comment. Are you ready to burn it down? This is Michael Cole. So it looks like Seth Rollins is opening up as far as talent goes.
What's your thoughts on this new approach of Seth Rollins as well? By the way, it's not the out there crazy suits. Like it's more a lot of black. It feels like he's in his John Wick era.
It is what era?
His John Wick era.
Oh, right. A little bit. I can see it. He's got the beard and I don't know. I don't think they know what they want with Seth. I mean, obviously, like him getting injured changed everything.
Oh yeah.
Like, I liked the shock of the turn, like when Braun turned on him. Like, but the unfortunate thing is that he also got injured, and so did Bronson Reed. So he's come back to nothing. So I think they're in limbo with him in so many ways. Like, the problem is when he was the leader of the division, they were still singing his song and stuff like that. So I don't know.
I'd say for a group that called themselves Division, they didn't see them injuries coming, did they?
Hey,
There was because I mean, three back as well. I mean, it was bad. I mean, and I feel so sorry for Logan and Theory because they were just getting going. Now this has kind of happened, and kind of Logan and Theory now feel Division isn't what they are.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
So,
I like them being in it. I mean, I don't like the way Austin Theory is. What we liked about Austin Theory is not what he is at the moment. That's what's frustrating about it. Like, yeah, it is an opportunity for him if it all works out, but. It's kind of like when Jack Swagger won the title. I always remember, like, I really liked Jack Swagger, and then everything about Jack Swagger changed when he won the title, and I was like, oh, like, I know they wanted to make him a heel, but like, or really be a heel, but he just got really boring.
Yeah. I would say the best version of Jack Swagger was the We the People, him and Seth Coulter.
Yeah,
maybe throw Cesaro in. That wasn't too bad.
Right, so yeah, Seth is just a babyface now, and he's forgotten about this time last year where he turned heel, and you know, it's just another example. Just like there's been a lot of unfortunate moments, but the John Cena one now, he just gave up on a story. You know, it's been quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
So he's talking about Division on stage, saying my beef is with Division. Yeah, as you mentioned on our kickoff show, yeah, he's fed him to Obafemi, Brock Lesnar. Yeah, I think Gunther's going to come into the Paul Heyman. We'll talk about this maybe on the build-up show, but I do think there's something in that kind of little interaction he had with Paul Heyman, of course. But as Seth says, at the moment, he's basically saying who's the best, Seth Rollins or Gunther. And I think that's a good enough motivation to have the match. It just clearly isn't where they were going to go with either guy originally.
So
is Gunther going to interrupt him?
I'd say what I do like, the fact that they're leaning into this. You haven't had a match for a while, you know, and not using him as 100%. I like when they lean into that because it's the doubt and uncertainty of the wrestler.
Yeah. And if there's ever a man to make you feel weak, it's the man about to come on the stage.
Yeah, let's retire.
Here he comes.
Two people.
Yeah. Suited and booted as well.
I must say, I don't like his new theme.
Well, it's his old theme, isn't it?
Is it his old theme?
Yeah, but so here's the annoying thing. I used to love him having this song. I loved when people sang to it. I didn't like when they changed it. Then I really started to like it, and now he's gone back to this, and I'm like, oh, all right then. So Michael Cole's asking Gunther why Seth Rollins. You tapped out. I mean, that was a long time ago, guys. Get out. WrestleMania last year, though, wasn't it, actually? So you could argue he needs a WrestleMania win. What is at stake, Gunther? Yeah, so again, at the moment, it is very much on the surface of you think you're the best, I think I'm the best. And now, yeah, Michael Cole's alluding to Goldberg, Cena, and Styles being retired by Gunther. Gunther hinting he could be retiring Seth Rollins. Oh.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, true. So Michael Cole is now saying, look, you don't have a great WrestleMania track record. Good point. It's not just the Jey Uso match last year. It's the Sami Zayn one, of course, as well. So Gunther does kind of need to win more than I even realized at WrestleMania.
Yeah. Imagine being a guy that retires and or ends all these careers and can't get a Mania win.
He has a reverse streak, but everywhere else is really good.
No, I low key like that because you're then
Yeah.
rooting for whoever he goes against. It's like you have to beat Gunther to stop him from having his WrestleMania moment.
Yeah, but see, Gunther's usually I'd say, you can turn that guy babyface and it'd be a massive moment.
Yeah.
Gunther is not the kind of character you want to do that with. I don't think.
No, but then I think even if he
Maybe they
gets his moment, him gloating about it is going to make him even more heel.
Yeah,
So I guess it will work, but I think it'd be interesting to do. It's like the reverse Kurt Hawkins. When he just never got a win and he finally gets one.
yeah. Yeah, so again, it's all about being the best wrestler for these, as it should be for a professional anyway. Get to some of these comments here. Seth and Gunther will be a great match. It's just a shame the build-up has been short, says you ain't seeing me right. Also says, I think Gunther's favour will be a shot at retiring Brock. We are thinking on the same wavelength, my friends. We are thinking on the same wavelength. I think we'll talk about that more on the build-up show on Saturday night. Yeah, see, as we've just got in the comments, like, this is good, but the build's been crazy short. Like, I know they're touching on who's the best wrestler in the world, but they could have really, really, focused on that for like 2 months. But clearly they had to change because things have not gone the way they expected, and they probably just kind of panicked. But I'd be very surprised if we watch Unreal season whatever it'll be by then, and they go like they show the board of like Rumble time, and they're like, so Seth's gonna face Gunther at Mania, and it was a plan all along. I'd be very shocked.
Imagine.
All right, so a little break here.
Of course.
First, little back and forth. Rob, Gunther versus Seth. They didn't really say too much. That was groundbreaking, but an interesting way to open the show. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it was what it needed to be. It's the final moments to kind of sell the, their match. I think, as was stated, that damn music.
I was going to say that song.
Yeah, sorry. As I was saying, it does feel like the build's just been incredibly short, though. I don't understand. As I said this in the group chat. How can you know Mania season is coming and not have certain people that you want like penned in of this is what we're doing, this is who's for this person, and then you build around that, and then you build the rest of the card up. Like I don't understand how names like Seth and Gunther have only had like a month build where you could have had this for so long.
Yeah. So for me, right, Seth Rollins was probably going to face someone in the division, yeah?
Right.
So who was Gunther going to face?
Exactly.
Like, who do you reckon that would have been? Like, maybe Brock, and they've gone with the Oba thing earlier than they expected. But that's the only... Because I know Brock's the big rumour. It's been for a while. People still think it'll be at SummerSlam. Just seeing Jeff Hardy jump off the ladder at WrestleMania there. Interesting that using the clips of Jeff and Matt was in it as well. But yeah, so who do you think? They didn't look like they were lining anyone up for Gunther, did they?
I mean, you say that, right? And yes, we may have gone with like originally what the plan was. But as we were saying on the build-up earlier, originally, before Obafemi come out, Brock was looking at Seth. So even then, it felt like, we'll just throw Obafemi in there. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't even think they had a plan then.
Yeah, I think that was transitioning. They were kind of going back. I reckon they were going back and forth at the time about Seth, and that's the transition they used. But Seth would have been the vision in some shape or form, right? So Gunther, like, there was no... Like, what did Gunther do in the Rumble? Did he have any standout moments in the Rumble? Was he?
I mean, you're asking me. We've completely forgot that Roman won it.
Yeah, we forgot the Roman one.
So
yeah, what did Gunther do in the Rumble? Like, did he get? Was he one of the ones that got towards the end again? That's happened a few times with Gunther. Did that happen this year? I can't bloody remember.
I'll be honest. I can't.
I'm trying to think. Did they hint at? Oh, he beat AJ at the Rumble, right?
Oh,
and he entered number 30. Yeah, so he beat. Yeah, so it was him and Roman at the end. So it weren't like in that they, sometimes they flirt with a story that's going to come out of the Rumble. So since the AJ feud, he's not really done anything. So
yeah, because he beat.
I wonder who it would have been.
He beat Cena before, basically last year, didn't he?
Yeah, AJ following on in from December. That. So maybe they at the time didn't have a plan for Gunther, but they thought we'll figure something out, and they would have done someone. But because it weren't clear, like I say, the Seth thing is clear. Oh yeah, great point. He was doing a bit with Dragon Lee after the Rumble. I thought that might lead to a match with Ray. That's a good point.
Because Dragon Lee came out because he was teaming with AJ, wasn't he?
He was protecting him, like they were, And then maybe Gunther and Ray would have been the match. That's a great point. Thanks for the comment, mate. You've helped us remember that. Clearly, the Rumble wasn't as exciting as we was
last year's WrestleMania.
Yeah, goodness man.
That was
bro, is it on YouTube? Said Lucas Company GT. Yes, it is. If you're referring to the kickoff show itself, we are your watch along companion though. So if you do get up on YouTube, put it on one device or one tab and have us on the other, and we'll kind of keep you up to date and let you know our thoughts on the happenings and the goings on at WWE's first official event on WrestleMania weekend as far as. Kind of production wise, of course, they got WWE World last year. There's Slammy's Rob, and the year before, which was, I think it should be its own thing anyway. But it's pretty interesting. But they're not doing it this year. Now they're showing us Liv Morgan's music video. Have you seen this yet?
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. I saw like the beginning of it, and I thought, I'll watch that another time. So she's, I didn't know she was a musician.
I mean, anyone's a musician when you got people doing a lot of the work for you.
Okay, so. Why is this? Is it because of they're going to do it as character, or is this something that she was going to do anyway, or... Okay. No, I get it. She seems like the kind of character who would do this. I think she's very, very marketable for WWE. It's well produced. Do you reckon it's going to become a theme song?
Possibly. Are you enjoying it? That's the question.
Ah, it's all right.
Like, do you know what it reminds me of?
It's come out of nowhere. I don't know.
It's come very left field. You know, this is an old reference. Do you remember the Power Ranger movie?
Yeah.
You know the song at the end? Where it reminds me of that.
Yeah. Some of the visuals are like very Christina Aguilera in it because she's done kind of gear to be homage to like the Dirty music video before and stuff.
Yeah.
So. But like I just feel like this came out of nowhere. I didn't know they were doing this sort of stuff, but it's a interesting looking Hurricane Runner type movie. Where's Dominic in his video?
I have no idea.
Like, this is a big investment for WWE to do this. So they've... Like, I just didn't expect them to be like, yeah, Liv Morgan's a singer now. like, but I get it, though. Like, it kind of fits a character. She's marketable like that, I think. But are they expecting her, do you think, to like? Is this going to become like the Honky Tonk Man and like people like that, where it's their character,
Man, yeah.
or do you think like she's going to be like, I'm a superstar, I'm a singer, or do you think this is them actually trying to create something outside the WWE, like an actual viral thing or something like that? Do you think they're actually doing that?
Possibly. It could be. Well, with WWE, you don't know, man. I mean, that could be her next gimmick.
That's what I mean. Is it a gimmick, or is this
I would like to
trying
think.
to make it work?
I would like to think it's not a gimmick, and this is them kind of throwing something at the wall and seeing if it sticks. As
Yeah, because the worst comes to worst, it stays within the WWE and it is a gimmick. The best case scenario, like the song off, she becomes a superstar outside of WWE, and it's like, oh, you know, she was a wrestler, right? And they're like, what?
Yeah.
And then they start watching her wrestle.
Yeah, exactly that.
Like, it kind of works her being a heel. Like, part of me thinks, oh, to tell the fans it's the greatest means they're going to try to there'll be a bit of a backlash against it. But it kind of works with her character because she's kind of being that kind of naughty bad girl in the music video and in the song as well. So if she was a babyface, it'd be even weirder almost.
Yeah. I think the other thing as well is we also need to look at if the Judgment Day is starting to end, Liv needs to have something to catapult onto next. And if she goes into nothing, and eventually her and Dom end, there's got to be something.
You weren't in that video, so yeah. No. I mean, but it did show
Raquel at the beginning, right?
Yeah, did it show Roxanne as well?
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, maybe because I saw Raquel, I just assumed they were both in it. But people comments here. You ain't seen me right. Says Ray got injured and wasn't guaranteed to be fit for Mania. Yeah, so he's only just announced himself. So maybe that kind of made them pivot there as well. In relation to Liv, Morgan says, I'm enjoying the video. The song, not so much. And then says, part of the gimmick for sure. In relation to whether or not it's, again, just something they're going to start pushing outside of the show, or is it just for the show? Stephanie Vaquer now making her way onto the stage. Again, I know I'm not going to be the only one saying it, but a real shame they've dropped her old theme song. Interesting to see Liv's on her own here.
Yeah, strange, isn't it?
They've got security to try and break up the two. Because then, again, credit where it's due. This has been one of those feuds they've done well at kind of making it feel like a blood feud. Oof. She's better singing than the rest of us, says Stephanie. Classy lady, Stephanie Vaquer. So, where did Liv go? Did she just walk off the stage? That was a bit weird. It didn't really show that.
Yeah, she kind of like... She Danhausened. The camera kind of panned. Then when it went back, gone.
Yeah, that's really weird. Well, they kind of showed them being separated in that, but... okay. That kind of went a bit flat, didn't it?
A little.
I really think, like I said, there should be like at least a pull apart.
Yeah.
AJ Lee now being shown off. She's next on the kickoff show. And what are we getting now? 2K ad. Okay, so we are half an hour into the show, Rob. Again, not the most newsworthy. I'm still having a good time watching it, partly because of the company. And it's always good to just kind of get hyped up about WrestleMania. But I wouldn't say there's anything on this show that, at the end of it, at this point at least, we're like, man, like, that's must see. And this is the problem with these shows. Like, they can make them so much more. And there are good things that happen on them. But they could easily weave it into the show a little bit more. I don't know why they don't take advantage of it.
I don't know, man. I agree with you. I feel they could be doing so much more. But again, if they do too much now, is that going to be the more? Do they look at it as if they do something now, then that's going to take away from what's happening on SmackDown? And
I think the timing of SmackDown is part of it.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Because if you've got like one more show, let's say, forget SmackDown for a minute, and then let's say they were doing this and there was no SmackDown, and it was back on Tuesday, then this would be that moment of, okay, this is our final go home. There's really push to get everyone talking about it. But because SmackDown's there, I feel they're trying to do that on SmackDown, so this is going to be a lesser of the two, you know?
Definitely. I mean, it shouldn't stop them from, again, at least doing some pull-aparts that they can replay on SmackDown, but they just never really do. Some fun stuff's happened on these shows. Like, I have enjoyed them, but it's a lot of nothing at the same time. And if you were there in Vegas, like, would you be going to this? I don't think I would.
I mean, possibly. Because, I mean, other than if you're... What else are you looking to do?
Mate, it would take... not much for me to go. I'll go to that instead, because WrestleMania week, like last time I went, it was a one night thing. They were cramming in NXT, Hall of Fame, and all that kind of stuff. And then there was all the independent shows, and then there's just simply sightseeing or having a rest or going for a dinner, or do you know what I mean? So
yeah, I guess so.
It's so bombarded by wrestling shows that there will always be people that will go to it, clearly, and it's free. And what's cool about it is, like, if you're sitting up in the sky, like, this is an opportunity to get closer and see these wrestlers up close. So you never know, you might get some cool pictures and whatever else. And I don't know, maybe they do some signings or something related to it. So it would be cool for that. But, like, I mean, to be honest, like, unless it was really close to me and I was doing nothing else, I probably wouldn't bother going to it, because there's just so much going on when you're there. But something that would change my mind is if they put a bit of action into it.
Yeah, I mean, even if they used it as a marquee thing of a contract signing, like, so there's something big happening, so you want to go and see why. Like, as you said, if someone gets put through a table, or do you know what I mean, with a contract, something silly like that. It always reminds me of, there was this thing in, I can't remember where it was. I feel like they were in another country, and John Cena was signing a document or something like that, and Kane come out and chokeslammed him through a table. Like, and everyone was so, what just happened? Because they just did not expect it. So I think something like that, for something like this, that would be like peak, because you think,
I agree,
something's just happened.
Because otherwise it's just content for the sake of content.
Yeah.
You know, like, what they will get out of this is ad revenue from the content and stuff like that. But they could get more out of it. You know, they could be, like I said, even a pull apart, like, will go within the wrestling community, at least, because there's nothing else going on at the moment. It would go somewhat viral. You know, like, if they showed, let's say it was CM Punk and Roman Reigns get like a last minute, like, screaming at each other, pulling each other apart, they'd be like, oh my gosh, like, I can't wait for that match now, you know? So, because you get that kind of stuff on Raw and SmackDown anyway, so there's no harm in doing it on this show. But anyway, we're coming back from the break. Maybe we'll get something like that. Oh, here we go, the set reveal.
Here we go.
So, yeah, the video I saw was just like people filming on their phone. So they invited people to see it.
Oh, all right. Have they got a Cody Vader?
Was he saying it'd be different on both nights or not? Was he just saying it'd be there for both? Oh, there's Cody. I like the setup. I mean, it's weird because all the graphics, like, one of them is all futuristic for the Saturday, and the Sunday is like, the Sunday is all futuristic. The Saturday is like apocalyptic sort of thing. So it's weird that they're using completely different graphics for the two nights. I mean, there's only so many things you can do with, like last year with the cards and the chips and stuff like that for gambling. They've got a little bit of that this year, but
Yeah, I think. Do you know what I think as well? Because again, they're in Vegas. You know,
It's
and
played into a lot of the, especially the ticket sales. Again, build up show. I'm sure we'll go into this more, but I mean that's a big part of the Pat McAfee stuff as well. You know, so but yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of negatives about it being in Vegas 2 years in a row. That's for sure.
yeah, I just think it's weirdly, even though we're not there, I think we feel fatigued knowing that it's in the same place again. So I can't
Yeah,
imagine
even presentation wise, it's
Yeah.
nice to have something different, ain't it? So, speaking of which, we've got a video on this very channel where myself and Rob do go through and review all of the WrestleMania logos and the kind of feel of them as well. So those themes are something that me and Rob are definitely big fans of. When it works well, it works really well. So,
Oh, sorry. I was going to say I was just going through. I was taking, like, obviously we always take photos to like kind of remember what we was doing, where we were. Literally, I was talking to the missus about this the other day. I was like, that feels so long ago because I think my little one had only just been born a
yeah,
month or
yeah,
two
true.
before. Then I was like, I've got this, and obviously we're
Yeah,
doing. So yeah, it was so weird to know that you know, he's free now.
yeah, life moves fast, man. Yeah, yeah. And now I've got a little boy.
It's
Life moves really
crazy.
fast. Yeah, so yeah. All right, back to the show. AJ Styles basically say AJ Lee basically saying, you know, I'm gonna win. So we know Becky's there. So again, will Becky interrupt or will she do something separate later on?
Oh, I like it if then maybe this is the pull apart moment.
Mm.
Oh, your camera just glitched out then on the.
Yeah, it was like a green flash, wasn't it? I don't think it's the Wyatts. Don't worry. Did she say she's made Becky tap 3 times?
That's what I heard.
AJ Lee is saying she wants to carry on being champ to give other people an opportunity, but Becky's in the way of that. She keeps coming back. Oh, a man has come around once again. Oh, Becky looks fierce. She's not in a good mood.
So I think you're a little bit ahead of me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she does look annoyed.
You're here opening lines. Nobody wants your crap questions. I've really enjoyed her heel run. There's a certain world leader that I think she's got a lot of inspiration from, which I think is quite funny. Right, the you tapped out chant. So look, again, it's fun to be there. You see the people in the audience getting their pictures and stuff like that. It is fun, but the people.
Loserly.
I like that they play into her daughter being an AJ Lee fan. Like Becky's acknowledging it now. She's annoyed about it. It's not just an insult from AJ Lee.
Yeah.
A good promo from Becky. Welcome to the big time. Never was, she calls her. AJ Lee not happy with Becky's comments there, but yeah, nice little back and forth from the two there, Rob. I thought that was pretty good.
You know what I've liked as well is if you've had the babyface get one over first, the following segment the heel was kind of had their moment, so it's not very like babyface heavy. You know, because WWE has a habit of making something babyface heavy when they're trying to push something.
That was a bit odd, the way AJ left, but okay. While Michael Cole chats, I'll get to the comments. It says, you ain't see me right. Is that Dominic coming out? Yeah. It says, it would be good to get a chance to start. It'd be a good chance to start a new feud for after WrestleMania. Wrestlers already have matches for WrestleMania. Get into it during a press conference. Yeah, I mean, again, there's so many things they could be doing on this show. Obviously, the main thing is going to be to build WrestleMania itself, but you could build intrigue going towards Raw after WrestleMania as well. So yeah, Dominic showed up now. The fans are singing his chant, Dirty Dirty Dom. I didn't remember the Triple Mega Championship being that shiny before. I feel like it had a bit of a dull gold plate before.
Yeah, well, I think the minute
WWE
they have to shiny it up a bit more, don't they?
yeah, they've decided, nah, it's not shiny enough.
This one's for TV. Make you see your face in it.
Yeah. So yeah, Cole's trying to hype up the demon and saying, basically laughing about it, saying it's going to be tough for you. Yeah, you're right, Cole. He hasn't been around for 3 years, but he ain't won even longer then, has he? So. Okay. I'm saying that Finn Balor's never gone face to face with his demons. He's got a few demons of his own, so he's feeling confident going into this match. Oh. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Dom says there's no one that can out Dirty Dom in this world, and then his dad's music hits. Rey Mysterio is now on the stage. Dom's had enough of him.
Cut the music.
Your time is up, Nepo Dom. Get out of here, says Rey. Oh my gosh. Ray's trying to get a Nepo Dom chant going in the
I'd love to hear that.
Cool. Do you remember the time when Ray's never been good at trying to get chants going? He did the one where he tried to call Austin Theory a wanker in Money in the Bank, I think it was. It was so weird.
I think seeing this version of Ray is so weird when you see that the Filthy Animals unmasked version of Ray. Yeah. So good.
I like his mask. That's kind of like it looks almost like Halloween Havoc one, doesn't it? Because it's got like pinkish, not quite purple, a little bit purplish.
Yeah, it's probably my favourite match of all time,
Speaking of which, we do have a video on this very channel where Rob breaks down the Hall of Fame worthy career of Rey Mysterio as well. So make sure you check that out. Talks a little bit about that famous match against Eddie Guerrero. Again, is Dom just walked off? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, another one. Okay, so Cole was saying his favorite WrestleMania moment is calling Ray winning the World Championship, which is a surprise to me. Like, it was a moment, it was a big moment that year. It was all around the Eddie Guerrero stuff, which makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. And I was never a fan of him winning the World Heavyweight Championship, if I'm honest. But I was happy with Ray.
I think
20 years ago.
Oh man, I don't know, because I know what you're saying, but I mean, he looked weird with the WWE title, you know. Especially when poor Ray had that moment where he won it and then lost it to Cena on that Raw. Oh.
Yeah, at least he won it.
I guess. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's weird him having that title, but I'm glad he had it now, or about it then, because if he was getting that position like Randy is now, I just don't think people would want to see it. So I think it was special for that moment, that time, you know?
Yeah, I think that might be interesting, actually, if we look at a list of, like, wrestlers over a certain age that have been champions before, like, and we start breaking down, like, will this person ever win a world title again, like, in WWE?
Yeah.
You know, that one example we might have said no for, and then it changed, was The Miz. Remember, The Miz out of nowhere became champion again, didn't he? So
during COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah, you never know. Penta's out here now as well. Him and Rey Mysterio being buddies, but come Sunday, they'll be climbing opposite sides of that ladder.
Like that.
Cole wants Penta to teach him how to do the walk. See, at least this is a moment, right? They can play this. That was cool. There are little fun things that happen on these shows.
Michael Cole's giving too much hip. For that
It's a phrase you probably thought you'd never say.
No, never.
CM Punk now being shown backstage with the World Heavyweight Championship in his hand. So it looks like we're getting towards the end of the kickoff show, and it's going to end with CM Punk. I doubt we're going to have Roman Reigns there, Rob, but
You never know.
be interesting to see what Punk says. Maybe in retaliation to that car rant that Roman went on, which I haven't seen yet, by the way. Have you actually watched it?
No, so I see that something was said, but I've not actually seen what was said.
Yeah, I think he might have been a bit sweary or something.
Oh.
I don't know, yeah. I don't know if he was, but the gist I got was like people saying, "Oh, like he didn't hold back," and
Like, where was this Roman like 4 weeks ago? If that's the case.
yeah. And as you know, we touched on it on the weekend kickoff, obviously, but they just seem to keep changing their mind on what they wanted this feud to be and what role each wrestler should play. They've kind of stumbled through it. You know what I mean? They've kind of just got to the match. All right, we're here now. And I feel like they've done that throughout a lot of the feuds. But look, talking about we're here now, we are here now. We are on the final kind of stretch of the road to WrestleMania. One that started with a Roman Reigns victory at the Royal Rumble that me and Rob completely forgot about. And hopefully doesn't end with just like the end of last year's WrestleMania where Rob also forgot what happened there. I think the last 5 years we've been kind of spoilt as wrestling fans when it comes to WrestleMania. It's been a real boom period, but the last two in particular have started to kind of, not be as exciting as maybe the heights of WrestleMania 39 and WrestleMania 40. So hopefully this year kind of changes that and it doesn't continue to dip. I'm not as kind of doom and gloom as other people out there that are comparing this to, really bad periods in WWE where I don't think we're at that stage, but they are at risk. There are a few things that they do have to start getting right, in my opinion, to win fans over. And again, maybe this is a wider conversation on the build-up show or something like that. But there are opportunities for other companies to maybe take advantage of fans that are getting sick and tired of things. So WrestleMania is not the time where you want to start losing your loyal fan base. So hopefully this year's WrestleMania is going to be one that gives us a lot of big headlines in positive ways.
I hope so. I just think, especially for being Mania, you can have a couple moments where you think, it's okay. Not every Mania moment's going to be a big moment, But when you're pushing certain things and they feel like the build hasn't been great, they really need to follow through with the execution of a lot of it.
At the match, yeah.
I put you right there. Saying that, I just completely forgot that the vision were even on the match card. I just see Logan Paul on the video coming down on his what would you call it?
Similar thing to what Shawn Michaels was on that.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels thing. And he called it an Elter Skelter, and that's not what I'm on about. But yeah, coming down on one of those. Completely forgot that they were in that match. And the thing is, even in that match with iShow Speed, it's just so, I don't know. And it feels
together.
Very celebrity enforced.
Yeah. I don't think I'm as annoyed as a lot of people are about the celebrity thing. I think it just doesn't help their case. It really exploded after the Pat McAfee thing. And that's when people started looking at it and going, I saw that meme that went around of all the celebrities around the table from the promo shot. And it was funny and it is annoying. But WrestleMania's always had celebrities, It's just...
It does feel heavier this year, though.
Yeah, and I think the focus is changing. And I think that's what's annoying about it. You can take that if other things align. And annoyingly, there are things that don't feel like they're clicking, and we're getting the heavy emphasis on celebrities in matches that don't need them. The biggest one again being the Cody versus Pat McAfee. That was a slip of the tongue, which kind of proves my point, really. Cody versus Randy. Oh god,
that's next year's Mania.
Yeah. Oh gosh, mate, it's probably Backlash, and Jelly Roll as well. But right. Anyway, we're back outside. T-Mobile Arena, I think they said. What are they advertising? Hall of Fame. Yeah, so after SmackDown, completely forgot about that, Rob. Again, we've got a video on this very channel where we debated Hall of Fame basically needing to be in a better spot. They've moved NXT this year, but they've still kept Hall of Fame in a terrible slot. And for that reason, I probably won't really watch much of it. I'm definitely not staying up for it because it'd be like 5:30.
5 a.m., isn't it?
Yeah, something ridiculous like that. But I'd like to at least watch it in the day. But it doesn't have the same shine as it used to. I think last year was better, but still, I never complete it anymore.
Yeah, I notice I tend to. And I hate being, because it sounds really disrespectful, but sometimes people go in and I'm like, well, I'm not bothered about the Bellas talking. So I'll bypass whatever's going on there.
Yeah.
And I'll just skip to, do you know who I'm really excited to hear? Again, went in far too late. It's, what's the word? It's what's it after they've passed? It's a post.
Post.
I can't even say.
Most obviously, but yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that word. Man, Sid Vicious fight. Oh.
Yeah, and he's not actually going in though. He's going in the thingy wing.
Oh, is he?
Like, it's not a proper induction. I don't think so. Anyway, let's have a look. Psycho Sid.
Do you think Psycho Sid would
Yeah,
be?
nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the Legacy wing, which I am so annoyed about.
I can't believe that. I actually thought it was
It's
just a
so
normal.
disrespectful. The
Yeah.
Legacy, I like the Legacy wing because it touches on people that didn't really have as much of a history in WWE, or maybe were quite a long time ago, and the induction's not really. But like, Sid was a big part of the '90s in WWE and WCW. Like, he
WCW,
deserves to be in the main section of the Hall of Fame. Again, that's no disrespect to anyone that's in the Legacy wing, but the Legacy wing serves its purpose for, again, those kind of older stars that were like in the 40s and the 50s that maybe are a little bit far back for people to remember. Not saying their contributions aren't great either, but like, it's a different world of pro wrestling. And people that weren't in the WWE. I understand that, but I don't understand Sid being in it. I think it's so disrespectful to him.
Yeah. So I was going to jump on that and say, do you know what I even would have done was what you said with the Legacy being used that way. But after someone's been inducted into the Hall of Fame, for example, let's say Ric Flair, right? Or again, another person, again, without being disrespectful, X-Pac. Like, being in the Hall of Fame for him would be great with the NWO or DX or whatever it being. I don't see him having a solo Hall of Fame career. So he could go on as a, let's say, and get a second ring as a Legacy. So he held something credible, but it was, do you know what I mean? Like Triple H going in with DX before going in on his own and things like that.
That's the thing as well, isn't it? When they do that, it's just yes, it's awkward. There should be a different wing for that. There should be a team wing or something like that. You know, it's I don't know. That we'll be all night debating the Hall of Fame like we were last time. But anyway, let's get back to WrestleMania kickoff. We've got Punk with his arm around Michael Cole, so he's in a good mood. He's saying the first time in your Hall of Fame career. It's just about Hall of Fame, so they think Punk's going in. The first time he's going to be main eventing in a one-on-one match.
Oh, I like that.
What, the title comment
Heavy,
about it being heavy, but I can handle. Yeah. Is that big time babyface CM Punk, isn't it? He loves the fans.
I feel like we're getting this really big babyface CM Punk, and he's about to drop a pipe bomb on Roman.
Yeah, London, wait. No, I agree. I think that's why I was shocked that they didn't fully commit to it in the build for this match, because I was like, I can see a world where CM Punk's a heel now. I can see that. Like, that'd be a good twist.
Yeah. Sorry, it just makes me laugh how he's talking about people from England. And he goes, London, Newcastle. Newcastle would have not been the next city that I would have said after London.
He's really bigging up the fans.
Yeah.
He's thanking me. I've got a CM Punk shirt. You're welcome, Punker. I've got 2. I should get 2 thank yous. You're welcome, Punk.
This is a real proper babyface promo, isn't it?
Yeah, there weren't much else he could say, really. But, I mean, again, when you tied it up with what he's doing, he's facing another big babyface who's different in style. But, yeah, he's really, like, getting the fans on his side while Roman's not there.
Yeah.
And still, he says at the end, all right. Well, that is it. It seems they are wrapping up on the kickoff show. I thought it was good. It's got me in the mood for WrestleMania. It's always good to watch these kind of shows because, again, it's just that extra little bit of content to kind of get you fired up going into the weekend itself. We'll see what SmackDown has in store and if that does change our thoughts and opinions and some of our predictions. But yeah, overall, Rob, what are your thoughts on the WWE Kickoff show?
You know, I think it did what it needed to do. Again, I think because of SmackDown being in the position that it's in, I don't really think we were going to get a lot on there. The people that are on there, though, you know, as you said, it was free. So CM Punk, AJ Lee, Seth, Gunther, you know,
big stars, yeah.
Some big names, Penta, Ray. I mean, Michael Cole doing a Penta walk. You know, I mean, what else? What else could you ask for? You know,
yeah, true. Yeah, when you put it like that, that was a pretty eventful show. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, again, these things they're interesting shows because kind of nothing happens on them, but at the same time, they are still somewhat weirdly entertaining, and I do enjoy covering them on the channel. So yeah, appreciate you, Rob, for joining me for this one. Appreciate those that have been watching us live or on demand if you're using this as your watching along experience, or if you're watching this as part of the replay show on the build up. If you're unfamiliar with the build up show and what I'm talking about, basically on the night of the PLE we go live and take you right up into the show itself, but we start with a few replays from our kind of earlier predictions and stuff like that, and then we go live with our friends from the wrestling media world and more of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew. So we'll be doing that on Saturday night, talking last minute rumors and things like that, so stay tuned for that. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and then we'll be doing the same thing, of course, for WrestleMania Sunday as well, where we've just seen CM Punk on the stage at the kickoff show in Las Vegas. No appearance from Roman Reigns because he's only there for the big time, it would seem, but he'll be there at WrestleMania, of course, and it's going to be a big weekend of pro wrestling content from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team as well. So again, stay tuned and check out the build-up show this weekend. But again, thank you so much for those that tuned in live as well to watch us on this kickoff watch-along experience. If you haven't already and you've still got time, go back. Scott from the past is going to ask you to watch our weekend kickoff, but I don't think we got time for that now, guys, because we are here live on a build-up show. I'm here 2.5 hours away from WrestleMania 42 kicking off. Of course, it is WrestleMania Night 1, and we are going to break down all the latest news, stories, and rumors flying around. And as always with WrestleMania, there's quite a lot of them. I'm going to be joined by Lucas and Rob again very soon on the channel, but I want to know your thoughts on what you're most looking forward to at WrestleMania as well. I have already got my big stein ready for us, so let's take a quick sip. If you're new here on the channel, welcome. This is a nice relaxed evening we're going to have, but getting ourselves hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE. We do it on the night of all the PLEs where we can. And the idea, as I say, is to talk last minute rumours and kind of get ourselves in the mood for the big show. And what better show to do it for than a WrestleMania? Don't get me wrong. I know the build has been one that people have questioned. But I am optimistic about tonight. I think we've got a decent card. And even though the build has been a bit strange, there's still a lot to look forward to as far as potential surprises and just great matches, really. So let's hope that is the case. I'm going to get to some of these comments here. Again, you've been watching our weekend kickoff preview, and then you've also been watching our reactions to WWE's kickoff show as well. So let's get to some of those comments here that you've been sending. Again, I was in the chatting away with some of you. I appreciate these comments, but let's get to some of them and bring them up on air as well. So Noel Gonzalez is in the house. Noel, welcome in. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for your comments. Letting people know that you can watch, in the States at least, WrestleMania. The first hour is going to be on ESPN, isn't it? So, also says, I cannot wait for Liv Morgan. You would have seen mine and Rob's reactions there to Liv Morgan's music video. Since that, I've actually seen an update. She's apparently saying that she wants to be a one-hit wonder. She just needed a new theme song. So, I didn't think she was changing her song. Apparently, it is going to be a theme song. And maybe that's just it. But again, great point. The first hour, and that's going to play into the rumoured order, the match order, which we'll get to in a minute as well, is the first hour's live. Ruela says, where's the countdown? It's going to be in WWE's YouTube page. If you're going to watch it, guys, keep us as your companion piece. We'll be watching it as well. And yeah, we'll talk about any kind of news that breaks on there. Who knows? Maybe it'll have a pre-show match. Very much doubt it. Gunther was going to face Ray in a retirement match as Total Drama Sludge. Yeah, I don't know, because if that was the case, then I think Ray would have won, because Ray clearly isn't retiring at the moment. And I know you talked about in the comments how you'd prefer it to be Dominic Mysterio to retire than Gunther, and I completely agree with you there. I mean, look, if Ray was ready to hang up the boots, then ticking one more off the list for Gunther would be kind of cool. His streak is on, and then maybe Brock at SummerSlam, as I know we've debated on this channel as well. But yeah, great comments, guys. Really appreciate it. I want to know what you think is going to happen at WrestleMania tonight. Raymond's in the chat as well, says go Bills. All right, mate. Not a Bills fan myself, but cool. Rep your team. Sludge says, Liv is surely winning. They've done so much marketing. She was on GQ. She was also on Speed Stream yesterday and has a whole music video. And as I said in the chat, there's been lots of focus on Liv for sure. So yeah, maybe it is pointing in one direction for the kind of result there. Adam Kisher's in the house. Good to see you, Adam. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're looking forward to WrestleMania. And we've got Jaco Robertson in the house as well. I see a comment said you're from South Africa. Welcoming him from South Africa. Also, Jaco was speculating whether or not The Rock can return tonight at WrestleMania 42. I think there's a possibility. I mean, of course, the Roman CM Punk match, but the Pat McAfee interference is something that has a bit of a kind of TKO flavouring to it. So maybe you'll show up on night 2 rather than night 1. Jacko reckons The Rock will give Cody Rhodes a rock bottom and then a people's elbow. You know the deal's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Always happy to see your comment. Says, this Mania has to push and make young talent shine. Gives examples. Javon Evans, Trick Williams, and Oba family need the spotlight wins. I don't know if they all need the wins, but I completely agree with you in that this is about pushing and kind of making young talent shine. And I don't think they need to win their matches to shine. 2 of those I think are more likely to win, and that's that's Trick and Oba. I think Javon could win the IC title in a ladder match, but I don't think he needs it as much. And I did have this debate or this kind of conversation with Rob yesterday talking about it, and you'll see when we get into our Sunday predictions. But yes, Javon and Trick are kind of in the same kind of period of their career on the main roster, but I think Trick, it's just that aura about him, so I can kind of see him being US champ before Javon being IC. Oba, I mean, yeah, it looks like Oba Femi is being built to beat Brock Lesnar, but at the same time, Brock's just been battered for the whole build to this show, so maybe not. Sludge also says, I thought they were going to be doing another celebrity match tonight. I thought we were going to get Kit Wilson and The Miz versus Jellyhausen, Jelly Roll and Danhausen. That would have been quite fun. I've really enjoyed what Danhausen's been doing lately. Jelly Roll, you know, to credit to him, he's done pretty well on WWE TV. Kit Wilson is one of the kind of flavors of the month as far as the fans go. They really enjoy his work, and The Miz is just a legend at this point. So it would have been nice to see them together. I mean, that's the kind of thing you could have put on a pre-show, right? If you weren't going to cram it into the main event, you could definitely done it on a pre-show. But as I said in the comment, I really thought Kit Wilson versus Jelly Roll was going to become a WrestleMania match a few weeks back, and then I did it on SmackDown, and then I thought, oh, maybe it will lead to something after this. But yeah, didn't happen. Jelly Roll, you'd imagine, is going to somewhat be involved with this situation surrounding Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, and Pat McAfee again. But yeah, you are tuned in live now, guys, to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's coverage of WrestleMania. It is our night 1 build-up show. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. And again, it's all about getting you guys and us hyped up and in the mood for the big event. In a minute, I'm going to be joined by Lucas, and I'm going to be joined by Rob as well. And we're going to hear their thoughts on the show. Of course, I gave my predictions for Saturday. You would have seen them if you tuned in earlier on tonight, or if you watched it on last night's weekend kickoff show that we did as well. I've given my Saturday predictions. They probably wouldn't have changed based on SmackDown anyway, but I'm really looking forward to hearing what Rob and Lucas have to say. But of course, I really want to hear what you guys have got to say as well. So keep your comments coming and let me know what you think is going to happen at WrestleMania. As I mentioned earlier on, we're more likely to be focusing on Saturday night stuff, but I'm sure some of the conversation will lend itself to some Sunday chatter as well. But yeah, when it comes to predictions, we're going to focus on Saturday, and we will be back tomorrow for a night to build up show as well. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. If you're liking what you're seeing from the Rebellious Noise crew tonight, then make sure you join us tomorrow as well. Not only that though, we are also going to do an instant reaction review for both nights of WrestleMania. So as soon as the show goes off the air, I'll be coming on the air to talk about what we've seen tonight, and I'll be doing the same tomorrow as well. It's a big weekend in pro wrestling, and we just can't help ourselves. We've got to give you as much content as we can squeeze in. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to kind of, again, riding this wave into the start of WrestleMania tonight, and then after it, coming out, hopefully, in a good mood. I was saying last night, I went back and watched a few minutes of each of my last WrestleMania reviews, like the opening, to see what my mood was coming out of each night. And most of it was good, like overall good, except for night 2 last year, where I came into the show just a bit deflated. Even though the rest of the show was good, I felt the end didn't really let it down, and it kind of, yeah, messed my kind of over enjoyment up, it felt. Comment here from Sludge. What do you think of the stage? Doesn't it look sort of small? It's crazy, right? Because WrestleMania has such a big stage that I get what you mean, because it's not small, right? But I think the WrestleMania stages usually go like they seem much wider. This seems all kind of focused in the middle. It's definitely not small, but I get where you're coming from. I think I'm looking forward to seeing it. I saw the clip when they revealed it yesterday on the kickoff show, but I'm looking forward to seeing it when the show starts, and just kind of with the audience there, and get a real sense of just how big the stage is as well. But I like it. I do like it. It's not my favorite one, but I don't think it's a bad one. You know, there's been other ones. Last WrestleMania I went to, 35, probably the worst stage in modern history, where it was just a big screen, right, and a big logo. I really didn't like that one. By contrast, the one they did also at MetLife at 29, which I also went to, was way better. So it really is strange. But yeah, the 35 one is probably one of the worst for me in recent years. So yeah, this one's better than that, right? So there we are. I want to know what I sound a bit Austin there. It's like the beer transformed me. I want to know. I want to know what you're doing tonight, guys. What's getting you in the mood for WrestleMania? What you're drinking? What are your snacks? You know, what are your routines around WWE PLEs and WrestleMania? Are you watching with friends? Are you watching with family, or watching on your own? Are you going to be joining the streamer later on? We won't be doing a live stream of the show itself, but you know, who do you enjoy watching? But anyway, obviously us, but we ain't doing one tonight. Our idea is instead to get you to the PLE, as I say. We'll talk last minute rumours and stuff like that. Speaking of which, let's talk about the rumoured match order, right? Let's talk about the rumoured match order for tonight. So apparently, now bearing in mind that WWE are going to have their first hour for free on ESPN in the States, you've got, apparently this is what it looks like. John Cena is going to open up the show. Then it's going to be the Usos and LA Knight versus Vision and Speed. Now, this makes sense. A lot of people speculated this because I show Speed's kind of popularity, that people tuning in to see him on the kind of beginning would make sense. Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu. I got to imagine that at this point, maybe they'll do the entrances or do a little bit, and then the hour will be up. But then again, they're going to have all the song and dance at the beginning of the national anthem and all that kind of stuff as well. So maybe it will only have just got past the first match. Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu, apparently the second match on the card. Then is the women's tag team fatal 4-way match. After that, it's going to be AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch for the IC strap. Then we're going to have Seth Rollins versus Gunther. Second to last tonight is going to be the Women's World Championship on the line. Stephanie McCurd defending against Liv Morgan. And your main event, as expected, is Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. That is the rumored lineup for tonight's show. That is the order that it looks like we're going to be getting for tonight's show. And does that play into your prediction, guys? Does that make you feel like certain, we can't have that result actually because that's too many heels winning in a row? Or, is it too many baby faces in a row? Or is it, that won't be a surprise because they can't have two surprises in 2 matches in a row. What, does this kind of change what you felt about WrestleMania? Sludge says, I would have liked to have seen Gunther and Seth open, just John Cena coming out and Gunther making his appearance mid-speech, then him having a stare down. It won't lead to anything, but it would be a nice moment. Yeah, Cena being involved because, of course, Gunther retired him at Saturday night's main event. It would be kind of good. Yeah, just that kind of like, not so much if it weren't for you, I'd be wrestling, because he said he was going to. I'd retire last year anyway. But yeah, that spot, if it was kind of going in what I just said there, it might work with AJ. Like AJ should look at Gunther and be like, if it weren't for you, I would have been wrestling tonight at WrestleMania. But yeah, I like the idea of John Cena and Gunther having a little bit of a stare down as well. But yeah, that is the rumoured order of the card. Let's get Lucas involved. I can see he's waiting in the wings. We'll bring him in very, very soon. But for now, like I said, let's run through the card. We've just talked about it there. And let's talk about the matches that we're most excited for. Again, this isn't in the order. We've gone through the order already. But Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. Just quick brief thoughts as we wait for Lucas to get ready. Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton. Again, if it weren't for the Pat McAfee thing, I'd be a lot more excited about this one. But I do think they could put off a good match. AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. I'm looking forward to seeing this one, seeing what AJ can do on the big stage of WrestleMania once again. We've also got Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu. Probably a match I'm most looking forward to. A story that's been built for a long time, but maybe not in the way I would have liked. I would have liked some sort of, involvement with WWE Championship maybe for these guys, but still looking forward to seeing what they can do tonight. And I think they're the kind of guys that are going to want to go out there and prove a point and steal the show. Also, we've got the Bella Twins, Bailey, live Valkyria, Charlotte, and Alexa going up against, not all 6 of them together, but in the respective teams, going up against Lash Legends and Nia Jax for those tag team championships as well. Again, a lot of rumors going around at the moment that the Bella Twins will not be competing as a duo. There are rumors that Nikki is injured. It's been going on for weeks now, and last night's speculation really heated up until she came out and said, no, I'm all right, I'll be there, basically. So we're not sure what's actually happened. There's rumours going around, of course, about Paige. I'm sure many of you have seen them. And again, I wouldn't like it to be here. I want Paige to come back. I love the idea of a surprise, but I think her defending, Brie Bella doesn't really make much sense for me. Anyway, we've also got Stephanie McCurd defending the title against Liv Morgan. Again, someone, as Sludge said earlier on, who's got a lot of attention lately is Liv Morgan. So maybe that gives us an idea as to where WWE are going with this booking. And of course, tonight as well, we got the Vision represented by Austin Theory and Logan Paul, joined by ISO Speed to go up against the Usos and LA Knight. A match that could potentially see a lot of shenanigans. And we've also got Seth freaking Rollins versus Gunther. Again, I mentioned it on last night's stream. A match that hasn't had much of a build and surely wasn't the original plan for either of these guys. But I think could end up being one of the matches of the weekend, because these are going, when we talk about guys that have points to prove and wanted to be that kind of, in that match that people remember, these two are definitely up on that list. And they, of course, have made that part of the story, really, because there isn't much of a story beyond that. They've started basically saying, look, why don't we see who the best is? And that's basically all they've really done as far as build this this feud. There's been a little bit of a kind of, I guess, hint to something with Paul Heyman and Brock Lesnar in this. But for now, it looks like it's just about these two guys, but will we see some shenanigans that kind of develop the story after that? As I say, Lucas is now ready to join us, so let's bring him in for the conversation. Lovely to hear his views on tonight's action, and it'll be great if we hear yours as well. So keep the comments coming, and let's throw it over to Lucas. How are you doing, mate?
Hello, guys. So I'm just checking the news feed as well. It's the season, isn't it? I'm a bit too close.
It is, mate. As always with WrestleMania, there's loads going on already as far as rumors and stories and things like that.
That's the fun thing about Mania, though, isn't it? Why am I so far away? Just fix myself.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to it because I wasn't super hyped this time last week. I'll be honest, but as you get closer to it, and you're like, but it is WrestleMania, you know, like you just think. I know there's a lot of times people think, well, weak build sometimes means really strong show because it surprise you. So maybe that's what we'll get. That's what I'm hoping we'll get.
About obviously, look back at Mania 17. You know, widely regarded as one of the best manias of all time, and people forget that fell into their laps a week or two before the show, with the purchase of WCW, and with the insertion of the Vince McMahon versus Shane McMahon match, which then carried higher stakes because of that. As well as the decision to turn Stone Cold heel in the main event, which, although didn't work as well as they thought it would, it still was the ultimate way to end the Attitude Era. But a lot of that fell in their laps, like being dead honest. A lot, not if you look back at those Raws and SmackDowns leading up to the purchase of WCW, it wasn't looking likely to be a good Mania. But
I mean, Deborah was forced to be the manager of The Rock. Like that's what they were doing with the story. Like it was, and that was not. I remember when we got to WrestleMania, they'd just forgotten all about that.
It was a mental. But yeah, it's still WrestleMania Saturday though. It's still WrestleMania Saturday, and I think that's the thing where I'm still excited. I wasn't even like a day or two ago. And I hated SmackDown last night. I watched it. I hated it. I've hated most of the television building up to this. But it's still WrestleMania Saturday. Do you know what I mean? It feels big.
Yeah. No, I agree. What I really like about these streams, and you kind of touched on it already, the rumors that are flying around, we'll dive into those and all the kind of last minute hype. That's what these build-up shows are all about. But when it comes to WrestleMania, it's even more exciting. What I also really like seeing is kind of what the atmosphere and the vibe is like out in the host city. So what we're going to do actually is we're going to throw over to our friend of the channel, also called Scott, Scott Future Felson. He is out in Vegas for Muscle and Fitness, and he is doing his annual feed of basically stuff that he's doing out there in Vegas for WrestleMania. So I'm going to throw over to some of this, Lucas, and we'll kind of, I guess, just react to it as well. We'll get to see what the atmosphere is like out there in Vegas. So let's have a little listen to what Scott's got to say here.
This is Scott Felstead from Muscle and Fitness, readying for my 10th WrestleMania. I hope you'll join me on my media thread. Hey, this is Scott.
Can you hear that, Lucas? Is that okay? Brilliant. All right, so there's Scott. Little introductions to the guy. Here's his trip over to the States as well. It's seeing stuff like this that makes me go, I wish I was there. I've been fortunate enough to go a few times, but I've never been to Vegas, Lucas. So to combine the two, that's what's fun about WrestleMania is when they go. I mean, this year's a little different. They were there last year, don't get me wrong. But it's always fun to kind of go to these new cities and combine the two. So as you can see, this is him at the media center as well. Really impressed with how they've set up there. He says, got to meet, what's his name? Why am I mind gone blank there? Dragunov, there we go. Why did that take me so long to say? Got an interview with him. Of course, like I say, Scott's over there for Muscle and Fitness. So make sure you check out his interviews and the content he's going to be posted over there. As you can see, he's a big lad himself. So his angle is basically going to be talking about fitness and nutrition and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, go and check it out. He's had a nice chat with Chelsea Green, talking about food. Also good conversations with the Irresistible Forces. This is his conversation here with Logan Paul.
Hello, Nick Khan. It's my boss over there. Please keep hiring me more. Hire me over. Yeah.
Everyone just seems so tired.
In the best shape of your
Yeah. It's a lot of media work, ain't it? So what's Logan have to say to him?
Next question.
Logan, are you in the best shape of your career?
Nah, next question.
straight to his point. But fair enough. He also got to have a chat with Danhausen to see what Danhausen.
You better put that in, big fat of Muscle and Fitness housing. You better put Danhausen on there. Oh yeah. the strongest, most powerful wrestler in all of the land. Better be up there, because if I'm not, you are cursed.
Let me ask you, how does Danhausen train for WrestleMania? I mean, your gym routine must be pretty special.
Yeah, I eat egg. I have an egg.
Have an egg.
I do a push-up. And I run up some stairs. And then I am powerful, yeah.
That's good. So 1 egg, a push-up, and
Yeah.
run up some stairs.
Yeah.
There you go. That's perfect.
It's pretty good. What are you talking about? It's a great time. That's why I'm so strong. You know? Beef.
Brilliant. I think that's going to be the most bizarre answer he gets, other than Logan Paul's kind of nope. That's probably going to be the most bizarre answer you get from any of the wrestlers. But I'm loving the Danhausen stuff at the moment. Again, appreciate Scott for letting us share his content over there. And as I say, check out more of his content, writing for Muscle and Fitness. And you can follow him, as you can see, at Scott Future on Twitter as well, if you want to carry on following his escapades over there in Las Vegas. But yeah, what did you think of that, Lucas, man? Like, again, I feel a bit jealous not being over there myself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it seems like there's a lot of people are tired. You know, I think obviously the decision to make Hall of Fame off of SmackDown is something which they're going to keep having to regret. Everyone's just shouting like today, and obviously Logan Paul is in the opening match today, isn't it? Actually, that's been confirmed. The 6-man tag will open the main WrestleMania show. We don't anticipate there to be any matches on the pre-show or the countdown shows, I now call them.
Plenty of room for him, mate, but as always, disappointing us.
Yep, just to be another 2 hours of talking before they get to obviously WrestleMania. But yeah, no, it's interesting seeing. You know, obviously, you know, he's a media guy, so obviously he's getting obviously all those interviews that we would like. You know, we have had some interviews on the channel in the past. Obviously, you can check those ones out. Some of the stuff is actually still quite relevant. Do you know what I mean? Like, even though it's been a little while with some of them, it's still very much talking about things, obviously, that are, you know, relevant to storylines. Obviously, we've done stuff like Kevin Owens, for example, and he spoke a lot about Bloodline and, you know, that kind of story coming out of that. But anyway, I think that, yeah, it must be a bit weird for the media to go back to the same place twice from WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, surely, like, you know, when you're a media person, you know, working, you know, on the WWE, you just assume that you wouldn't be going back to the same place over and over and over again. Obviously, they've done this, but then they've had previous with this. Obviously, you remember SummerSlam when they wouldn't leave the Barclays Centre, and before that, the Staples Centre.
That's a good point. I completely forgot about that. They were there like 5 or 6 years in a row, weren't they?
Yeah, obsessed with it. So they've had previous, and obviously, even WrestleMania itself, WrestleMania's 4 and 5, you know, both held, you know, the
true
stuff. So they've. Yeah, they have had previous for this. Even New Orleans, I mean, they didn't do back to back there, but I think New Orleans got about 3 WrestleManias in like 10 years, didn't it?
I mean,
cancelled.
It was supposed to be there this year, right? So
yeah. And I think,
I mean, I do think it's played into a lot of. I mean, Rob mentioned it last night on the stream as well, but like fatiguing for the audience to be like Vegas again. Like, even I like the Vegas theme. I think what they've done with the stage looks pretty cool, and I think the graphics are alright as well, but. It's like there's only so much you can do 2 years in a row in the same place. And obviously, I'm sure we'll talk tonight about, like ticket sales and perception and kind of what it's actually going to look like numbers-wise. But I think a lot of that comes down to being there in the same place 2 years in a row, as you say. You know, it's not as exciting. Part of going to Mania for me is the fact I get to see it somewhere new. So to go to the same place 2 years in a row, if it was me, if I was available to do it and the money lined up and the timing lined up, I would have been thinking, if I'd been last year, not sure I want to go again. I'm not sure. I'd rather save my money for the following year, for example, where they're going to go somewhere else. I mean, next year's in Saudi, so that's another kind of thing as well. Its own little beast of a conversation. But not my favorite run of venues, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about Vegas in general over the past few years. Obviously, it's a very hot, a very expensive, and a very kind of limited kind of holiday destination in general. In terms of, like, if you don't want to go there and spend lots of money, you're going to be very, very bored. You know, you're going to be there for, you know, a week, 2 week period, like some people might go over for, as it's a very, very expensive city. You know, in terms of everything that you're doing, and the heat is different to heat kind of anywhere else. You are in a desert, and I'm just cringing at the fact that on the pre-show we are having adverts.
That's mad. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, on the countdown show again, if you're watching it with us, guys, we'll be a watch-along companion to tell you a whole load of nothing is going on. But the most exciting thing at the moment is the fact that they are running ads on the pre-show, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when these first started. I mean, years back. Obviously, we had something like Heat, didn't we? Which was like the hour, half an hour, and they get a match, and like a few video packages, and that'll be it. And then even after that, the pre-show went to a format where it was an hour long, and you had a match or even two matches in the second half hour. And they used to stream it on YouTube free, didn't they? But now we've got to the point where the pre-show is 3 hours long, has adverts, and has no matches.
Man, and but what? Yeah, to be fair, it's not even an ad, did it? It's the we'll be right back thing, which I understand if they need a break, like at least
in America.
Yeah, so true. But they could be playing like
literally anything from their archives. Like literally anything from their many years of archive footage. You know, they
WrestleMania moments,
a few 5-minute video packages, even just doing match highlights. You know, like the best matches of all time kind of thing. A lot of them have happened at WrestleMania. I just find it baffling that this model is what they. Well, I don't know they're choosing, but it's where we're at. And I'm annoyed that we're even in these adverts, we're just getting a loop of the same people. I've watched about 4 times now.
I did notice on the one on the countdown show yesterday, it did show some like WrestleMania clips, and it showed Jeff Hardy, which I was a bit surprised to see. So it's not like he's signed by the WWE, so that was quite an interesting news there as well. But I had a crazy dream the other night, Lucas, about Jeff Hardy, right? In my dream, I was thinking, why has Jeff Hardy never played for England, as in football, right? Why has he never been called up to the England squad? And in my dream, I was starting to think, well, like, it's not like he must play for a big club. It's not like he's a nobody. Like, he's a massive star, Jeff Hardy. So, like, why has he never been called up? And then I was like, well, what position does he play in? Whose space would he take in the squad? And I was like, well, obviously, he's fast. He's a winger. And I was like, wait, no, is he a winger? And then I'm picturing Jeff Hardy in a football kit and everything. And then all of a sudden, in my dream, it hits me. He's a wrestler. And he's American. That's why he's not playing. Well, I woke up and I was like, what the hell kind of dream was that? But just little Jeff Hardy.
A bit mad. I don't know if you mentioned it, but they have confirmed that, well, assuming that because they've announced that the 6-man tag is first, that Drew versus Fatu is second.
Yeah, so they've got the whole, they've confirmed that, but there is a rumoured lineup anyway. John Cena apparently going to be opening it.
Okay.
Then we go into Usos, LA Knight, and a Vision.
The Bellas are being shown on screen now, guys. Just to confirm.
And apparently Nikki said last night that she's fit, and I don't know if she said she's fit, but she said she's wrestling. Drew Mac and Jacob Fatu. Then the women's fatal 4-way, as you say, Bella's there. AJ versus Becky. Then Seth versus Gunther. Then Stephanie Vaquer versus Liv, and then Cody versus Randy, which I guess we would have all predicted that one. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that's how they kind of did it, but they did it in like a reverse order. But yeah, I mean, kind of means we're getting 2 matches in an hour, which is, it's mad to say that's good nowadays.
Do you think we will? Because it's going to be live for free that first hour on ESPN in America.
Yeah, but the graphic came up. They said the first hour free, and it showed those 2 matches.
Oh, within it mentioned that the second will be within it as well. Then
yeah,
okay, because I wasn't sure if they'd start. When they want you to buy it, I wasn't sure if they'd do the entrances and then they go, "Oh, join us on," blah, blah, blah.
I mean, well, I guess it'll be in poor taste now. The graphics come up and they said it would feature that match. So one would imagine that they would be doing their timing around.
And you've got to get John Cena kicking it off, if this is true. And you've also got to get the
arrivals.
Anthems and the arrivals, of course. Yeah. Don't forget the arrivals. They take about 10 minutes. But the anthems and stuff like that doable as well.
I mean, particularly with Drew and Jacob being unsanctioned. I mean, that in itself is a bit of a weird thing. I mean, they've done a few of these now. But the problem with unsanctioned matches is that really, realistically, why are you announcing it? It's unsanctioned.
Yeah, why are there match graphics?
Why are they talking about it on the television program? Why are they going to get ring entrances? Realistically, it's not sanctioned. Their music should not be on the playlist at all for tonight. So you can argue with that, they could do a thing where there's an attack on the entrance, or it starts backstage potentially, and then it brawls outside, because again, it's not sanctioned, so it can just stop. Because again, with that, why are they waiting to start the match? Like, now
just find them.
The minute 11.
Like, why is there an order? Why? Why is it in a match order? Surely you should just find the guys and go, oh, I think they're fighting. Like, we're gonna have to film this. Right, let's.
We know why they do it, because obviously there has to be some sort of order in this, but it is just silly when they could just say, do it as a street fight and then we're sorted. You're covered, like, or fork anyway or something like that. You're covered that way. But the unsanctioned thing just makes it very nonsensical very quickly. But anyway, they've announced those 2 matches are in the first hour. So I guess it'd be interesting if they do that for tomorrow as well, because we know that Brock and Oba is definitely opening WrestleMania, as Brock's doing typical, I'm not on last, I'm going on first, and getting out of it, that he usually does. But it'd be interesting if they must have another match, because with respect, Brock Lesnar's longest match, I think, since being part of the company, rejoining again, and it's been about 10 minutes. So, I mean, he's not going to go longer than, 10. Yeah, he's not going to go longer than 10 minutes. But yeah, we shall see. We obviously keep you updated if that does happen. Showing a lot of stuff from the WWE World. They unveiled a Hulk Hogan statue ahead of obviously the Real American documentary, which drops on Netflix this week. Kind of interested they didn't already drop it, to be fair, but I think maybe they didn't want the talking point being stuff from the documentary to kind of overshadow some of the stuff obviously going on at WrestleMania this weekend, particularly because Hulk Hogan being a very divisive. They put another graphic there, 8-time WrestleMania main eventer. Look, if WrestleMania was 2 nights in the 80s, that'll be 16. Let's be real, that'll be 16.
I think you might be right.
He's second of all time, obviously. Roman Reigns, is number 11 for Roman Reigns, I think.
Wow.
But yeah, let's be real. If it existed in the 80s and 90s, Hulk Hogan would have had, at least 15 WrestleMania main events. There'd have been no way that they wouldn't have done.
He would have lost the title on night 1 and won it on night 2,
Yeah.
Like he would have done stuff like that as well. I mean, you think the moment where he comes in for Brett to beat Yokozuna was bad. Everybody talks about that. There would have been about 6 of them, So let's get Rob in here. We're going to hear his thoughts on how he's feeling about WrestleMania. Again, we touched on it last night. It was with us on a weekend kickoff show, but it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts now that SmackDown is in the books as well. Let's do that then. So let me get Rob ready. Hold on. Here we are. Hello, mate. How you feeling?
What's happening? You good?
Yeah, we are good, mate. We are very, very close to WrestleMania. Good to have you on board. Are you excited, mate? Has SmackDown helped or hindered your excitement?
Weirdly, I enjoyed SmackDown for just SmackDown. Like, I felt like it didn't. There was stuff that played a part in what's happening at Mania, but a lot of the stuff that I enjoyed kind of felt like
nothing to do with it.
Just, yeah. It was annoying in a way where the stuff they could have done, they kind of could have put on WrestleMania and like a WrestleMania pre-show. So again, I know we're in a time where we don't need to have a pre-show and we've got less amount of matches and stuff like that. But man, why not just throw the guys on? I mean, Lucas, have you guys seen SmackDown yet?
I watched SmackDown, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I was going to say, like, the match between the Wyatts and the MFTs, or whatever you want to class them as now, the fake bloodline, as you will, that would have been perfect for like a warm up for WrestleMania. It is
100%.
I don't understand the not having pre-show stuff or a match for that. The Battle Royal could have been done for
the Battle Royal. I was just going to say, we were chatting about this in the comments earlier on before you guys hopped on, but I think it was Sludge that was bringing it up. Sludge is still with us in the chat, by the way. Says they had a pre-show match at Stand and Deliver, and it was actually really entertaining. And if you're a long-time viewer of the channel, you know that we basically do this. Every PLE build-up, we go, man, I wish there was a pre-show match. But this is the one where it really makes the most sense. It was the first to get it, and there used to be. There are pre-made matches for it. The Andre Giant Battle Royal is the greatest example of that. But it was way more, you know, that they could, like you say, the MFTs versus a few years ago, that TLC match, I wouldn't have put it on the pre-show, but I mean, that should have been on WrestleMania as well. There's so much of that going on at the moment. Just going to get to a chat here from Pitbull. Are you watching in Discord? We're not, buddy, but I hope you stick with us to take you all the way up to the start of the show itself. Lucas, I know you wanted to have a little bit of a conversation about, was it Asuka and Io Sky? Because I think this kind of plays into this same topic, really, where kind of they seem to be booking things that could just be in the same spot, but they're moving them all over the place. It would be SmackDown or apparently Backlash now.
Yeah, so essentially my point was with this, is I feel that sometimes what they do is they like to hold on to things for it to get its own spotlight. Because obviously how little wrestling matches we get to see on these PLEs nowadays. So something, for example, a story, for example, that I feel definitely deserved to be in WrestleMania this year, based on the fact that it started at SummerSlam, is the Io Sky, Asuka, Kairi Sane. Whether it be a triple threat, handicap, or singles between any of those people, to be fair. And it's not obviously on the WrestleMania card. And obviously there was a lot of people saying that, obviously with Nikki Bella potentially being injured, they were holding on to Asuka and Kairi maybe replacing the Bella Twins in the women's tag match, but it does seem at the moment, anyway, that match is still going ahead with the Bellas in it. So it seems that Asuka is just missing WrestleMania. But the point I wanted to bring up
Very weird.
They may have been looking through the card, and obviously most likely it would go on tomorrow's night show, and you're working out that essentially what it's going to probably end up being one of the least kind of important matches, on that show. And then if you factor in WrestleMania as a whole, it's probably one of the least important matches. Whereas if they were to do it next month, let's say Backlash or at Saturday Night's Main Event, they could maybe make that a main point of the show. Because obviously, as you know now, with those shows, we get 4 or 5 matches. So they can spotlight each one and say, okay, Io versus Asuka can be, based on the co-main event. Whereas it's not going to go anywhere near that on WrestleMania, particularly if it goes on tomorrow. If it does go on, it will go on tomorrow. If they want to find a way to make that happen. Because tomorrow's got 6 matches, I believe. Yeah, so it's got 7.
It was the same last year as well. Night 2 had 6, night 1 had 7. Yeah.
Interesting. And also as well, this 2 night stuff. Remember before, it was always, the whole thing of this ultra long show, being, just not good to watch, essentially, not comfortable for anyone to watch. But then last year's Manias, I think Mania Night 2 was like almost 4 hours. So we're getting back to it. We're over 2 nights now.
I know, I've been thinking how glad I am it starts at 11 o'clock for us in the UK, but I'm thinking, really? how long is it going to go because of that? But I completely agree with you. Like, it does seem like they did this when they were like double booking PLEs, like when they'd have a Saturday night main event. I know it's not technically a PLE, but they'd have that and then the PLE upcoming, and they'd be booking 2 shows at once. And some ways I get it, because as you say, kind of separating these things and letting them breathe on their own and got a big roster, but like it still ends up being the same characters anyway. I mean, to me, Io Sky versus Asuka, or Io Sky versus Asuka versus Kairi Sane, is a WrestleMania worthy match. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it should be able to hold its own on WrestleMania and not get lost in the shovel anyway. So for me, yeah, it is disappointing. And there were a lot of matches that it seemed like they were building towards at WrestleMania and they've just not done it. We'll talk about some of those, I'm sure, as we go through the predictions themselves, because I think some play into matches that other people just ended up stumbling into instead of ones that seemed like they were getting kind of poised for. I'm going to get to a comment here as well. I'm not going to bring it up because there's a bit of naughty language that maybe I shouldn't put on the screen. But Barbershop Window, I appreciate your comments either way. It says, WrestleMania has no aura this year. A crappy, I'll say, stage, overused stadium shows, feels like a normal BS TKO show. And while I think Barbershop Window's words are quite strong there, I kind of understand the sentiment where it's coming from. Look, I'm looking forward to the show. I am more excited about it than I was a few days ago, simply because WrestleMania itself has an aura. But I do understand where you're coming from there. The build itself hasn't been amazing. We're just kind of optimistic. When me and Lucas first came on air just a moment ago on the live section, we were talking about how, there have been great WrestleManias in the past. that did have a great build. So we're hopeful that this is the case here. The stage, again, I was talking about this earlier on with some of the people in the comments. I don't think it's a bad stage. It's not as grand and long as some of the others have looked. I think it might look a bit better when the stadium fills up. But I mean, I look back to WrestleMania 35. That's a bad WrestleMania stage.
But don't they have people sat behind the stage now? Is that not the reason?
They had it last year, didn't they? People were sitting on the top, which is a bit mad as well. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, there are a lot of things that I'm not too thrilled about with TKO. Like, and it is, look, they're a business. Money's going to come first all the time. But there are a lot of decisions over the past 2 years, I would say, that are just pure, like, blatantly greedy. You know what I mean? Like, corporations are greedy. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. I didn't think, although it was a family-run business before, I wasn't conned into thinking like they were one of us. Like, they were rich people living in Connecticut, you know, running a business and making loads of money. I get that. But there is something about the way TKO have made decisions the past few years that have definitely still moved away from some of those, I guess, what they were still holding on to in some ways, as far as kind of that. It was their thing, like, you know, and we felt, naively maybe, felt involved as fans, and it feels like the TKO thing has started to really grind on people over the past 2 years. They're playing into it with storyline. Look, we'll get into that later on, but I do understand people's frustrations at the moment, and I think it is important to talk about some of these things as well, which again, I'm sure we will pick up on throughout the show. But let's get into the matches themselves. Let's talk about tonight. Again, Saturday night has its own card. Sunday will have its own card, and we'll talk about those predictions tomorrow when we get there. But at the moment, you are tuned into the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling Night 1 build-up show for WrestleMania, and what we do here is get us and you guys hyped and in the mood for the PLE, even if the build itself hasn't been amazing. And tomorrow, again, we will be back doing the same for Night 2. So if you want to talk Night 2, I'd say please hold your horses on those comments for now. We'll no doubt touch on some Night 2 stuff here tonight, but we're going to try our best to focus mainly on Night 1 so that we can go deeper into it on Night 2 when it's a bit more relevant and clearer as well. Casper's in the house. Always good to have you with us, Casper. Says, good evening, guys. I'm looking forward to WrestleMania 42 to see what happens. I'm picking Jade Cargill over Rhea Ripley and Roman Reigns winning, as both might be taking some time off. Interesting points there, Casper. Again, appreciate your comments, and we'll get to those matches very soon. As I say, keep your comments coming, and again, we want to know what you're looking forward to tonight specifically and what your thoughts and opinions are on them. So Rob, I don't know if you've seen, but the match order has kind of leaked, if you will. We'll see how true it is, but so far it does line up with what WWE are themselves promoting. They have officially promoted the first 2 matches in this exact same order as well, so hopefully it means that what we're about to go through is the current schedule and order for matches anyway. So let's go on with what's going to be happening here. Apparently we'll open up with John Cena kicking off the show. We'll talk a little bit about John Cena later on, I'm sure, but the first match, guys, is apparently going to be the Usos and LA Knight taking on The Vision, represented by Austin Theory and Logan Paul, and I Show Speed. Now, I've given my predictions on this one already, but I'll give you a little bit of I'll give you the cliff notes, essentially. I think this one could go in so many different directions. I think Speed could just suddenly become a heel, not necessarily join The Vision, but he could play into the fact, well, I'm on this side now, I've got to defend myself, or he could be the kind of jokey, I accidentally won. He could turn on The Vision to be a good guy, and then you've also got the Usos and LA Knight, who are kind of you know, that you could imagine friction there. And then on top of that, you've got Jey Uso seemingly being a bit angry at the world for the past 6 months. And I don't know if you guys saw that podcast thing he did the other day where he attacked that the host. I mean, there's a lot going on with Jey Uso at the moment that I think is quite interesting. So there are a lot of places this match could go. I think ultimately I've gone for, I can't even remember what I picked in this, but I'm going to say I picked the good guys to win. I'm going to throw it over to Rob on this one first. What do you reckon, mate? Usos and Knight versus Vision and Speed.
You know, I don't want to bring the tone of the stream down, right? But I'll be honest, if there was ever a match that I didn't care about in terms of WrestleMania, I do not care. Like if
All right, let me give some context here as well, Rob. I think it's important to say for new viewers. Where is he? This man is a massive Uso fan. So if he's saying that, he means it. Because I understand, Rob, you're not saying that lightly. Because you're a huge Usos fan.
I mean, I'll put it this way, right? There's only grown men cry at certain things, right? Seeing Jay win the IC title was something that really hit us, especially me in particular. Seeing him win the big one, obviously hit me. Him winning the Rumble hit me. I would say as far as, let's go way back to like NXT with Bayley and Sasha with the last woman standing. That match got me in my feels. Like, there was something special about it. So when wrestlers can make you feel and have their moments of like, finally, you're so behind them that they get that moment, you get emotional watching it, right? Same with, we're like that with football and other sports and so on and so on. So it's natural to be so involved. But I feel so distant from what the Usos are and were 2 years ago to what they are now. It's like, I feel like they've become a parody of what they are. That this isn't the Usos of the bloodline. This, I don't know what this is. And honestly, the more I'm watching it, the more I'm like, I just, that they need to be away from the screen for a while and just take a long break and just come back. I mean, their music changed from what it was, and then all of a sudden they sounded like they were on Crash Bandicoot, and then it come back to the original one. Then they play Jay's again, and then all of a sudden it's just us, and just they don't know what they're doing. There's no direction. And then the LA Knight stuff, and LA Knight was feuding with them before, and then he's teaming with them, and then he's feuding, and it's just messy. And then that's without adding the vision and speed. And man, honestly, if anything, they should have had the triple threat women's, as you were just talking about, right, on the card and put this on the pre-show. This should have been on SmackDown.
See, I understand why it's on there, and they're definitely shoehorned a lot of celebrity involvement. We'll get to that, and I do think the celebrities they're using are good in their positions. It's just like it's rubbing the fans the wrong way. So I understand what they're doing. I understand them putting them on the first hour because it's free, but as you say, it's so thrown together. Like it does create this possible chaos that I've mentioned of like maybe someone turns or maybe something exciting happens. But if it doesn't do that, then it is. It was just a mess then, weren't it? Like it kind of doesn't really make sense. Lucas, what are your thoughts on this one?
The thing is, though, WrestleMania have always had celebrities. The first main event had Mr. T in it. They've had Maria Menounos. They've had Snooki. Had Mania. Donald Trump got involved in the ring. Well, we're not in the ring, but in a match. In to be fair, like one of the at the time one of their highest grossing WrestleManias. That was actually WrestleMania 23 in Detroit. So they've always had that celebrity involvement. I think that they had to shoehorn the tag belts back onto the Usos and that story because of the kind of failures of Jay as a singles guy towards the second half of last year, definitely. There was just a lot of problems put that way. The story, I think the Usos and the Vision storyline has been going on for quite some time, so I think it does deserve a Mania spot. I mean, I would say this would be like a good pre-show match under usual circumstances, but ISOSB is like one of the most like followed people in the world. They're not going to miss out. They're not going to want to miss out on the publicity from him being on their biggest show. But it's just a shame. But I don't feel that the celebrity involvement's kind of become what people think is the biggest problem of WrestleMania. But I don't actually think that is what the biggest problem is of WrestleMania. It's a small part of it, but I don't think it is. In terms of prediction of who I think will win, I think that, like Scott said, there's multiple options. I feel that, in my opinion, the Vision are done, and I feel...
What a year! I said, what a year!
Yeah, I know. I just think with Braun and Bronson both still injured, with Seth obviously, not part of the faction anymore. They haven't got a strong enough lead. I mean, I guess you could keep them together as a tag team only, but remove Heyman from them. Because I think Heyman, once Heyman's with Brock, I don't like him with anyone else. I don't understand, why he wants to change that up. It's weird when he goes from doing stuff with Brock to talking about tag team matches. It's never worked, and this is their out really. So just have the Vision lose. It kind of reminds me. Do you remember when the New Day faced League of Nations at WrestleMania 31, 32?
That's when is that when Austin and HBK and Foley come out after?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we mentioned that last night, didn't we? Yeah.
That's kind of what this match feels like in a way. I know it's got the celebrity involvement, but it kind of just feels like that kind of 6-man tag where it's just a case. And that last time it was they wanted to basically destroy League of Nations, which they did. And I think this might be their way of getting out of it with the Vision. But then I wouldn't also be surprised the Vision just win because then they are the tag champions. But it's always a weird one, this, because like they're already the tag champions. You've got the tag champions in the match, but it was not for the belts. I actually think they missed a trick there. They should have had the match for the tag title still, just like on the 6-man tag rules of like whoever gets the pin can decide who they want to win the tag belts with, kind of thing. I think that could have been a nice stipulation to add to it. Because at the moment, it doesn't really feel there's a lot of stakes. It just feels a bit like, well.
No, it's just LA Knight is annoyed about Speed accidentally costing him and whatever. Like, it is so shoehorned in. I mean, it's a great point about the tag titles. Sludge said the same thing. I thought the tag titles would be defended at Mania, but I didn't think the Usos versus Vision. I was thinking you could make a team with Jimmy and LA Knight called the Slim Jims, and they face the Vision. I like the idea there, especially if Jey Uso does split. Maybe we'll get the Slim Jims anyway.
It legit feels to me that with some of these matches, they've just gone, okay, here are all the people, basically, our main people. We need to get in the matches, and we're just not going to stop until they're all on matches. And so with this, it's a case of like, the smart option would have been to just have the traditional 2-on-2 tag of Usos against the Vision. But they did that on Raw a few weeks back, and because they had to shoehorn LA Knight into a WrestleMania match, because he wouldn't have had one otherwise. And obviously they liked the addition of the I Show Speed, and it kind of fits hand in hand. But in years gone by, I think they would have always... I think what we're seeing happening with WWE is them moving from the sensical storyline kind of driven approach of stuff that we've had for many years to just the moments, just the moments.
Yeah.
So they want the moment of I Show Speed giving or taking a move on WrestleMania, and they just went...
More than storylines and stuff like that.
Yeah, more than the storyline.
Yeah.
Sense. Because like I said, they left matches off that have been built up for months in this one. Which I guess you could say the Jay and the Vision stuff have been going on a while, the whole Masked Man thing, but we are at the stage now where the Vision, they're pretty much, I don't like using the term buried, but they pretty much are.
I find it really interesting though, because I've not I factored in all these different scenarios and turns and things like that, but I didn't once think this could be the end of the Vision. But I think it could go either way. I think you're right. That could be what they're doing here, but they could also be giving them the tag titles to give them something until Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker come back. I mean, I don't know their status, but they could come back this weekend. They could beat up Seth Rollins. Surely Seth's on a bit of a stopgap until going back to Vision stuff. Anyway, in an ideal world, surely that's what they want to happen. But then again, we've seen storylines over the past few years where they just kind of didn't go back to what was surely the original plan. Thinking of The Rock and Cody Rhodes, for example, and Roman Reigns. They've just gone, we're not doing that no more. So that could be the case as well. Let me just get to some more of these comments, guys, and then we'll wrap up on this match. But Sludge says, and Jay goes to find out who attacked him at SmackDown before Chamber, and that man was Sami Zayn, setting up Jay versus Sami, which is a lot of story, a lot of stuff interesting going on with Sami as well. We'll touch on that in a bit. But anyway, I have the Usos and LA Knight. I think it'll be a fun opener, but nothing special, says Sludge. Casper says, I'm seeing what the Vision and I Show Speed versus LA Knight and the Usos. Not sure who will win this one, but I'm going for the team of I Show Speed because of I Show Speed. I mean, that's a good point. He could just simply win because he's the star. He's the outside star. That could be the case. Again, I think there is a possibility that he wins because he kind of heals it up and he's like, these guys are attacking me. I've tried to tell him I'm sorry, but screw it. Or he just accidentally falls onto someone and pins them, which kind of makes all three of the baby faces look bad, by the way. It would work better if he was facing a team of heels, but he's a face facing faces in a heel team, which is what it's such a strange done. It's funny. I think they're playing into it quite funny, but I don't know if it works in the end as far as an accidental win in that sense. So maybe he just turns on the bad guys and he gets cheered for that reason. Casper also says, I am looking forward to it. I'm not sure who'll win this one, to be honest. I get I Show Speed stuff, but I called Royce Keys to win the Andre Giant Battle Royal. Yeah, good point. Yeah, good win for Royce Keys as well. He said he was with the Jobbers last night. Royce Keys on SmackDown last night, but I don't think any other guy winning. All the Jobbers, no one else was winning that last night. Yeah, I think Royce Keys was always going to win that one. But yeah, let's bring it back to the 6-man tag though, guys. If we have to commit to a winner. Who are we going with? Let's go with you first, Rob.
I'm going. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the idea of Speed being on, I think, as you said, Speed being on the hillside is a bit strange because why would you throw him there when he's, as Luke rightly said, like an incredibly viewed person in the streaming world, IRL streams. So maybe it is a case of Speed does something and turns on him and costs Division the win. So I'm going to say it's the Usos and LA Knight. I mean, ideally, I'd love LA Knight to get the win because the guy's worked his butt off and he needs to get something. He needs something. The Usos have had their time. I think LA Knight needs a moment, especially at WrestleMania. But I think the big thing here is going to be on Speed.
I mean, that's a good point, actually. Him attacking, I'm just thinking the headline, I Show Speed attacks Logan Paul is something that gets people to click because, yes, him attacking a wrestler is people going, what's he doing wrestling? Let me check that out. But him attacking another big famous name, like let's just take two people that aren't in wrestling or haven't been involved, and let's say it said something along the lines of like Wayne Rooney attacks Zlatan Ibrahimovic, right? Like, let's just say that was the thing you saw on Twitter. You'd click it, and then you go, oh, it was a wrestling thing, and then you might watch it. So that might even have more weight, because especially the kind of character that Logan Paul is, than him attacking a wrestler anyway.
And so, yeah, you're right. I mean, we did have that with Wade Barrett when he got pushed by Rooney. That literally happened. And it was a really
but I mean, two people outside of wrestling completely, well, I say completely, but like two stars fighting each other is the headline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I get that.
So who do you think then is going to win?
Are you asking me or are you asking Scott?
Yeah, Rob, yeah.
Oh, me. Look, I'm going with the Usos and LA Knight, but I do think Speed's going to be the one to turn and then cost Division.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought too.
Yeah.
I think that the headlines here are definitely for Speed and Logan Paul interacting in the match. So whether that be they work together, but I think the better option is just because we're in scroll central generation now, aren't we? Where it's just you're gonna scroll through Instagram and see I Show Speed punching Logan Paul, for example. Like that's the clip.
That's got more value
the
than him punching a wrestler.
Yeah.
That's the reason why this match exists. So I think they'd be very silly to not do that, unless, again, like I said, unless I Show Speed is staying around post Mania. And they're going to build up something else. But I think the pop on Mania is just him beating up Logan Paul.
Yeah, no, I agree. Casper says, to win, I'm going to take a chance. I Show Speed and the Vision, but I'm over the Vision now. So kind of leaning into what Lucas was saying just a minute ago. On the countdown, they are showing clips from WrestleMania 1 at the moment, as Lucas said earlier on.
I think they're showing celebrity involvement.
They are showing celebrities, yes. The first one they showed there, number 10, was WrestleMania 1, which had Hogan and Mr. T, Muhammad Ali as the special enforcer or referee. Now you got Lawrence Taylor beating Bam Bam Bigelow at WrestleMania 9, I believe it was. Then you got The Miz pushing, what was that guy's name? The NFL player. Was it Gronk? No, there was another one there, the one he pushed, though. Then you got Snoop Dogg saving the day with a people's elbow, number 8. Number 7, we've got Butterbean. Is this against Bart Gunn? Yep.
Yeah.
In the Brawl for All kind of reward. This is the reward he got for winning Brawl for All. Number 6. What was that, sorry?
Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker. He was part of WrestleMania 4 or 5, on the 2.
Is this when he shakes him? Yeah. Andre the Giant shaking his head.
This is the Boom Shakalaka.
Number 5.
That's Gronk, isn't it?
This is Gronk, yeah.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, because he helped Mojo Rawley win, didn't he? The Battle Royal on the pre-show.
Mojo Rawley. We don't get hype, we stay hype. That's what we're doing on the build-up, is staying hype. Johnny Knoxville versus Sami Zayn. This might be number 1 for me. This was such a fun match.
Yeah, that was a fun one. The thing is, this is something what's missing from this year's WrestleMania, actually. Just that fun match.
Yeah,
they usually are quite good with these things. This year, everything feels like it's like either a blood feud.
Too serious. Yeah,
it's a bit.
Kane beating up 2 years in a row, of course, beating up Pete Rose.
Bad Bunny, of course.
Bad Bunny, yeah. Number 2.
Damien Priest
tag match.
First Mania after COVID, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What's
Who's
number 1?
Snooki. No, I'm joking.
Mike Tyson, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, Mike Tyson. So, I mean, yeah, for all,
With the
for a lot of people
funniest
who are
cat there.
saying about celebrity involvement, they're showing, well, that's just 10 clips. And obviously, we mentioned some of the other ones earlier on this stream.
Yeah.
So, it has always been a thing. I think
Do you remember when Mike Tyson called Stone Cold Cold Stone?
Yeah.
Cold Stone! I'm going to get to a comment here because I think it's quite an interesting one. He mentioned it earlier on before you guys came on, but I did want to bring it up, see what you guys think as well. He's kind of alluding to Sludge here. So your comment a moment ago, Lucas, about having a fun match. And he said, yeah, that's what I'm talking about with Miz and Kit Wilson versus Jellyhausen. Jellyhausen, by the way, great name. But yeah, Jelly Roll and Danhausen. I mean, Danhausen's been some of the most fun stuff I've seen on WWE in a long time. I've really enjoyed everything he's done. Miz is just a legend. Kit Wilson was the guy that people loved, just about 2 months ago. He was like, as soon as he changed his theme song and his taunt and stuff like that, everybody was talking about him. And Jelly Roll, to his credit, has done well as an outside performer. But yeah, that could have been that fun match, guys.
How was it not on the card anyway? I mean, I'm sorry, but again, I don't want to take away from anything else that's going on, but I mean, you could have easily took the match that we literally just spoke about. They're doing nothing with the tag titles, clearly. So you could have just unified them, put them on top of the ladder, or above a ladder for night one, and then just had a tag match and then thrown about 6 or 7 different people in there and just had the few go on there. You could have had Kit and Miz in there, and then Danhausen could have popped up and prevented them from winning. You could have just had loads of stuff happen. Everyone would have got on the card, and then it makes the tag titles mean something. Because, I mean, I literally just looked, and with neither tag titles are being defended. And
it's ridiculous.
That's strange. The women's one is, which makes the change. But how have we got this far at WrestleMania, and certain titles aren't even being?
That's mad, yeah.
I
mean, to not have a single men's tag team championship match at WrestleMania when it's 2 nights is crazy.
Yeah,
it is absolutely crazy. Let's focus on the lighter stuff though. Like I say, Danhausen is one of my favourite things about WWE at the moment. Where does he factor in this weekend?
About him.
Oh, he's on. Yeah, he is. There he is. He's on the. I watched it. I watched this clip yesterday actually. Him, or it might have been today on the Good of Your Blip. But yeah, what do you guys think he's going to do? He's surely going to maybe with John Cena. Do you reckon he could do something with John Cena?
I think that's the thing of. I think there's going to be a play on there. I think it's going to be a case of with the. Obviously, we do the meme of "You can't see me" with John Cena, but I think it'll be the John Cena "You can't see me." It pans to Cena's as it normally does, and then Danhausen's not there when he looks back. I really can't see him. Like it's got to be something like that, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, I'd love to see it. I think that would be a fun interaction. I think Cena would be up for it as well. Lucas, thoughts on usage of Danhausen this WrestleMania? Where would you put him?
Yeah, he's got to be on both nights, surely. I mean, I kind of think maybe they were going to have him host before the Cell debacle and all that.
I'd love it if he was the host.
I don't see why they can't squeeze on like a Danhausen match or segment onto maybe night 2. I just feel everything is so serious. You know what I mean? Everything's so serious and so just not fun. A lot of the stuff tonight and tomorrow. But I think that Danhausen's been doing a brilliant job, and obviously he has fought tooth and nail since that debut at Chamber.
Many teeth.
A very hostile crowd. Very hostile crowd in Chicago. He's fought, to get the fans back on their side, back on his side.
Yeah.
And I love Danhausen personally.
I think it's a great example, man, of what you can do and how ridiculous fans can be. I think we all kind of felt like it probably was Danhausen, but the response he got, I know we were worried it would be like a gobbledygooker type thing, but it was. If you knew Danhausen, and maybe that's a problem, a lot of people didn't, then you should have been okay with that reveal because the potential was for after that. That night, there weren't much he could do. But since then, as you say, man, he's won people over.
Yeah, big
I think he's made a lot of people swallow their words, So
he's making a lot of money for the company. Do you know what I mean?
Do you reckon?
Good for him, man.
Do you reckon he's going to have some kind of shirt cannon or? He's going to have he's got
a bigger one than usual.
Yeah,
he's got to have a segment in front of the crowd.
He has to.
And again, I don't know whether that turned into an impromptu match or something. Because there's lots of people he's interacted with. Most likely it was The Miz, Kit Wilson, He has interacted actually with the current SmackDown tag champs, Damian Priest and R-Truth. But yeah, I think we're gonna, back to your point though, I do think we're gonna always question this decision making process of like, because not just the men's tag titles not being defended, we've also got the women's US Championship not being defended on the card.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of singles matches this year as well, and there's a lot of spots that could have been made multi-person spots, but they've decided to stick to it being, one story. Obviously, at one point, there was talks about Mania being a four-way match, the championship match, obviously with Cody, Drew, or was it Jacob and Orton? But obviously they've gone down with it being a singles match. I think that's actually for the better.
Yeah.
Although the feud's not been for the better, but we'll get to that later on. But definitely, I think tomorrow night for me is the one where I'm like, there's a couple of spots here where I definitely think 100% Carmelo Hayes should be on the card, and I don't see on the Mania card without him on it. And then the missing the Asuka, Io, and or Kyrie match that's missing. I think those are the main ones for me. Where I'm like, how are we not getting these people on?
Yeah.
Well, Jars, I just see a comment and it made me think of something else. Scott, can you throw up Casper's last comment for me?
The one about Paige?
Paige, yeah. Sorry, it just popped in my head. Night one is the women match 5. Is that right? Is that the match order that we've got? The
before
the Fatal 4 Women's Tag.
It's match 3.
Okay, so the match order. Okay, so the one we'll be looking at. But yeah, no, I was literally thinking there was with the idea of potentially the Bellas not being available. Do you not think they'd bring the Kabuki Warriors in?
Sorry, it was before you come to the screen. We did talk about this.
Okay.
And essentially, Nikki at last night and today has said that she's fine.
Right.
And that was a discussion point before where they were apparently holding off on doing the match, announcing the Asuka and Io Sky match because if they need to replace the Bellas in this four-way tag. But then I always beg the question, why couldn't they have done one or two things? Call up a team from NXT, use just 2 other women on the roster. Like, even if it is, you got Julia and Kana Jane, for example. Put them in instead. Or just have a triple threat women's tag match and then just do Asuka and Io. And that's where my thinking was that potentially it's not that reason, it's the other reason. They want to spotlight it separately. Realistically, I was looking through you look for the entire card. In my opinion, Asuka vs Io Sky deserves to have like a really good spot and be prominently featured. But realistically, with 2 world title matches for the men, 2 for the women, Drew and Jacob. You've also got Finn and Dom, the ladder match, the women's tag. It goes on and on. You're talking about it probably barely scraping into the top 10, like maybe 9, 10. Most important matches over the weekend. Do you know what I mean? Just because it wouldn't be seen as big a deal, so they may be saving it for a Raw in a couple of weeks or a Saturday Night's main event or a Backlash, for example. But they, as of now, we are now on 23 from the show. With Shawn Michaels being interviewed. By the way, we are keeping an eye, guys, on the countdown show. They're not expected to be any matches or segments or anything. It's just usual talking heads. But as of now, Nikki Bella is still in the match, and they've still discussed her being part of it.
Yeah, she's apparently said that, I think it was on the Hall of Fame last night on the red carpet or something like that. Apparently she said something along the lines she's going to be fit. We did skip a match. We'll get back to Drew and Jacob in a bit, but while we're on it, let's talk about this match itself, because as you say, Rob, there are rumours about Nikki Bella, there are rumours about Paige getting involved here. Casper also said, I'm wondering if Paige will return at WrestleMania 42. I love Paige, and she is apparently re-signed with WWE, and she fits into the show. Looking forward to seeing Paige. My big thing is, if she is involved here, I would prefer the other option that you guys just floated there of the Kabuki Warriors than someone like Paige teaming with Brie, because yes, they're from the same generation, but they are not the same kind of character. And if you come back, although Paige was a good heel, it would be a pop. She would start as a babyface. So why would she come back to help the bad guy, Brie Bella. It just doesn't make none of that really lines up for me. So
the
I
Bella's
would
babyface.
I would love to. I want to use this somewhere else. You know, I'd rather
just
put.
stop you. The Bellas are babyface.
Are they?
Yeah, the babyfaces.
But are you sure?
Yeah, the babyfaces.
All right, well, okay. Maybe I haven't been watching enough of their stuff, but the last I saw, Nikki was definitely a bad guy, and Brie was a bad guy when she came back at the Royal Rumble, right?
No, she's babyface.
I read that completely different.
Yeah,
Maybe
the
I've just not
babyfaces,
watched
they-
anything they've done since, but I didn't read that as a babyface.
They've
thing.
not been the most well received babyfaces, but they are babyface tag team. They challenge.
Okay. All right, well, fair enough. But even still, I just don't see. I don't see them lining up. So I mean, if she's re-signed, great, right? Surely she was going to be a Raw After Mania surprise rather than a WrestleMania surprise.
Yeah, I mean, can we maybe talk about the two kind of mid-card title women's matches together? Because I think they all link into this Page thing for me.
Okay. All right, let's.
Here's my thing. I think that
Go
on. Paige is going to do what she did to AJ Lee a number of years ago.
Cool. This is what I said. The same thing last night, man. I said the same thing last night.
Retain the championship over Becky Lynch, and then on Raw, Paige will return and defeat her for the championship.
I think the opposite. I know because Paige is the good guy in the return. AJ Lee's a good guy. I don't think it'd get as much of a reception. Yes, it's a bit different than Raw After Mania, but I actually see the title coming off of AJ anyway. And the only problem with that is I don't think Becky should have a long reign. I think she should have a quick reign. And the only solution for that is that she loses it on Raw. Because last year she came back at WrestleMania and turned heel on Raw. This year she wins the title at WrestleMania and loses it on Raw. So I can there are a lot of parallels on both sides. AJ can be in the mix as well. But even if it doesn't happen my way, I think your way makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, I think either way, Paige on Monday, not tonight.
Fair enough. And I'd prefer that as well because I want Raw to have those special things.
Yeah, I think obviously with this match, I guess the first question has to be: will Nikki Bella be part of the match? And as of now, they are advertising as part of the match. And
I don't believe it. I don't buy it. So I think they might do something.
Okay, but what's kind of leading you to say that?
Because there's been so many reports about it, not just yesterday, but about a week or two ago. So I actually thought what they would do, because it went quiet after the first reports, I thought they just kind of should be taken out in a match or something like that, you know? But the fact it got so big yesterday, something's changed, it feels like. So, I don't know. I mean, I prefer it to be the Kabuki Warriors, if I'm honest.
It does feel a little bit like whenever John Cena is doing something for this company, there's always some sort of problem with Nikki Bella. I just, no.
What are you suggesting?
Well, when Cena won the IC Championship, that was around the same time of the reports coming out that they were unhappy with Nikki Bella's recent heel run. Coincidence, maybe, but even before that, when you had remember when Wade Barrett and her had that Twitter, that coincided with John Cena's heel turn. Like there just seems to be whenever John Cena's a feature, it's
interesting.
And again, we're talking now. John Cena being announced as the host of WrestleMania, and lo and behold, Nikki Bella is suddenly a story about her. It may just be loads of coincidences that are adding up, and we're not meaning.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of ironic that John Cena is back in the company, and Nikki Bella is apparently now having problems again.
So, do you want to commit to a reason behind this conspiracy? Who is that? Is that WWE leaking stuff, or is that Nikki Bella looking for attention? What are we suggesting here?
I think that there may have been like some agreement that they had that they maybe can't be on the same shows together, or they maybe can't be around together, or something like that. But it definitely feels a bit like there's definitely been a lot of changes with everything regarding the booking of the Bellas since Nikki Bella returned. And some of it hasn't been her fault, like bless her. Like obviously she was meant to go into a program with Liv Morgan for Evolution. Liv gets injured. Then she had to be kind of sidestepped around the Women's IC Championship. They hot-shotted to turn her villain. And then she worked obviously against Seti Vacare for a little bit. and then they just pushed the kind of ultimate panic button of like, just bring Brie back, and hopefully that will solve things. And now,
And I still thought she was a bad guy, so yeah.
If she did it again, it's a bit like, oh.
But yeah.
When this match was booked, I just thought it was assumed that the Bellas would win the belts. Like, it just makes the best sense. They're the only actual tag team, like, by like default.
Yeah. For me, if I'm picking, if the Bellas are in it, I want them to win it, because, like I've said with the IC title, with Becky Lynch winning it first place and AJ Lee as well, I think it was good for their CV, because when they were around before, those titles didn't exist, and also it's good for the championship as well. I think you want, in that history kind of book, that lineage, I think you want someone like the Bella Twins on that list of WWE tag, because most of the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions have not been traditional tag teams. Like, these two are as taggy as you can get. They are twin sisters. Do you know what I mean? It can't get much more than that. So I'm in agreement with you. If they're in it, I want them to win. If they're not in it, I think it should be a retention.
Fair enough.
Rob, what are your thoughts on the tag team title match?
So, honestly, I mean, with the idea of, let's say we play it on two aspects as those we've been talking. So let's say the Bellas aren't in it. A triple threat obviously would make sense. But I feel like if that's the case, Cena's going to come out and bring someone out. My original thought was, if that is the case, I think that what would be interesting would be if they've already announced that Paige is going to be there. Paige comes out and gets a pop, and then she introduces the Kabuki Warriors, because she managed them in the past anyway. So she brings them out. So technically, she hasn't physically done anything. She gets a Mania pop, brings out the Kabuki Warriors, and then if they win, great, they win. And then she can
and then she can have to win. If Paige says, if Paige or John Cena endorse a tag team, they are winning the match.
They have to, isn't it? Yeah.
There's no other way.
This is the weird thing, though, about the Paige return and using her here, right? Whether it's in the match as Brie's partner or as the manager, if you will, of the Kabuki Warriors. Neither of those things are what they would have planned for a return. So it means come Raw, she's now the manager, or she's the tag team champion, or she's friends with Brie Bella. Like, that's her new story. Yeah, and that's not what they would have brought her up. So they've brought her back, surely, with a story. I mean, maybe not. Sometimes we've seen people come back, like when Extreme Rules, was it Extreme Rules, or whenever it was that Bray Wyatt came back, and then there was nothing for him, There was a time that Riddle came back and there was nothing for him. There was a time when Punk came back, there was nothing. There was nothing clear. So maybe not. But at the same time, you'd like to think they have something planned, and it wouldn't have been those things.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I feel like if this is a spanner that's been thrown into the works here because of something else, then you're right. I think what would be great would be, is there, pardon my ignorance, but is there any Chinese people that are on the roster right now, women wise, even in NXT? I don't think there is, no.
That's good. Well, Japanese, but yeah. Io, Kyrie.
Because I was going to say, it would be great if Cena did come out and, for example, he announced them, but obviously he can speak in...
Is it Mandarin he speaks?
Mandarin or something, do you know what I mean? But something like that, but announce it in their native tongue.
But
we've got countries. Wendy Chu on NXT, says Sludge.
See, I don't think...
evolved now, I think.
Yeah, she'd evolve champion, yeah. So, okay, fair enough, that poo-poo's that point, because I thought it would have been good to have someone come in, and then he endorses them as like, oh, well, this is who I've brought in, and it's a big announcement, and obviously it gives them...
I've been scouting, well, we're going all around the houses to make something work here. That
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, but I agree with it. If the women that are there, even now, just thinking about it, all the women that are in that match, literally, I just think it's going to be a retain. Because from here, I think the things we get is the breakup of the best frenemies. I think that's going to happen. Which is
at this show?
I think this is the crack. This is where it starts.
Okay.
I would even go as far as saying something happens here, and we even get the moment of Alexa kind of switching, as in the Wyatt-y. She just freezes, and she doesn't help her, and then that's where that starts, because eventually Alexa's got to do something with the Wyatt Six, right?
You'd like to think.
You would think, and I think at some point it's going to happen, and maybe this is that time. So potentially that's going to happen there, so it would eliminate them. If it's the Bellas are in it, then potentially it would make sense for them to win it, as you've rightly said, putting a name like them, a lineage, and something on the titles would make sense again. But if it isn't going to be them, Bailey is Lyra, right?
That's why I'm like, I just don't think you need to take the titles off of.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, what even happened with that Bailey stuff when she was talking to herself, and then did that just fizzle out? Is that no longer a thing?
I think that's over. Yeah,
because there was
no
answer to that either. I just feel like so much happened, and we've got
give up on a lot.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching EastEnders. Like stuff happens, and we just don't get an answer at the end. But yeah, no. If that's the case, then I say keep it as a retain, because I mean they're doing well anyway. So, and the women are on the on the card, and a women's tag match has been on the card. So, worst comes to worst, I keep it as a retain if nothing big is going to come from what's happening.
Yeah, I agree. I think if there's no other story to tell, then just keep it on them, because I think they're doing a good job of it anyway. So that's my prediction. Yeah, unless the Bellas are in it, then I think maybe the Bellas are the more likely ones to win it. Lucas, what are your thoughts? Who's going to win the Women's Tag Team Championship match? Bellas or no Bellas, basically, if they're in a match or not.
Yeah, so I think if Bellas, it's the Bella spot essentially. So either Bellas win, or whichever tag team replaces them wins. Or if it's one person, like if it's Brie and Paige, or Brie and Maxine Dupree, whatever it's going to be.
Oh my god! I just
or it's a retention. A retention thing is a retention suits it more if it's not the Bellas though. Like because obviously if we go based on this fact, if this is only what we feel by the way, we're feeling that the Bellas are meant to win this. It's a case of if they're not in the match, you're then going to have to basically deal with new champions that you wouldn't obviously accustomed to. But to give them an easy out here, not because of how they book things now, realistically, this new tag team, like it's not like back in the old days where they'd have 6 weeks of house shows for you to go off after Mania to go and do. It's a case of like, well, there's the Raw after Mania and all that kind of stuff. And then you just go to like TV like once a week or whatever. So it's not like if there is someone new that they weren't expecting, that they're going to have to basically rewrite like loads of stuff potentially. And again, we're forgetting the fact they can just bounce the titles back to the forces. Because again, it depends what level of injury Nikki's out with. Because if they only have to delay the title change, again, that could be the Backlash, or that's an event where they go, okay, cool, we can't do the title change at Mania, but we can do it next month at Backlash. But for me, between those two, because they're still advertised for the match, I may eat these words later on when we hear bloody Paige's music hit, but I think that the Bellas are going to win, and that's the moment. That's the Mania moment of the day, isn't it?
All right, sorry, I just want to jump in, Scott, before you say something. We were literally speaking about a specific person earlier, and they've been doing backstage segments with Bellas anyway. So what if the Bellas do come out, Nikki does still have the injury, she says, even if she keeps the boot on or something like that, and she says, look, I've told them I can go, they can't stop me, they do the thing. Danhausen comes out, because he's been saying he wants to be a Bella clone anyway. He keeps talking about joining forces with the Bella. So what if we had something, and then Danhausen at the end does the curse? Then that's the reason the Bellas win. Like even Nikki Bella gets the win there, because he's physically helped them do something. He's there at Mania.
If they were heels like I thought they were, then Danhausen could curse Nikki, and that's why she's not in the match.
That would be great.
But that's not going to work. Right, let's. We're jumping all over the place. Let's get to some more of these comments here. I know Lucas is going to jump out for just a few minutes, so we'll let him jump off for a second, and myself and Rob will go through some of the comments. Let's have a look at what we've got. So again, more comments about Paige. Casper says, I'm just wondering if Paige will return tonight, WrestleMania 42. I love Paige, and when she now re-signed with WWE now, and she fits into the show, and looking forward to seeing Paige. Also talking about Danhausen, as you just mentioned there, said he's coming in season 5 or 6 of WWE 2K26 Ring Pass DLC. And Casper says he's looking forward to getting Danhausen as DSO Ring Pass in the ringside pass, and his entrance and his theme in the game. Yeah, everybody wants a kind of a Danhausen action at the moment. Sludge says, I think it should have been like WrestleMania 40 and make a big 6-pack tag team Maybe not a ladder match, because the Belly Twins in a ladder match would be weird. Add Raquel and Roxanne, and then take over. And then also said B-Fab, yeah, and Michin as well.
Even that.
You could. Yeah. You could also add Kabuki Warriors and Kiana and Julia. Yeah, we've talked about Kabuki Warriors and, of course, Kiana and Julia, a team sort of as well. Julia not defending her title, but at least on the show. Casper says, I get what you're saying, Lucas, about the Kabuki Warriors, but Paige needs to be on tonight. Not saying it's a bad idea, but save her for the Raw after WrestleMania. That's where I'd like to see her, Casper, because I want to make that show special, have its own surprises as well. Sludge says, I think because Paige is the good guy, it would make more sense if it was her. And Becky, if you read a book, then you know the history between them. Casper also says, Becky Lynch versus AJ Lee. I'm not sure what will happen. You know I love Becky, but she doesn't need a title again, and I get it. But AJ could be disappearing again for a while. I'm not sure how this one will go. I agree with that. We're going to jump into that match in a bit more detail, Casper, when Lucas comes back as well. But yeah, it's a good point. Neither of them need the belt, actually. Just talking about the countdown show, we've got AJ Styles now, WWE Hall of Famer. I still haven't got around to watching the Hall of Fame, by the way. Again, it's crammed in at the moment, but I'm going to try and watch his speech as soon as I can. So it says I have the Bellas winning it because it feels right. They're not in it. I'm saying Bayley, Lyra, because they've been over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, they've been booked quite strongly, to be fair. Casper also says all finished, but Becky Lynch tapping again. AJ Lee, Becky Lynch tapping 3 times would be crazy in my opinion. But what if Paige interfering in AJ Lee versus the Becky match? That's a good point. Myself and Lucas talked about her potentially showing up on Raw in relation to either of those as IC champ. Maybe it happens at WrestleMania. Sludge also says it's the most off-topic thing ever, but I just had to say Kiana James' theme song is a banger. Mate, we're here for it. I'm a big fan of talking theme songs, so I appreciate it. Daniel Wiley's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Glad you've managed to join us on this WrestleMania Saturday build-up show. How are you guys? He says, I am doing well. And I think I speak for Rob and Lucas, who's popped out for just a moment in saying, look, it's WrestleMania, man. Like, we're in the mood. We're getting hyped up. It's all about getting in the mood, as we say on these build-up shows. And again, if you're brand new here, let me just tell you what we do on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel when it comes to a weekend of a PLE. We hit you first with a weekend kickoff show, and we also do reactions to WWE's kickoff shows. But then on the night of the PLE, we hit you with a build-up show where we break down the card. We talk last-minute rumors. We talk all the kind of big stories going in around the PLE. And, of course, with WrestleMania, it is one of the most exciting nights of the year. I say nights because, of course, there are 2 nights to WrestleMania, and don't get me wrong, we're coming back for night 2 as well. We're going to have a build-up show, so if you like what you've seen here tonight, please subscribe, check out more of our content, and make sure you check out our build-up show tomorrow as well. It's not just that. We're also going to do a instant reaction review at the end of night 1 and at the end of night 2. We'll be going on here live to let you know what we thought of the show itself. So if you haven't already, once again, please subscribe, check out more of our content, and stay tuned for things like that as well. It's not just reviews and podcasts and previews. We also have the opportunity to talk to some of your favorite WWE superstars, past and present. So we've got great interviews on this channel with the likes of Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, who else? Finn Balor, Drew McIntyre, LA Knight. We've had chats with all of those guys, and I think you'll like what you see if you subscribe. Let's get some more of these comments here as well. Did you enjoy the Jey Uso thing? Did you see the Jey Uso thing going around about Jada Parker? Yeah, bit of a messy situation there. I won't dive into it too much, but yeah, an emoji over someone's face, and people think it was Jada Parker, and then Uso did this Instagram story, which was yeah, I'll leave it there because I don't really understand it. I don't really want to speculate, and personal lives and all that kind of stuff as well.
I feel like I've missed
what do we have here? We'll talk about it off air.
All right.
Saji Seth says, I think WWE are trying to win Roman Reigns and Randy Orton so that the ratings will be high and save Triple H at least 2 years. What do you think? Look, if Randy Orton and Roman Reigns win, it will be... you know what? Could both titles change? Well, maybe we'll talk about that here, but could both titles change hands? I mean, last night we were talking about the Randy Orton Cody one. No, we were talking about the Roman and Punk one together, weren't we, Rob? But I was saying, like, Roman having that title, much like I said with the Bellas and the tag team titles, will do something for that title as well. But yeah, Randy and Cody, they're both hard matches to predict, but yeah, maybe that's where they're going to go with it. Casper says, I'm going for Lash Legend and Nia Jax. I'm going to keep the belts on the champs.
Yeah, I agree.
Daniel Wiley says, Finn versus Dom tomorrow. Who wins that? The Demon Finn Balor. We talked a lot about the Demon and the usage of the Demon on last night's weekend kickoff show. We'll dive more into that tomorrow on Saturday's build-up show as well. Casper says we'll be watching it tomorrow, not tonight. Be watching it with my brother, so I'm going to try and avoid spoilers. Casper, I wish you the very best luck in avoiding spoilers, mate. I hope you enjoy it with your brother. I know you do that every now and then. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the show tonight. But let me know in the comments, guys, where you're watching from around the world and what are your snacks for WrestleMania. Because if you're watching it in a country where it's breakfast time, I want to know your breakfast. If you're watching it like me and Rob and it's 11 o'clock at night, I want to know your midnight snacks. If you're watching it, it's dinner time, what are you having for dinner? What gets you in the mood for the PLE, guys? Are you having a big stein like me? Me and my wife were talking about this earlier, Rob. We said, there we go. Maybe I should call this Scott's Stein.
I think a golf needs to be made, or you need to get something printed on the side there. That would be
Stein. There we go. But yeah, let me know, guys.
Sorry. I know your wife come up with that as well.
She said something along the lines of it's a good job your name's Scott when I said Stein, and I said, oh, Scott Stein. Right, Sludge is here.
You're not even there to defend herself.
Sludge says, I don't know if you guys have Mrs. Vicky's jalapenos chips. No, we don't. I thought you were going to talk about Vicky Guerrero.
That's exactly what I thought.
In England, but I'm having those, and they are the best chips I have ever been made. I'm guessing by chips. You're from Australia, aren't you, Sludge? I'm guessing you mean what we would call crisps. Mrs. Vicky's. No, I don't think they do. No, it's not just us. But there's only a few. Mrs. I'm going to look this up. Mrs. I'm hungry now. Jalapenos chip. Oh, they look nice.
Do you know what? That could be something that could be done on the next time we do like a watch along or something. We try them.
Yeah, all right. They sell them on like a few websites, but they ain't cheap because I guess they're imported. But we'll look into it. We'll see if the budget can stretch, Sludge, and maybe me and Rob will
chip
try
in
some
together.
It's Miss Vicky's. Yeah, Miss Vicky's jalapeno chips. I'm a big fan of jalapenos, mate. I like spicy crisps as well. So appreciate that, mate. Thanks that you're opening our eyes here.
What's your go-to? What are you having tonight?
I'm having the usual, mate. I'm having some pizza,
of course,
some chicken, and some curly fries.
Nice. I've got.
What are you having?
A bag of Revels.
Revels.
I love Revels. Yeah. And
wait, hold on. Revels is the one that has like 5 different types in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I hate Rebels because I hate the chance of getting the coffee one. I hate going, the coffee one. Oh my God, I'm kicking you off the stream, mate. Rebels are good, but
I've got a bit of leftover Chinese from yesterday.
Nah, mate. Now I'm getting hungry.
The thing is, so I was at the in-laws today.
Yeah.
I've done 25,000 steps today. You know that. That is insane. Damn. Yeah. We went over this forest thing and then this big ass walk with the dogs, and 25,000 steps. So my legs are burning.
Busy boy. You deserve that Chinese.
I do, yeah. So I've got that and then a bag of Rebels. So I was hoping for a crunch bar. Do you know what crunch bars are?
Not a crunchy.
No, it's called a crunch. It was the guy picks one up in Die Hard. It's a crunch bar. It's chocolate and it's got like Rice Krispie kind of, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of those bad boys. Okay. They are delicious. I was hoping to get one.
You were hoping to have. Okay, but you didn't.
Didn't have one.
All right. I bought loads of Golden Wonder today.
Oh,
for those not from the UK, it's a kind of a retro crisp. It's not as, you don't see them as many places now, but really flavourful. But I bought some Golden Wonder today. I won't be having them because I'm having the chips, curly fries, and chicken. We'll ask Lucas when he comes back what he's going to have as well. Another comment here as well. Guys, if you're just tuning in thinking, I thought this was a wrestling show. It is. We just want to know what you're having tonight or this morning or wherever it is in the world when you watch WrestleMania. It's always good to know your PLE routines as well. Sludge is clearing up the idea of crisps and chips in Australia. He says, in Australia, we call both of the chips. The fries are called chips as well. Man, that's got to be confusing, man.
If you go for a bag of chips, are you going for a bag of crisps or a bag of chips.
But I guess you might say packet of crisps.
Ah, that's a good
packet of
point.
chips.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It's confusing, man. Casper says I came round to the Pat McAfee and Randy Orton stuff. Now Randy needs to win to keep Pat around. We're going to get to that, Casper, later on. Let's bring Lucas back in. I think he's eating at the moment, cheeky bear. Lucas, what are you eating, mate?
The Aldi version of those like crackers. Oh,
Okay, is this your WrestleMania snack, or have you got more later on?
to be fair, because I had a late lunch. I think I'm saving. I'm gonna have pizza tomorrow. I think. I'm probably gonna just cook some stuff in the freezer. As my little side quest this past month has been trying to eat everything in the house. Not what once, obviously.
Okay. What a challenge.
Just try and get through the stuff in the cupboards and the freezers and stuff, because it's like by buying stuff and then you're just not cooking it, and then it's like wasting food.
Yeah. No,
so I decided we're Tune Up Mania. Get pizza tomorrow. That's cool. But tonight, probably just cook us some fries. I got some, all the beige food.
So you're having like a picky tea. That's literally
the beige food, mate. Beige mania. That's what we'll call it.
Something I do like about. We mentioned it earlier, but all these breaks and adverts and all that kind of stuff. You actually now get time to actually go and cook during the show.
Thing is, at the start, I'm going to rush off this stream and I'm going to be listening to America the Beautiful as I'm like turning my pizza oven on. So it's kind of a routine now.
Well, you need an air fryer
at the start of the show.
I've got an air fryer. Don't get me wrong.
The front room. What are you doing? It's portable, man. You just stick it in the front room.
No, my kitchen is. I've got an island next to the front room. I've got the front room, the island, and the kitchen's there, so it's all right, man. I can see the TV. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, come on. But no, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, that's the thing about Two Night Mania, as you say, Lucas. You do go with different snacks, because tonight I'm having pizza, chicken, and curly fries. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna have pizza, chicken, and curly fries. I need to shake it up a little bit. You know what I mean? I need to have night 1 meal, night 2 meal. I think I tested that a little bit last year, but this year I've just, like you, I'm trying to get through my freezer. I've got a few frozen pizzas that I'm like, let me defrost that, and then I put it on the pizza oven as well. But all right, let's move back into some wrestling chat, guys. Let me quickly get to this comment here as well from Casper. It says, hope you all at Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel enjoy WrestleMania 42. It's an enjoyable show for everyone and not too troubling to watch, and what I like. I'm agreeing with you, Casper. I think I got good. I'm in a good mood, guys. I think it's because we've been talking about pizza, but I'm in a good mood. I think it does have potential to be a fun show. Again, I know the card is. The build, I should say, has been one that's kind of upset a few people, but I do think the card itself is pretty good. I'm going to hop out for just a moment, guys, but I'm going to hand over to you two first of all to talk about the match we kind of skipped over, which is Drew McIntyre versus Jacob Fatu in an unsanctioned match. Now, this one here, again, as you alluded to earlier on, Lucas, it looked like it might even be close and tied up with the with the world title match, but it wasn't to be. I heard Rob said earlier on that he kind of is, or was it Lucas? One of you said earlier on that you were glad, essentially, that wasn't the case. So let's dive into that one. Again, I've given my predictions yesterday. I was basically saying I think that Jacob Fatu probably needs to win it more, because I think he's had a weird return to WWE since coming back. Although you could argue that Drew McIntyre was a champion, he no longer is. He kind of needs to look strong. I think really Jacob Fatu is the one more at risk in this one. So I'm going to hand it over to Rob and Lucas to talk a little bit more about this non-title match, I should say.
Yeah, so it's weird to think, obviously, Drew was obviously the champion about a month ago. And obviously they did the switch back to Cody, and that's celebrated the storyline with him and Randy Orton. We touched upon it earlier where we said, obviously, the problem I have with an unsanctioned match is from a logistical point of view. Mm-hmm. Because why are they advertising it? Why is there a match graphic? Why is there a referee? Why is it, it opens up all these questions. And why is it, it's, by the way, they confirmed that match is going second. So obviously the first match will be iShow Speed again. The iShow Speed 6-man tag, followed by this match. And so it's again like, why are they waiting to fight? Like, why is it a scheduled fight on your running order? It was unsanctioned.
Yeah.
But look, we slide past it because it's not the first time they've done it. They've done it obviously with Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, and there's been a few others prior to that where they're just going, okay. With this one, like, I feel that like every WrestleMania, they like to have these kind of like street fights, brawls, and it creates those kind of moments, and I get that. But I do feel that it's very different from where I thought Drew would be for the Mania this year. But I feel that it will probably be a very good match in terms of this unsanctioned stuff. It'd be an interesting. For me, unsanctioned means that they usually do something which they don't do in normal kind of hardcore, street fight kind of matches. So I look interested to see what they do.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, especially as you said, like with the advertisement and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it was officially made last night that it was unsanctioned, right? Am I right in thinking that? Or Jacob Fatu was on top of the police car? He cuts the promo, or was that a couple of weeks ago?
Jake Fatu, that was Friday SmackDown.
Friday, okay. So the week just gone, yeah. So yeah, that's what I mean. So like, I get it. And obviously they've got to do something to promo it. It does feel weird when it's unsanctioned because you said that they're gonna fight. In the way it goes though, I'm more intrigued for this than I think a few of the other matches, because one, these guys can definitely, I mean, they can all go anyway in the ring, but I think when you have two people that it doesn't have to stay in the ring, it can go here, there, or anywhere. It opens up a bit more of that. For night one, we get a bit more chaos and madness. And these guys, if you're going to have anyone do it, it's going to be these two, And if that's to go by with how how Drew McIntyre was with CM Punk in Hell in a Cell, obviously the busted open and stuff. Maybe we don't get any like that. Stuff doesn't happen this time, But that, or Sheamus and Rusev with the Irish Brawl, Donnybrook fight or whatever that was called.
Yeah.
So sometimes as gimmicky as they can be, they can work really well with the right people, and I think we have two perfect people here to really sell it, and it's been going on for a while. So I'm intrigued to see how it goes and what direction it is. Have we ever had an unsanctioned match that is basically called off because neither competitor can stand? Has that happened yet?
Don't believe so. They've all had a winner. I remember. Because
I feel like it would be good. I mean, it's controversial, and obviously because it being Mania, it would make sense to have that happen before than the final matches at Mania. But having neither guy being able to stand up and both being escorted out would be a very interesting take for what they're doing. It pushes both guys. Neither guy loses, and they both look great. Bring them back again for SummerSlam one more time, and then have the definitive winner there. Is that maybe how I'd like to see it kind of end?
Interesting. I think someone else mentioned to me earlier about like a DQ or count out kind of finish happening in another match, and I said the same thing to them. I don't think they'd risk a like a non-finish or smalls or anything like that on Mania. I think nowadays we're more likely to get a nonsensical return. They just find another NOI member, find another member of the bloodline to appear. Or something random like a celebrity interferes and that's the reason, or I can't say the word I want to say, but essentially the kind of BS finish, just like, oh, loads of stuff is happening and the ref's distracted because like someone in the front row is like talking about something and then the finish happens. That's what they seem to like. They seem to favour that nowadays. Because the thing is, something that's quite interesting is a lot of our points that we mention, and even people you guys mentioned in the comments as well. A lot of this stuff like is weird because in the they have had a live stream all week. I don't know if you guys managed to see any of it at all, but I've been able to do in some downtime just put that stream on for an hour, 2 hours, whatever, and they show like a lot of the stuff that they used to do like so well at Mania on that stream, and they're not doing it this year at Mania. So they showed like pre-show matches. They had like. It's like 3 hours. I mean, I was actually at home for quite some time, and they just showed pre-show matches, like all that the battle royals. Remember when this stuff used to be like DVD exclusive almost, didn't it? Or YouTube exclusive later on. And they show some of the fun street fights. Do you remember like JBL and Finlay just having that Belfast brawl? Like I think it was like match 2 on like WrestleMania 24, and they just went, you know what, this is like pretty much a nothing feud, but let's just turn it into like a brute, like a, it's a Smash Brothers style like match. It's like we're going to beat the crap out of each other for like 10, 12 minutes. Like those kind of matches they just don't do anymore. They just don't seem to trust the roster to just be able to go like, yeah, cool. We just build something up for you guys for like over like 2-3 week period, and then we'll pull it on Mania and just have a fun time. Nowadays, everything is like, because this happened like 6 months ago. Then he looked at you at War Games, and then he did this at the Rumble. Just bring back this fun stuff sometimes. But yeah, I don't see a non-finish happening. I think Drew would be the better person to win, for the fact that he basically was the champion about a month ago, and obviously, just recently lost it. But I wouldn't be opposed to Fatu winning. But my prediction is that Drew would win.
Yeah, see, I wasn't really thinking about that kind of potential non-finish. I do like the idea because I know there's that argument for, like it's kind of, there's no conclusion and it kind of is a cop-out, right? But if there's any match type where it makes sense, it's an unsanctioned match it's not actually a match, right? So I kind of get where you're coming from there, Rob. I do think it kind of would fit here. But then at the same time, even though it's an unsanctioned match, we all know what it really is. It's just them to use a chance for them to use weapons and make it sound more kind of serious than it is. And then it kind of needs a conclusion, this feud, in some ways. And I think it's a good get out of jail free card because I think both of them not losing is a good idea, but I think out of the two of them, I think Jacob probably needs it more at the moment.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I do. I mean, I just think it's very, as someone put, Casper put on one of his comments about it being a 50-50 of who wins at WrestleMania 42.
But everything is 50-50.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, in terms of with this going on, you want Drew to win, rightly so, because obviously he's just become the champ, or he was just the champ. But at the same time, Jacob needs to have that build to do something. So if ever there was a time where you think, well, who needs it more? This match is clearly one of those moments. So, I mean, the only thing I can think of is literally what I said is it literally ends in neither guy gets up, so the match is waived. Like, and it's who would it be? Nick Aldis? Am I right? I think Nick Aldis.
Yeah.
So it'd be Nick Aldis to come out and basically it's like the match this has to stop. Neither guy can move.
Yeah, I think it would only work if like there was a massive spot. I know they've done that one where they fell off the side of whatever it was, that balcony a few weeks ago. Like it'd have to be a massive spot where people are like, oh, doing the whole chant, and then like a Shane McMahon falling off the Titantron type thing. It needs to be something like that for people to feel satisfied that there's no ending, because the moment was the ending. And like say they come out and that kind of plays into the story. They hate each other so much. It doesn't. That's the way you get around having a winner and a loser and not having a conclusion in that sense. I think that would just prove that they're just vicious, because really there is no real winner of this feud, because they both have been sidetracked and moved away from their goal, which is the WWE title picture, So for Drew, as you say, like usually you're kind of like, well, if someone just uses the belt, they kind of got to look strong, right? But really, again, I think it's Jacob that needs to look stronger, because he's never been in that position. As you say, Drew's, at least he was the champion a little while ago.
I guess, yeah.
Let's move it on to the next match in a moment. But before we do, let's just get final predictions on this one then. Drew McIntyre or Jacob Fatu? What are you saying, Rob?
I'm going draw finish. There's no finish.
You think it is a draw?
Yeah,
I like the idea of a draw, but I've gone for Jacob Fatu. What are you thinking, Lucas?
Drew McIntyre.
Drew McIntyre win in this one as well. Sludge also says, I'm excited every WrestleMania to see the attires they wear. I'm really looking forward to that as well. And entrances. Maybe we'll get a bit of time to talk about entrances very soon. Go on, Lucas. What were you going to say?
Well, it was about that point, but yeah, we're saying that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on. Let's talk entrances then. Who do you think on tonight's card is most likely to get a big special entrance?
It's going to be everyone, because that's what they're doing now.
Definitely Cody.
Is it who would get the more special one? Like either live performance.
Yeah, who's getting the more special entrance then? We'll go with that.
Helicopter or something like that.
Yeah.
They like doing something big for Charlotte Flair, don't they? But I know she's in a tag match. So
I could kind of see Gunther coming out to like an orchestra.
Yeah, that would be cool. Then I guess probably something in the main event. Like I don't know whether it will be.
More like
the one I love the most, and like I guess they can't do it because they haven't got the people now. But like when they had like The Rock and Cena, and they both had special entries, I quite like that. Kind of thing. But yeah, like one of my major gripes of current WWE is these entrances though. 'Cause even on like Raw, you're getting like it'll just be I don't say just, but be like a women's IC title or the women's tag title match, and it'll just be like everyone's getting long entrances, and then the in-ring introductions. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, come on, like,
That's longer than some of the matches.
that
That's
used to
the
literally be the pacing is something. Again, going back to that, the stream, the pacing is what you miss. Because even like they showed WrestleMania 28, and within like I watched it. I was watching it for maybe like an hour and 10. I saw 3 matches, 2 promos. Do you know what I mean? And it could have, and one of those matches was Punk and Jericho, which was like
wow,
20-minute match. But it was just a case of, and it was literally, I think it was like 2 minutes until they start wrestling. You know, from entrances, from the end of the bit promo package to the actual match, ding ding ding, it's 2 minutes. You know, they get like 30-second entrance each, they get the intros in the ring, and it's done. Like, but now, as you know now, it'll be everyone gets these 5-minute entrances. You know,
it does drag.
Yeah,
I do miss the attires. Well, I think obviously Rollins, I'm assuming will have something big for his return because he hasn't obviously wrestled the match since he hasn't since he returned. He's been wearing his like John Wick attire, isn't he?
that's literally what I said yesterday, Lucas. Literally what I said yesterday.
He said the same thing yesterday. Yeah. We're gonna move into that match in a moment, but I think we should touch on first of all John Wick's wife because we didn't really dive into this too much, but we did touch on it a little bit and how it could kind of play into Monday Night Raw and a possible return of Paige if it doesn't happen on WrestleMania itself. But AJ Lee defending the IC strap against Becky Lynch. For me, I don't see either of these holding the title for much longer. I think Becky's more likely because she's there more often, but she doesn't need to do it anyway. So that's why I like the idea of Becky winning it and then losing it on Raw. I think the Paige thing plays into that. Or as Lucas said, you could also do that with Paige and AJ Lee like they did. Run it back, as Jey Uso would say. But ultimately, I think it is more likely that Becky Lynch wins this match either way. Rob, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think AJ's done enough to carry it and obviously, you know, take it into Mania. Done really good with press. You know, so sometimes you having the face as the one that goes in and does all the press is always good for a company. Obviously, as a heel, you go in and you're being the heel. Some media doesn't understand that. They just think they're being a dick for the sake of because they can be. So unless you really understand the way wrestling works, some companies is like, we'd rather have the nice person. So having that be AJ and doing the stuff that she's been done, I think is great for her. I think she's done what she needs to with this title, added a bit of legacy to it. I would say it flips back to Becky tonight. However, Monday night, I think she drops it. I would even go as far as I'd like it to be Paige. I think that would be a great moment, Paige winning it back. But I think there's so many people that can come out. I mean, even having Paige masked and they're coming out and it's just a generic person from generic wrestler A, luchador A, something like that, or a conquistador or something. And then she takes the mask and then it's Paige and she gets a big pop. Just something like that. I think that's what we need. Because if Paige walks out on Monday and then she's the one that's challenging and she don't win, everyone's going to be annoyed. If she walks out,
she'd have to win it. Yeah, she'd have to
I feel
win.
like they've got to play that well.
Even without Paige, though, like I still think this is the route to go down. Like, give it to Becky. Becky loses it. Like
even like Sol Ruka, she could come up and she could do it.
Yeah,
I think that'd be
Lucas,
a person.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, Lucas, what are your thoughts, mate?
I mean, do they just keep like they've got with is it Io and Rio, where Rio's never beat Io? Could they just keep that as this? Like, you know, Becky's never beat.
Yeah. They mentioned it on the kickoff show last night. Was it 3 times already? She's beat her?
3 times already. So they could just do that. And I know Becky, maybe a bit of recent kind of bias here because, you know, I recently audiobooked, listened to an audiobook and stuff, and she just seems like a very, very giving person. And obviously recently it came out that she fought to obviously lose the championship to Bianca Belair a few years back at WrestleMania when the plan was meant to be the other way. And she, throughout her career, I mean, and I think she's on record as she's the female competitor who has lost by submission the most in WWE history.
Wow.
Yeah, she's tapped out literally pretty much like everyone on the roster at some point.
And it's funny because I can see that, but she's still a legend who's won so much. You know, she has that perfect balance. You know, she gets it right.
Yeah.
But it's not even the Page thing. Okay, I'm not answered this without the Page thing, because we could be looking at another. Oh, Jericho's definitely number 30 in the Rumble.
Yeah.
Oh, Jericho's definitely coming out of that box, scenario, and then Jericho walks us back onto AEW programming, a week ago,
True.
and loses to Ricochet.
Yeah.
But anyway, we move. So we could be looking again. Paige definitely re-signed. Of course, she's actually going to be part of this match, part of the Bella's match, part of every match it seems, part of the main event. And then 2 weeks later, down the line, she gets announced for AEW. So without Paige existing, I think that this would be a clear-cut Becky Lynch win. With Paige existing, I think it probably more likely is an AJ Lee retention. So I will go with Becky Lynch winning on this occasion.
All right, let's jump into some more of these comments as well. Shoyab Mohammed is in the house. Is hi, hope you're doing well. Good to see you in here as well. Casper also says I like the Jacob Fatu stuff last night on SmackDown. It was different. He cut the promo, of course, the one on top of the police car. I thought it was pretty cool as well. Said, but Rob said a few minutes ago on the stream about this match being unsanctioned, keep both guys unbeaten. And then Sludge also says just make him jump off the top of the stage. I said the shame of man type thing as well. Casper, talking about the kind of potential non-finish of that unsanctioned match as well. What else do we have? If this match happens, I don't think it'd be worthy in WrestleMania. It needs some sort of return or moment, I think, referring to this IC Championship match we're talking about here. But again, I'd rather see Paige show up on Raw myself. Let's move in to the next match to predict, guys, and it is gonna be one that was kind of thrown together last minute, it feels, and we'll have to be quite quick on these because we're about 35 minutes away from WrestleMania kicking off. But Seth Rollins versus Gunther, again, I'll be quick with this because I've done my predictions yesterday. I think Gunther is probably the best person to win this because he's been on this retirement kind of tour. Yes, he wouldn't be retiring Seth Rollins, but Seth's coming back from injury. There's a story you can tell there of like he wasn't up to scratch and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, I think it's better for Gunther to win, in my opinion. So that's where I'm going with this one. Lucas, we'll throw it over to you first, mate.
Yeah, it's got to be Gunther, really. I think there's some people saying potentially, again, this was the match that people were discussing could be a DQ, obviously, with either Braun or Bronson. Probably Braun, I guess. Bring Bronson definitely out for a long, long while getting involved. But yeah, I think that they're not going to do that. It's not WrestleMania from the 80s. Like, they're not going to do a DQ on Mania. I might live to it. We'll get those right. They're not going to DQ on Mania, are they? I guess it depends what sponsor's going to pay them to do that. I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, you are visibly nervous now, Lucas.
I am. I said it because it used to be a done deal, wasn't it? It used to be a very confident deal. Like, could you imagine talking about like WrestleMania 25, Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels, and being like, "Oh yeah, it'd be DQ because they're going to set."
It might be a DQ, yeah.
Like
yeah.
no, like you would never even think to say those words around those times. But now it is a bit like, oh, if they get a sponsor willing to pay it, like to sponsor, to pay for the chairs or whatever, get B&Q or whatever.
He used Nando's ring bell and clocked him with it.
But yeah, no, I don't think I can't see him doing a DQ. So yeah, Gunther for me. It fits the MO more. He just doesn't lose as well. They make such a big deal of it, don't they? They say I don't think he's lost at like a non-championship match ever. Or whatever. I think that's the fact.
Well, he's got a terrible streak at WrestleMania.
Yes.
We were talking about this last night on the kickoff show. They alluded to it there as well. So there is that side. And I think they need to break that, to be honest. So that's more reason for him to win. Again, I don't think Seth needs it. I like that they've found something for both guys and they've decided to run with. They both want to be the best wrestler in the world. And I think because of that, we're going to get a really fun match. Rob, we touched on this a little bit last night, but just to kind of cap this one off, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think it will be, as me and Lucas do, a victory for Gunther?
I do, but I think it's a tainted victory. I think I like the idea of getting a victory at Mania. It's tainted. I think this is where we get this moment of the ref's down or distracted. Something's happened. The ref's been blinded. I don't know, or he's been
He's been hit with a Nando's ring bell.
yeah, something like that. He slips on a banana peel. I don't know, but something happens.
Got berry sauce in the eyes.
Out comes Bronson Reed. Bron
Yeah.
Breakker. I think Bron Breakker's the reason that he does the spear. It sets back up for Seth going back after the Vision if they're going to try and keep that occupied. And
I hope
then
so.
Gunther gets his victory there. And then obviously there's that. You can even have a thing of following up with that of Gunther talking to Heyman and saying, "I had him beat." And then there's a bit of heat there. So, even just something similar to that could set up is Heyman being threatened by Gunther? Does Brock need to? Do you know what I mean?
And then there's, Heyman's kind of been, Gunther's already said to Heyman as if they're going on the stage, by the way, Peter Rosenberg on the Countdown show, and it does look pretty cool as far as the stadium goes. But yeah, they've talked about Gunther's kind of hinted he wants something from Heyman here, and everybody has already kind of been talking about the Brock thing, so maybe that's where we'll go with this as well. So, but yeah. Either way, it's all last minute, but I'm still excited by what they can deliver, and I'm with you, Rob. I think this is an opportunity, if he's fit and healthy, to bring back Bron Breakker. Even if he's not fit to wrestle, he might be fit to do something. And this is, and it'd be one of the surprises of the night. It'll be ticking that box as well.
I would say, just to cap off what I was saying, we don't technically need to have it as Bron either. We can just have someone come in again. Full black get up.
Not another masked man. I'm not doing that again.
Hit it with a spear. Because if he hits someone with a spear, we're like, it's got to be Bron Breakker. And it doesn't, and obviously...
we've had too much of that, Rob. We can't be doing more. Usually,
I'd
agree with you. One more for luck. WrestleMania, the biggest one. All right, let's get to this quick comment here from Casper. It says Seth versus Gunther. Gunther will get involved with Bron Breakker screwing and costing Seth, but I don't want it to be too much oversaturated stuff. Yeah, again, it'd be oversaturated if they did the Masked Man stuff. We've got 2 more matches to predict before we get out of here, guys. So we'll move straight into Stephanie Vaquer defending her title against Liv Morgan. This one here, I think it's Liv Morgan. I think Stephanie's been a great champion. I think she clearly is someone that WWE liked, but there's been something about the presentation of Stephanie over the past month or two and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but the changing of her theme song, her accidentally putting a golf ball on the head of Liv Morgan, I think these things aren't going to they don't bode well for someone backstage. So I'm not sure if that reads into it. Even if it doesn't, I still think Liv Morgan is a star. They've given her a music video. She is all over the place, as Sludge mentioned earlier on, doing all the big press as well. I think Liv Morgan should be coming out of this as champion. As much as I like Stephanie Vaquer, I think this is a moment designed for Liv Morgan. Whether or not she turns on the Judgment Day because they start getting jealous of her as champion, or whether or not they turn on her tonight, I don't know. But for me, Liv Morgan coming away from WrestleMania with the title, I think is the one that makes the most sense, because she's so much. Yes, it did look like when she came back that she was playing a game with the Judgment Day, but also the past week or two, or even since Royal Rumble, really, she's been a mega heel against Stephanie Vaquer. So for her to suddenly be the sympathetic babyface at WrestleMania doesn't really make sense for me if she's turned on just here. So for me, it's probably time to give her the title and then kind of tell that story with the Judgment Day later on. Lucas, let's throw it over to you, mate. Stephanie Vaquer versus Liv Morgan.
Yeah, I think they're definitely crowning. They definitely want it back on Liv. And this is more a problem that I need to discuss tomorrow. But it does feel a bit like, as much as Liv is great, and as much as the other person who will fight for the other women's title tomorrow is great, we have got to be careful. We're not just going to go back to that same well with the same women.
Yeah, true.
Over and over again for eternity. But I do think, Stephanie's had a fantastic. She's had a lengthy run. She's had a very weirdly booked run, which is very interesting and it just shows really the difference between the main roster booking and the NXT booking, and it's something which it does feel, the rumours are true that, JC Jane is making her way up the main roster. Oh, I do fear a little bit, because JC Jane has been probably the best booked female, definitely in NXT, probably since Asuka, I'd say, in terms of this last year run, the amount of stuff they've had her do. And I just fear that that position does not exist on the main roster. I mean, someone we can look at to compare it to is Tiffany Stratton at the moment. You know, she was the world champion last year, not on the card this year.
Not on, mate. Crazy, yeah. Crazy.
In somehow in a year we managed to mess that up. So, but I do hope that they do still see Stephanie that way. I think that, you know, she definitely can be, you know, that way. Just watching the video package of this man, by the way, there's been a lot of pushing.
Yeah, it's on the countdown.
Everyone just pushing it. Yeah, another push. There we go. I think I've counted about 10 pushes in this entire feud, which might be a record. But yeah, I'd imagine Liv Morgan to be leaving with a championship.
Rob, are you thinking it's going to be Liv as well?
Oh man, it feels that way, doesn't it? The way this is the thing with WrestleMania. If someone gets pushed in a specific way for so long, you think, oh well, they're going to win, and they're not going to win. But sometimes that is the case, and I would say 9 out of 10 times, the person that's getting the big push towards Mania isn't really victorious. At least in terms of what we've seen in terms of our booking. Triple H era, slightly different. I say under the Vince regime, that was, I would say, pretty spot on. But I don't know. I think if we get the interference this time from Judgment Day with Raquel and things like that, and Roxanne and stuff, it'll be interesting to see if Stephanie has any backup, because she didn't have a lot of time in NXT. You know, I think neither did Julia. You know, so I feel a lot of the women that are two of them that have come up, even Jordan Grace, didn't have a lot of time in NXT. They were around it for a while and then kind of come to the main roster very, very quick. And the stories that were there they were short but snappy, but really kind of told a story to have a title, you lose the title, but the reason just because you're coming up, you know? So I don't really know. So I think if Raquel and Roxanne were to come out to help Liv, what are we going to have this thing where it's a 3-on-1, or do you think Stephanie's going to have someone come out and help her? I mean, I'm trying to think of people that she worked with, Lola Vice, but potentially.
Yeah, you're right. They've not baked in those relationships, have they?
Exactly.
So there's not really much. I mean, and it kind of, she has felt like a bit of a, you know, an underdog on her own, and that's kind of been part of the story, hasn't it? So, I mean, it could be Paige. You know, so
that'd be interesting.
Spots for Paige. It could
Paige
be
never
Paige
matched
as well,
her,
but yeah, she is. Yeah, I think she's gonna take out Pat McAfee. We'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think there's not really any kind of, like you say, because of the way she was booked in NXT and wasn't there for too long. There's no historic thing where you go, oh, it'd be them. So it'd just be a traditional, I'm a good guy trying to help another good guy because I want to fight for what's right.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I even had this as a way. My fantasy booking of this match is that this is kind of, if not the catalyst, but definitely the way the Judgment Day ends, because there's 3 women in the Judgment Day that haven't really had like anything. All the focus on the split has been Finn and Dom, even before the feud, which again we will get to Finn and Dom's tomorrow's show. But even before that feud, Finn and Dom was always a thing, wasn't it? Like it was always the kind of catalyst that was there, ready to be triggered when to be pulled. But they haven't really focused so much on the women's side of things. And you know, Raquel again. Sorry, another tag team, by the way, that could have replaced the Bellas. Raquel.
True,
and Roxanne.
yeah.
I know Roxanne may be doing concussion protocol because of that head bump thing with Liv, but then surely shouldn't Liv as well. Then I don't know. Well, you know, that's for the doctors to determine. But we could see. Because my initial thought before Dom and Finn got booked, by the way, was that Dom was going to turn and side with Stephanie.
Wow.
Really interesting, yeah.
But what if they do that, but with the women? Have Raquel just side with Stephanie? Because I think the main problem with Stephanie's...
That gives her a friend, like Rob's been asking for, so yeah.
There you go.
The main problem of me with Stephanie from the main roster is the promos. Because they haven't seemed to have found a way for her to deliver like a promo that how they want it. But I feel if they were to team her and put her with someone like a Raquel or Roxanne, people who are good with promos, that would instantly like kind of cancel that out. And you also then could go down the Judgment Day split of obviously being like, you know, the take OG Judgment Day, they all change members every 5 seconds anyway, haven't they? But you could then open up tags, obviously, to Raquel and Stephanie against like Liv and Roxanne, for example, and that could be how you do it. But I do just think that everything with this just screams Liv winning, like so loudly.
Yeah.
Like louder than it being. Because it screams loud, and it's like, okay, cool, that makes it predictable. But it's gone beyond that. It just feels like there's no narrative for Stephanie to win here, which I hope this isn't a damning tell of what will happen post Mania for Stephanie, and she definitely deserves to still be heavily featured and to get spots.
Maybe her, I think I might have mentioned it yesterday as well, but maybe her being a chaser is the answer as well. Maybe her being the underdog chasing for the title, because she's been not an underdog, but yeah, she's left on her own. She was injured and they were attacking her. Do you know what I mean? So she's had that sympathy already. So I think just doing it without the title might actually click better. She's been a champion for most of her run.
That's what I was about to say.
Almost like a female Gunther in a way.
Yeah.
I can't remember much time she'd had without being a champion.
Yeah, it could probably do her some good without having that burden.
I would say it would be an interesting spin on if we do something with Stephanie here, with even just bringing a couple of people from AAA over, as we were saying about like her having friends not in the main roster or in WWE. But obviously with them doing the connection, and obviously Dom being a AAA champion and stuff like that. Even having a couple of women from like the masked wrestlers from AAA, because they are over as Rover. Like that, and their booking is unbelievable. I mean, to think that Undertaker is doing the booking is insane.
Is he doing the booking? I know he's involved somewhat.
Yeah. So
I think the problem is they're over in Mexico, but not in a WrestleMania.
Yeah, maybe.
They obviously featured some of them in the
yeah.
Battle Royal, didn't they, on SmackDown? Yeah. They had like La Parker and...
Cool way to introduce people, though, like if it did work.
But I think that does set something up there, so potentially that's something that we could get to at least. But you're right. I think as a chaser, Stephanie is that person.
Yeah. Let's get to some of these comments before we do get to the main event. We're about 20 minutes away from WrestleMania kicking off, so we'll try and get out of here with a few minutes to spare as well. But Sludge says, Stephanie is overrated. I feel, don't get me wrong, she can wrestle, but Peter Patrick, like she's the greatest women's wrestler right now. Just for... I think she's fantastic. So, I mean, Sludge, sounds like you like her as well, but you think she's maybe being overhyped. I think she really is great. So I'd put her towards the top of the roster, if I'm honest. Casper says, Liv has to win this one, in my opinion. I also love Stephanie Foucault, but they've dropped the ball with Stephanie, in my opinion. It's about time she took the title at WrestleMania tonight. I'm kind of aligning with you, Casper. Big fan of her, but I just think something lately's not been clicking. Liv Morgan, the winner of the Royal Rumble as well, so has to win, says Casper. Good point. We'll talk a bit more about Rumble winners, I'm sure, tomorrow, because me and Rob completely forgot. That's why Roman was in the match in the first place. JD and Liv versus Dom and Stephanie. That would be crazy if Dom jumped ship like that, but you'd have to turn Stephanie heel, in my opinion, which, it could happen. It could happen. Maybe that's where we go with it. Casper also says, I like Stephanie, but this is what he's going for Liv Morgan, because Stephanie became becoming a bit boring, in my opinion. I think, again, something's not quite clicking at the moment, but let's hope the match itself does deliver, even if it means Stephanie loses. I think it could be a positive thing for her. Let's get into the main event. We've held off for as long as we can, guys, but it is Pat McAfee versus Cody Rhodes. No, I'm joking. I keep saying that, but Pat McAfee sticking his oar in. Look, I've ranted about this enough yesterday, and I want to give you guys a bit of space here, but my general gist is Pat as a heel, I like it, just not in this spot. Cody versus Randy is a match that has been years in the making, and I hope there's some sort of legacy callback on tonight's promo package or something like that. But it's a story on its own. We didn't need the muddied waters of TKO, but if we've got it, maybe it means The Rock shows up. Maybe The Rock shows up on Sunday night. Who knows? Maybe Ari Emanuel comes out and spears Cody Rhodes. I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know why they're doing it. I'm very annoyed with it. But I will say, before I hand it over to you guys, I have to give credit where it's due. People were going against Cody Rhodes, as they have been for a long time, and people were cheering this kind of 09 Randy Orton heel because they had this nostalgic view of him as a child, like I did with Triple H. I was saying yesterday, I hated Triple H for beating up The Rock, but looking back, I'm like, Triple H was such a cool heel, right? That's how people are looking at Randy Orton now, and the danger is, and it happened on SmackDown as well, and I don't know why you said the most dangerous letters, blah, 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 okay, why you get people to chant your bloody catchphrase when you're a heel, it bugs me. And they're not helping themselves. But credit where it's due. if this has done anything, this insane injection of Pat McAfee, if it's done anything, it's actually made people want Cody to win. So credit where it's due in that sense. But my prediction is that Randy Orton does win it, because I think this insane kind of addition of Pat leaves WWE, or whatever kind of wording they've used, is mad. Yes, he's a heel and he could pop up anytime he wants anyway, but I just think that annoys the fans even more. But then you've also got Cody losing and losing and losing and losing, other than finishing his story at WrestleMania. So I'm not really sure. This is a tough one for me. There are so many layers to it. I'm going to throw it to you first of all, Lucas. What are your thoughts on Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton?
Well, he did beat Seth when he came back.
Who, Cody?
Yeah, he beat
Yeah,
Seth.
the first one. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, like this. What's painful about this is they showed a graphic about an hour ago, I think, on their little pre-show thing, where it had 4 things written on it, and there were 4 moments that any of those could have been used to accelerate this rivalry, other than what they did. They mentioned that Cody Rhodes debuted in 2007, and his first match was a loss against Randy Orton. Perfect storytelling. They mentioned obviously the big one of being between 2008 and 2010. They were members of Legacy.
Great theme song, got to admit,
great theme
as well.
song.
I hope Cody comes out to that tonight. That's a special entrance.
And then obviously point 3 was a continuation video of point 2, but obviously their first WrestleMania match together was obviously the triple threat at WrestleMania 26. Also featured Ted DiBiase that Orton won. Again, perfect storytelling to go thing. And then I think point 4 was something. 2013, Randy Orton defeated Cody Rhodes in a match where if he lost, Cody Rhodes had to leave the WWE. And although they did some sort of weird thing with it, I think it was Stardust who. No, sorry, it was Cody who lost, and he came back as Stardust. But anyway, they basically mentioned 4 points there that are better than this story.
Oh, huge! They're huge.
It's just mental for me. Like, could you imagine like Rock and Austin being built up for like WrestleMania 17, and then Michael Cole is just like carrying around the WWF Championship at the time? Like, could you imagine, like, if that was the case? Or you go into WrestleMania 29, Rock and Cena 2, for the title, and you've got Byron Saxton running around with the WWE Championship. It's pathetic.
Yeah, and also saying things like, I missed the golden era or the new generation, missing the point that the rest of their praising wasn't part of that, like Pat did with the Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression. Like, there was so many. Like, I think Pat can be a great heel and he can be useful at WrestleMania, but this is the one feud that didn't bloody need anything else, did it?
I think the problem is that they're trying to do. They're obsessed with this kind of real life meeting, sport meeting, entertainment meeting, everything, and because they feel that's what works to sell tickets or to get those viral moments. What they don't see, what they're doing is they're actually exposing the entirety of their business and making a mockery of it, and they're making a mockery of the fans. It's a longer rant I could do on this, but WWE over the past few years have become anti-fan in a way, and they are actively doing stuff to insult the fan base. And I believe this entire saga with Pat McAfee involved is another case where they're doing it. They just do not care about the original purpose of WrestleMania and of WWE as a whole. It was built around storylines. It was built around stories and characters that we cared about, and then making actions that made sense to fit their characters, we've seen it time and time again. Like, this is why we all sit here and watch these things, year after year after year, because we know what's going to happen. We all deep down know what's going to happen. Obviously, sometimes we're surprised on the way, or things change and it kind of gets us. But we're always there for that emotional tug, and
that's
there's
the reward.
much emotional tug, like in this one, that's been taken away because of how they're doing things, and the whole like. Him mentioning when he mentioned there's a graphic on now actually that was on earlier.
19 years of history,
which they decided to go, but Pat McAfee's means more than any of this. It's insulting. It's insulting because
It is,
I was
yeah.
genuinely happy when Orton won the Chamber, particularly just because it wasn't Cody.
Yeah.
And I know they did what they did, and they worked back to getting Orton versus Cody. And again, I was happy with that because I thought, cool,
same.
we're going to get Orton versus Cody with Orton like relentless on getting hold of that, 15th World Championship and delving into their history, which there's infinite. There's actually infinite.
Yeah.
But no,
Look,
we get.
I thought it'd be weird because I was like, for me, Orton should have turned on him right ages ago, in my opinion. That's how it should have been done. Not this kind of. The only way I can do it is I listen to the voices, like because the fans wanted that, and I thought it'd be weird in this era of Orton's. It's hard, like it was when Cena was actually a heel as well. It was hard for them to boo Cena. It's hard for them to boo Orton, and it's still the same problem here. So again, credit where it's due. It's kind of changed that a little bit there, but like it's really muddied the waters. It was so unnecessary. Like you said, there's so much story. Like, and we deserve as fans to be paid
that's
off.
all down to them chasing moments over storylines and matches because they know they can't do a character change of Randy because the viral moment is there for them in the ring on SmackDown when he walks out and people sing his theme. That's a viral moment. They're gonna. That's what they're chasing.
That's what they want more
whereas
than
in the old days, Vince was great at it. And, well, great in the sense of he did it. Something that didn't obviously always work. But the minute a tag team split, you bet your bottom dollar the next time that person appeared on Raw or SmackDown, they had a new theme, they had new gear, and the announcers were treating them like they were a whole new wrestler. There was no mention of anything else. But now, because they need the viral moment of people singing along to Randy Orton's theme, people singing along to Seth Rollins' theme, people singing to everything. Basically, it's a concert. Like, it's no different. It's a basic Coachella.
Which they've done now. Like, we did that. We could move on.
Yeah,
we don't have to keep doing it.
But
especially as a heel, like, we don't need it.
Moments, and it's ruining probably what could have been, one of the best built Mania matches in a long while has been ruined by this. And it's the match I'm least looking forward to tonight because I'm just going to be having to sit there and just cringe and hope that they're not going to have Pat McAfee hit a move on Cody with the referee down and pull Randy Orton over him. Like,
God, I haven't even thought that far ahead. Yeah, I've not even thought that. Like, I've got it in my head that him and Jelly Roll could take each other out. Like, I've kind of accepted that. I've even got it in my head that The Rock could show up or something like that. But what I can't accept is what you've just said there, and that's terrified me, the thought of that. Like, Pat McAfee being the reason. Like last year with Travis Scott, like, being the reason that this match is. And it does feel like, in some ways, they're rehashing that story from last year. Yeah. Like, maybe they have got The Rock, and that's what they're doing, but they've gone, who's up there? They keep alluding to TKO and stuff like that, but I'm scared, man. And it's
where I hate that so much is because they are insulting the fans by doing the whole, Pat McAfee announced him the ticket reduction, basically admitting that we were ripping you off for so long, and now here's like a little carrot of like, 20% off or whatever it is, and there's no. This is the thing, I think, where they mess up with this quite a lot, if they don't think about what the end goal is of a lot of this stuff, they think, okay, we do this viral moment of, Pat swearing. Why was he coming out, like, doing the middle finger and, like, effing and jeffing, like, like, why? And maybe they can link, like I said, they could link it to this whole final boss thing. But I still don't think The Rock's going to show up. Like, I just don't see it. And again, if The Rock does show up, like, outside of a miracle, where he's been using substances that he maybe shouldn't have been using for a very long time, we're not getting that version of The Rock back. The Rock's cut down. He wanted to win an Oscar, didn't he, about 6 months ago? Like, he's cut way down. He's in his mid-50s now. It will be very, very difficult for him to come back in like a fantastic shape enough anyway to be the final boss. And what do you want from it? He's not going to face Cody Rhodes. Like, he's not going to face Randy Orton. Yeah. The only match for him on the table is that Saudi match probably next year to face Roman Reigns. So
that could factor into a lot of this. They could start building into that tomorrow, like Monday on Raw. To be fair, but Rob, what are your thoughts on this one, mate? Before we wrap up, it's been a wild journey. This storyline, right?
I mean, look, I hate this celebrity interfering and all this stuff. Do you know a couple of things that, as you guys are talking, it kind of reminds me of? I feel TKO don't believe that. This is how it feels to me, at least, anyway. That I don't think they've got enough trust in Randy to be able to make the fans hate him now because of the way you were talking about the viral moments. But this is what you do with Randy. You allow him to have his moment. The crowd comes out, they have the big thing, they go to do the song, they start singing, cuts the music. Now they can't sing. If anything, what we learnt last year about us wanting John Cena to have new music, new gear, new look, he didn't give it to us and people moaned about it because we wanted it. So this is what you do with Randy. You do everything that we didn't want or we wanted with Cena, but with Randy. Randy already said...
Play Burning My Light. Play that theme song at least. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Randy said he was going to change his music before he came out. And then they all started singing. He was like, oh no, I want to keep it. So take it away. Yeah. Let him come out again. Or even make him come out no music. You just hear, I hear voices in my head, they talk to me. That's it. And have that echo. And then all of a sudden, dead silence, he just walks out. He don't owe the fans nothing. Take everything that we like about him away. And then just have him come out in a suit, cut his promo, walk out again. I wrestle when I want to wrestle. You will hate him. This just reminds it stinks of when you put the title and when you put something extra in something, right? With Pat McAfee, it to me is the equivalent of putting the WWE Championship in a match between Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho. It was not needed. The match was heated enough. And Vince wanted the title in there. This match was heated enough. Matt McAfee is more of the heel in this scenario than Randy Orton. What does that say about WWE right now?
So the character of the feud, didn't it?
Exactly. So if that's what you're doing, then you need to do something. And I feel like they don't trust Randy. So yes, we can glorify the 09 Randy, and it was a great run with the bald hair and all that kind of stuff. But take everything that we like about Randy away from him. Let him walk out. Let him have McAfee walk out with the title. McAfee have his music. Randy comes out with it. There's got to be something. Like we have to.
Yeah, they might as well fully commit now. They might as well annoy us in those ways because it ain't working. Like, this isn't 09 Orton either, by the way. Like anyone that actually lives for it knows that's not what, like 09 Orton wasn't go with the 3 deadliest letters. You know, 09 Orton weren't doing that. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't smirking at the he wasn't letting people sing his song. Like he would have done what you said there. It would have been like no music. Like this is not 09 Orton.
So that's what I would do personally. I'd have the get the crowd excited, and when he goes, they talk to me, they understand. Cut. And then just have him walk out, or even have him walk.
They'll probably carry on singing though.
Yeah, or even have him walk out, stand there, have it rain gold like we did before when he used to have it with the title, done, and just have him walk down. I would take every inch of the stuff that we like about Randy Orton away from that character. If anyone that can get that over, it's Randy, because you're going to want to sing that song. You're going to want to do it, and the fact that you're not hearing it, the fans will start to sing it. After all, they're going to get bored because they can't sing it. Like they are going to want to do it. So the minute he turns face again, you've got that instant face that you want. So I think the fact that we've got McAfee as the bigger heel here is crazy. Why is it also he must have something over Randy to be making him do all this stuff?
Why would Randy align himself?
I think
it's where they think of the moment again. They think of the moment and it being viral more than the story. And it doesn't make sense, but they are looking at numbers of but this has X amount of views. This is getting talked about here, there, and there, everywhere. Whereas I think even nonsensical Vince would think about, this makes sense because of this, and we're going to do a storyline of this to this. And again, it's because they are just in a totally different business, and they are now showing, by the way, the Usos and LA Knight, and now I Show Speed and the Vision warming up as they are kicking off WrestleMania. I can't seem to find the first Netflix stream isn't working, so I'm not too sure what's going on.
We'll wrap up here, guys, so that we can get our streams and our snacks ready in just a moment. So we'll do a final kind of run around of like who's going to win this. It's frustrating to have ended the stream on like the most annoying, do you know what I mean? The most negative part of the build. But I will give credit where it's due. Like I say, if anything, it's made Cody winning more palatable to people, and it's made, even though it's come via McAfee, as Rob says, Randy's sort of the heel a bit more. And I will give credit where it's due. Randy's promo on SmackDown I thought was pretty good as well. It was a load of rubbish saying that McAfee's done more for me than da-da-da-da. But it was interesting, the points he used against Cody as well. Let me quickly fire through these comments, and then I'm going to ask you to your final predictions for the main event. Here we go, says Sludge. She says, they fight for a good 20 to 30 minutes. Crossroads trifecta to Randy 1-2. Ref gets pulled out of the ring by McAfee. I could see something like that. That's not the worst thing to do, but as long as McAfee don't help him win. Then we see the return of Kevin Owens. I wish that could happen. It looks like it's going to help Cody and beat up McAfee, but then he gets in the ring and stuns Cody and takes the shirt off and reveals RKO. Okay, little stable going on, it seems, here from Sludge. 1, 2, 3. Randy is new champion, his new ally. I wouldn't hate that as much as McAfee being the one that causes it.
Yeah.
Casper says Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes. I want Randy Orton to win. The internet was going crazy over McAfee thing, but I didn't like it at first. But McAfee, I'm fine with it, and he's finding it actually quite interesting. Casper also says it's only been 3 weeks for me. I wasn't happy with Pat McAfee's stuff, but I'm with a mystery caller. I mean, that's a whole thing we could dive into as well. Needs some more time, but I'm enjoying it, and it adds more intrigue to the match. Also said, good point, Lucas, about the referee being down and Pat McAfee's and Randy's arm and Cody, but I am intrigued.
Yeah,
Kieran
but
says,
I don't want that to happen. Just, Casper.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen either. Kieran, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited about WrestleMania. We're 3 minutes away, so let's hand it over first of all to Lucas. Ultimately, mate, who's winning the main event?
Cody.
Cody's winning the main event. And Rob, who you think is winning the main event?
I'm going Randy.
See, I went with Randy, but then this whole record of Cody not winning a lot recently on Mania, I'm not sure. But I'm going to go with Randy. I think I'm going to try and put some faith in them that they've done this because they've got some sort of plan. So let's hope it's better than the one with John Cena. But anyway, I've been Scott. Sorry, wait.
Netflix is now working, by the way. I'm watching it.
Good. I've been Scott. He's been Rob. That's been Lucas. This has been a Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We'll be back later tonight for the instant reaction review of WrestleMania Night 1. Enjoy the show, guys. I hope it's not as stressful as we've made it out to be. We'll see you again for a review for Night 1 and then our build up for Night 2. Thanks for joining us, guys. Please subscribe if you haven't. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.